Right at the top of the hour. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, December 1st, 2021. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So thank you very much for joining us at today's meeting. So we do have some requests to speak on public comments, items that are not on the agenda. We'll start with Charles Baird. So you can see the 3-minute clock there. It's just a way to put some bounds around this. Okay.
Oh, hi. My name is Charles Baird. I'm from Redmond, Oregon. I'd like to thank the Deschutes County Commissioners for the wonderful job they're doing. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Deschutes County Commissioners for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Today I want to talk about transparency. I think transparency is a major important political issue globally, and I think that we should move this issue forward as much as we possibly can. I think that in terms of global fiscal transparency or government fiscal transparency, I think that every financial transaction that takes place by the government of Bend and the government of Deschutes County should be made immediately public online for everyone to see. And if that is the case right now, then that's fantastic. And if that is not the case right now, then we should work to make that the case. And if that is the case right now, then we should work to make sure that the entire state of Oregon is 100% government transparent, fiscally government transparent. And if that is the case right now, great. And if that's not the case right now, we should work to make that the case. And if that is the case right now, then we should work to make sure that this is the case for the entire country. And then we can also make the case that the entire world should have government fiscal transparency, and that every single financial transaction that every government on the planet makes is available to the public online immediately so everyone can see where all the money is. I'd also like to talk about I think right now the United States government is working on its own cryptocurrency, which is great. And I think that the state of Oregon and Deschutes County should take a public, transparent lead in this endeavor. And I feel that the state of Oregon and Deschutes County should start working publicly and transparently to create its own cyber currency. And I feel that that cyber currency that we work to create should also be 100% transparent. And in this way, I feel that the government of Deschutes County and the government of Oregon can lead the world in the most important political issue, or the second most important political issue of this millennium, and that's transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the testimony. At this time, Mr. Max Robertson.
Good morning. It's hot in this mask with a full beard, so let me tell you that. Dear Commissioners, my name is Max Robertson, and I've resided in Bend for 50 years. I live at 64698 Huntley Road on a 24-acre farm built from scratch. We've had a Huntley address for over 35 years since we left town after having one of our children almost run over by a speeding auto in a residential neighborhood. During my half-century in Central Oregon, I've witnessed changes of which many of you are probably unaware. And these changes have come exponentially and beyond the scope of many forecasters. The population explosion here has been staggering, as has the influx of tourists. The parkway's speed of 45 is a hoax. The slow lane is 52, and the left lane is upward of 55 to 60. You know it as well as I do. 3rd Street and many of the side streets are untenable many times of the day, and you all know what the North End and Empire look like, almost without regard to time of day or season. I do not want the connection of Huntley Road to take place, but my opinion will not stop progress. We've had discussions with the county, and some concessions have been agreed to, but I will not waver on the design of the road or its speed. The county's present and future auto projections for Huntley are flawed because the past data only came from Pohaku, Tumalo Road, and the north end proximate to the high-density trailer park. And when Huntley is allowed to be a cut-through during the development of Highways 20 and 97, projections become only a guess, much like the inaccurate guesses surrounding Central Oregon's population growth. We will suddenly be another parkway and a permanent route of travel. We will become another Reed Market, Canal Avenue, or Brookswood. A bulletin newspaper alluded to Huntley recently as being a safety valve for construction in an editorial. I'm curious if that information came from the county or not. I'm not sure who is kidding whom here, because this will not be Mr. Doty's road of, quote, helping neighbors get to town, end quote, which he stated on television. Most neighbors out here get to town just fine with the existing roads in place. I believe Mr. Doty knows it, and my neighbors and I certainly do. We haven't even covered the further traffic which will happen when proposed commercial and residential interests take hold to the south. And why are not the situations on 97 and proposed roundabouts on Highway 20 being first addressed? These are the problems on which most all would agree. The work on Huntley is not. Why let gridlock and safety issues continue on 2 major highways? Why? If the county revamps Huntley Road to their suggested 35-mile-an-hour status, changes the existing right-of-way gradient, and straightens out the curves, it will be a death sentence for the area. Our rural existence will be shattered at the expense of moving numbers of autos. And please remember, that's one of the county's primary goals, to move autos. The county has no justification for this project other than the fact they have been quoted as saying the area is, quote, underserved, and that they need to, quote, connect to the grid. Over $4 million in taxpayer dollars to reconstruct a road with 110 cars a day is curious to me on how that would sit with the taxpayers. Commissioners, wouldn't you like to be remembered that you stood with and for something which was a true cause, worthy because it was a difficult and maybe not popular call? Please do not be remembered that you assisted in the demise of a rural neighborhood and helped to build a road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
Next, Thomas Andrade.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I've provided you with a couple just briefing items there, some talking points. My name is Tom Andrade. My family and I have lived on Huntley Road since 1987. And I'm pretty sure at this point you're getting kind of tired of hearing from us, but please consider this. This was a surprise, and it's a very, very steep learning curve for us to look at all the details. On February of 2020, Huntley residents received a letter from the county advising us of survey crews working in our area. Since then, we've been piecing together what this means to our neighborhood and more importantly to our community. Needless to say, we're very, very surprised, and to this day, we're still learning about the design and the particular portion of the design and all the associated impacts, and there are a tremendous amount of impacts with it, involving the utility corridors and a lot of other moving parts with this project. Commissioner Dare, I really sincerely would like to thank you on our behalf. You met with us in October of 2020. After 8 months that can best be described as banging our collective heads against a wall. Although it was on your own time, if there's really such a thing for a commissioner, you listened, asked a few questions, and made no promises and left. However, within a couple of weeks, we saw real change for the first time. Many of our requests that we'd been talking to with the county, in fact, materialized as a result of that. So thank you very much, and I'm sure Chris Doty was partnered with you when those changes were made. Thank you very much. We are not ungrateful, but we're still learning and we're still refining a lot of the details that to us and many of the users of the Huntley corridor that are extremely important to us. I'd like to draw your attention to a proposal that Dennis Gant offered you 3 weeks ago, and that's it's in Exhibit 1 and 2 on your handout. It's basically a change of the road alignment on the Pohaku Huntley intersection. The adjustment just simply makes sense. It stays more inside the right-of-way, offers an alternative that reduces the amount of land that will be taken from landowners, creates gentle turns to an otherwise straight road, that if left unchanged will increase the speed, pass through traffic, and at a very busy and what will probably become a dangerous intersection, that of Huntley and Pohaku. This proposal alone slows traffic and reduces cut-through vehicle travel. It also moves traffic efficiently. Please consider this a request. These are alternatives that will help us protect our community. All three of you have taken an opportunity to look at our community and look at the road, and I thank you for your time for doing that. One last thing, an important dimension that's related to Huntley Road. I've included a few photographs. It's Exhibit 3. The speed and volume of traffic is the real threat to this, and it's that other dimension. It's the recreation dimension and the recreation corridor. Please help us protect non-motorized use, where children and adults can play and travel in a safe corridor. What ultimately is decided here for upgrading the Huntley Road will set a theme and an atmosphere for generations to come. Let's take our time and let's do this right. Again, thank you all for your services to Central Oregon and for your thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the testimony.
Thank you.
Is there any other requests to speak on any topic not on the agenda today? So just a little bit of feedback for the Huntley Road development. We know this is serious business. Very engaged in it. We've reviewed the design, and the right-of-way acquisition is the next step that's coming, and it's really just kind of those curves and corners and the edges of the road. The utilities also. Road Department is seriously engaged in this also. So I want to thank you very much for your testimony today. And this is a big step. It's been in the transportation system plan for many years of Deschutes County. So yeah, let's keep working together on this.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none. Is there anybody on Zoom possibly or a telephone number for public testimony? Okay, so seeing none at this time, the consent agenda.
Oh,
Got
I
it.
did want to say something.
Oh, sure.
We had a booth for Deschutes County with all the other counties in Eugene a couple of weeks ago, and I just want to publicly acknowledge and thank those companies in our community that so generously donated. Horse Guard from Redmond, thank you, Lori Anderson. Johnson, Justy's Jelly, Justy Haney from Redmond. Nichelle Jewelry, Jennifer Remart was the donor there, and I thank Jennifer. Rise Brewing Company, Tumalo area, that was amazing. And our ever-present Sisters Coffee gave us a big donation. Thank you to the Sisters family for that wonderful donation. And then Sun River Brewing came through. So it was an amazing display of the many different products that are made here in Deschutes County, and I want to thank everyone for their generosity. It made, and with Laura Sundrick's wonderful presentation, everything looked really good and went really fast. So thank you for all your help with that event.
Great. Thank you for taking time to do that. So consent agenda.
Yes. So move. I did want to just ask a question on consent number 1.
Sure. As part of the consent agenda?
Well, if we could just pull it off, I noticed that the rent is free. They do pay utilities, and I just thought that maybe somebody could address that.
Okay, so we'll pull item number 1 for discussion, and then items 2 through 9 are available for consent agenda.
Second.
So there's been moved in second for those items. I have 2 just little notes I wrote about the minutes. So minutes of November 1st, we mentioned an event in Powell Butte. I'd just like to add the word, the Lord's Acre event, so just the name of it, if that's accepted. And then also in the last set of minutes, we went to an executive session and came out for 3 documents, and the document numbers are in there, but we could also just put in they were MOUs for specific employment and pay schedules for AFSCME work. So just kind of put in the names of those, or the topics of those documents instead of just document numbers. Okay. So if those are accepted.
That's fine.
Okay. So any other discussion? So seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes?
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. So I'll provide those notes to Sharon afterwards. So back to item number 1, consideration of a revocable license between Deschutes County Health Services and Mosaic Medical. Looks like Christy may be available for this.
Morning. For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. So we have Barrett Flesh with us on Zoom, I believe, that could speak to the zero consideration. So Barrett, if you'd like to step in, that would be great.
Thank you very much for joining us, Barrett.
Yeah, you're welcome. Nice to see you, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. This is really about the Ccbhc and our integrated model of care like we have at Harriman Health Center downtown. And we're expanding that into Redmond, and it's sort of the template for some of the integrated care that we provide. And the low rent it's a very small space. It's a 1 exam room that they have. So you're talking about probably less than 100 square foot. It's a very small room. And the other piece about that is that it supports our grant and our grant requirement with the Ccbhc to provide integrated care. So that is supporting our work as well. So it's, as you see, somewhat in kind based on the collaboration that we already have with Mosaic Medical. And as you pointed out, Commissioner Adair, they are paying utilities, and it's the same model that we've used in other times with them.
I just thought
Courtney and also at Harriman.
it's actually 230 square feet, there's 2 rooms that they're saying, 106 and 108. And I just thought it was important, bringing up Ccbhc. Could you explain what that is so the community would know how important that is?
Sure, that's the Certified Community Behavioral Health Center, and we receive a grant from SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Administration, and it provides support for our integrated care work where we're working with people with diagnosis that include mental health diagnosis, substance abuse disorders, and physical ailments. So you're looking at correlations, for example, of correlations between, say, depression and diabetes, things like that. So the focus is in integrated care between the physical primary care and behavioral health, mental health.
Thank you, Barrett, for that. I appreciate that.
Sure.
So I'll move.
I guess the other thing I'd like to say about this is Mosaic Medical is one of our federally qualified health centers, FQHCs, for the region, and FQHCs provide an extremely important function in supporting people who are either underinsured or on the Oregon Health Plan, and FQHCs can't do this without various kinds of additional support from the community because it's unlike other portions of our healthcare system, it's not a profitable or lucrative thing to do. So the idea that the county would be subsidizing in some way that the delivery of those federally qualified health center services, I think, is entirely appropriate.
Okay, and it sounded like there was going to be a motion.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you for that description. I move approval of document number 2021-902, a revocable license.
Second.
Any other discussion? Thanks for bringing this up and having a discussion. So
Well, I
with
just
that-
thought it was important.
Yeah.
Because some people in the community could wonder why we're doing this, but
Yep.
bringing the fact that we have the certified community, the behavioral health facilities requirement.
Sure complements our services, that's for sure. So seeing no other discussion, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you for the discussion.
Yeah, thanks for your support.
At this time, item number 10, public hearing and consideration of order approving annexation to Rural Fire District Number 2.
Yes, Commissioners, this is the time set for a hearing for the board to consider the request to annex into Rural Fire District Number 2. The property owners have followed all the processes necessary. The fire district has approved the petition. The assessor's office and the county clerk have certified the petition, and community development has reviewed it for consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. Staff would ask that you open the public hearing, call for any testimony. I don't believe there will be any, and then you can close the hearing and take action.
We'll find out if there's public testimony on this topic. So at this time, we'll open up a public hearing on consideration of the order approving annexation to the Rural Fire District Number 2. Is there anybody on Zoom or a possible phone number? Okay, I guess, Dave, you were right. So at this time, we'll close public testimony on this matter. So this is, pretty standard. It's really an opportunity even for the property owner to be in this fire district for development purposes also. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I will move approval of Order 2021-061, annexing the property to Rural Fire District Number 2.
And I'll second the motion.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes?
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you very much. Item number 11, consideration of chair signature of a document for an intergovernmental agreement with Oregon Health Authority. Looks like we have Kara Cronin with us.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kara Cronin, Behavioral Health Program Manager. Requesting today your approval to accept additional funding from the Oregon Health Authority to support our aid and assist clientele in the amount of $167,227.65.
So kind of for the business case of it, this is a program element. We already have this program element in the biennial contract agreement, and this is just that next little step funding that was available that was probably distributed across the counties that are providing this service.
Correct.
Okay, lots of nodding there, okay.
Kara, I'm supportive of this this document or the signature on this document. I would love to just get a little bit better sense of how the aid and assist, how the process works around that. Could you walk me through, kind of how someone comes into, or how someone, comes in, gets classified as aid and assist, or comes into the system, gets classified as aid and assist, and then, where they are likely to go, or where there's a place for them right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So aid and assist is a judicial process where someone is determined to have a qualifying mental illness that, and they are unable to aid and assist in their own defense, meaning generally that they're so ill that they really can't make good legal decisions in their own best interest. So once that determination has been made by the court, there's two routes. One is community restoration, and that's really our slice of the pie, where it's determined that this person could be supported and become able to aid and assist in their own defense in the community. The other route is that they are sent to the state hospital to be recompensated in a secure setting. So both of these are getting folks who need treatment in order to be able to aid and assist in their own defense.
And if, sorry, the term was community restoration?
Community restoration,
So
where we are supporting them in like restoring competence to be able to understand their criminal charges, understand the court process, is what the focus of those services are.
Right. And my understanding is that there's not a lot of room at the state hospital right now, so that probably the majority of people are going through the community restoration process. Where do we provide services to those people, and what does that look like?
Yeah, so actually the state hospital is full of these clients and other folks who are, let's say, are under civil commitment. There's no space at the state hospital for them because Aid and Assist has taken all the beds, actually. But the folks that we do restore in the community, they're receiving services here at our downtown campus with our intensive services teams. Our FACT team is our forensic assertive community treatment team that is providing frequently daily supports to these folks. We also are using a portion of these funds to support a pilot project with Bethlehem Inn, because often these folks might be homeless, and it's exceptionally hard to support somebody to regain competence when they are homeless. So we are working with Bethlehem Inn to have some shelter beds to be able to better support these folks.
Thank you. So the people who are are classified as aid and assist clients, like what proportion of them go are routed to the state hospital, and what proportion stay here and go through community restoration?
I would say it's close to 50-50, maybe a little bit edging towards more going to the state hospital than staying in the community, though the numbers have exploded over the last year due to Senate Bill 295, I believe. So there's more of these clients than there were certainly 5 years ago, definitely 10 years ago, as this is one of the only routes into our state hospital currently.
And it's because the state hospital is full of aid and assist clients that there's not room for civil commitments and other kinds of people that get there. Got it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
My questions.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. So $167,000 will help with these efforts.
No, it's already been spent.
Well,
It was for 3 months.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, we're seeing this, 5 months later, I guess, that it's already been spent. And I'm wondering, how many people have we actually sent to the state hospital this year? Do you have any idea, that kind of a number? I mean, I'm just curious, because we're always hearing that it's
I
like.
could make a guess.
Yeah, a guess is great.
I could make a guess. I would say at least 25, 30. But I'm happy to get you an exact number.
Oh, that would really help, Kara. That would be great.
Yeah, I will do that.
okay, is there a motion?
I'll move board approval and chair signature of OHA document number 166040-5, the document number 2021-908.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you very much. Item number 12, Oregon Living with Fire update. So this would be some folks we haven't seen in a while. They've been out dealing with fire events all around the state and probably the West Coast even. Jennifer Fenton, maybe Jody Barham, Joe Stutler. Are we seeing? Oh, here we go. Okay. I was looking for you online here, but here we are in person.
You get two of us in person.
Yep. Thank you for joining us.
Morning.
Well, good morning. Okay, for the record, Joe Stutler, Senior Advisor for Deschutes County and Contract Administrator for the Oregon Living with Fire program. I'll ask Jody and Jennifer to introduce themselves, please.
Good morning, I'm Jody Barham. I'm the co-coordinator for Oregon Living with Fire, and I'm based out of Bend here.
Good morning, my name is Dr. Jennifer Fenton, and I am one of the co-coordinators with Jody. I'm based out of Klamath Falls, but I'm contracted out to work with Deschutes County as well with Joe and Jody.
Great, thank you.
Good. Thanks for joining us, Jennifer. Jennifer's actually in Reno this week working on some stuff. So anyway, just a few introduction kind of things. First of all, thanks for the support for this county administration, for the program. This is and the opportunity to provide an update. This is the first of 4 presentations we're making, starting in Deschutes County, then to Crook, then to Jefferson, then to Klamath, to update for the counties that are supporting this operation, and then obviously the federal agencies will be next after that. So for the update today, we're going to be sharing with you a program of work that has been approved by our steering committee. Commissioner DeBone is one of those, obviously. Potential, what we think is maybe the highest potential grant opportunity for the Oregon Living with Fire landscape. And then something that I'm really excited about is the very latest science on risk, wildland fire, urban interface, values to be protected, all of that, and have a bit of an announcement on that. And then the last thing we'll share is the February 3rd date. We're convening a fair number of stakeholders. We're estimating about 75 and I'll give you some more details on that event. We'll be at the Fair Expo Center in February. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jody and have her start talking about sharing the program of work.
Good morning. In your packet was the program of work for the Oregon Living with Fire, so you can see it's pretty ambitious, and we're excited that we're actually accomplishing quite a bit. So I came on in June, and then in addition to this work, I also work with an incident management team as a public information officer, so was dispatched to a number of wildfires and then started catching up on the program of work in October and reconnecting with some of our key partners across the landscape. Deschutes County, and thank you for carrying this contract, is one of the critical partners with Crook, Jefferson, and Klamath, and even part of Lake County. So thank you for the leadership that you show there. One of the things that we're most excited about is how we are bringing these stakeholders together. As you can see in the program of work, we're working on all of our goals to really address cohesive strategy. And for those tuning in today, if you're not familiar with that, it's a national fire management strategy that its vision is to safely and effectively extinguish fire when needed, use fire where allowable, manage our natural resources, and as a nation, learn to live with wildland fire. So how we do that through the 3 primary goals that are in this program of work: to restore and maintain resilient landscapes, create fire-adapted communities, and have a safe and effective wildland fire response. So as we're working to enhance our partnerships, Oregon Living with Fire isn't doing the actual work, that our partners are. And our job is to help bring them together to collaborate for the highest and best use of what they can do with the funds that they're given through budgets, through grants that you'll hear from Jennifer later, or through other funding opportunities that we can help them find. So I'm actively engaged in a couple different things, as you'll see in our partnerships section in the program of work. The Deschutes Collaborative Forest is one group here that brings together stakeholders. I'm helping with some outreach for them, some communications, working with their staff and their steering committee. And also the Ochico Collaborative, excuse me. So working with those 2 groups and helping bring them together and really be a link between what they're doing on the landscape and how we can promote the use of forest management practices, whether they be mechanical, prescribed fire, really utilizing our connections here and our strong collaborative spirit in Central Oregon to further the goals of the cohesive strategy. And then I'll hit a couple other highlights and then pass this off to Jen. Like I said, she'll talk about some grant funding. Joe will touch on the item that's still under partnerships that he mentioned. If you go look down on the second page, about halfway down, that's the event that we're having that meets our program of work that we're starting to plan for. And then in communications, I'm sure you're all signed up for our newsletter. We like to reach out to the public and share success stories and lessons learned. So we have our quarterly newsletter that we're doing, reaching out to all of our community stakeholders, and we have people subscribed from around the nation, really watching what we're doing here in Central Oregon. We also participate in the Fire Adapted Communities Learning Network. So representing Deschutes, Crook, Jefferson, Klamath, and part of Lake County in those arenas with all of our partners from around the nation, again, to learn about how to live with smoke, the differences between prescribed fire smoke and wildfire smoke, and really how to help our communities become more fire adapted. I'm working with Boone Zimmerly from Project Wildfire, and your Fire Adapted Communities Coordinator is critical to the success of this program of work as well. And then moving down our program of work, connecting with folks through conferences, and again, representing you at those places and the work that you're doing and sharing with others those successes and those lessons learned. And then finally, on our steering committee, we have a really robust group on that steering committee, and we've actually added a couple of new faces. We've expanded to include the Oregon Fire Marshal's Office. So we have Heather Miller, who has joined our steering committee, and then Oregon State University Extension, we have Ariel Cowan, who's joined our steering committee. So again, broadening that those conversations and bringing in key experts and people that can help us really connect and see where we may be able to grow and really bring their voice to the table as we move forward with this program of work. So those are a few highlights. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. You can do that on your own time. And of course, you know I'm available anytime to chat about it and to take your feedback as we move forward. So with that, I will pass it off. Joe, do you want Jen to go next?
You bet, that'd be great.
Great.
Jen?
Okay, so this morning I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's called the Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities, or BRIC grant. This grant was created as an annual opportunity. It opens September through around September. They release it, and you have to fill everything out and have it submitted by January of the following year. But it was really created to, again, with that collaboration, have an opportunity for local, tribal, state, and federal cooperators to get together to decide, you know, what projects might most benefit and protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the public for the reduction of community risk. On those applications, you're really limited only by your imagination, so long as you can prove that your project prioritizes and mitigates risk to public infrastructure, community lifelines, and perhaps incorporates nature-based solutions. As a general rule, you cannot apply by yourself. That's why they want you to collaborate with state, federal, local, tribal, and all those guys together. So an individual or a business could not apply by themselves. They really want folks to get together on this. So they have about $1 billion for this contract cycle. They have $1 billion out for funding. State and federal allocation is about $56 million. Tribal set aside is 25, and then the national competition is $919 million, and all the national competition gets allocated toward the state, territory, and tribal set aside, and you're limited again only by your imagination. They will hit really hard on something that's going to enhance the knowledge, skills, expertise of the local workforce, or state workforce, any of those kind of things, to just kind of build us up and respond better to these types of emergencies that we just keep on experiencing. So that's pretty much all I have on that front. It breaks down into, this is just kind of a huge pie, if you will, when it comes to just all the different things. But another one of the key things is that you have to be in an area that has suffered a disaster within the past 7 years, and with the way wildfires are, that's not going to be a problem to find. But again, mitigate risks, build capability and capacity, and you're really limited by your imagination and who you want to work with.
Okay, well, thank you, Jennifer. Just a couple things, a little follow-up. We looked at the Bric grant opportunity and looking at, it's essentially a new program to replace the pre-disaster mitigation that our county with two other counties have been recipients of in 3 occasions to about the tune of about $10 million in the past. Because of the changes, the need to really bring, a wide group of stakeholders in terms of interest, we said, trying to squeeze this in by January deadline for 2022, we'd be rushing this. And so we're learning all sorts of things. For example, Commissioner DeBone, you at our steering committee, you talked about the smoke impacts of long-term smoke from fires and prescribed fire. There's a whole section, and we just need to do some more research on that in terms of who might the partner be, for example, health authority, the tribes. And so we really want to do this right the first time, and we also need to go and talk with the other counties and other stakeholders to be sure there's alignment, for the thing. So we said, we're just going to we don't want to jam this together. Let's be sure we do this right. I will point out something that's come up a couple of times. We have been working really closely with Warm Springs. We have identified a new technology for water delivery on wildland fires, prescribed fire, that sort of stuff. And we actually met with Warm Springs twice. We now have a scheduled prescribed fire on Warm Springs with the new technology in the spring. And now Warm Springs is really interested in becoming part of the steering committee. So I'm excited about that, those changes. And Jennifer, thank you for doing the research on the Bric grant, which is just one of many. So let me move on just for a second.
So Joe, did you not apply for a grant then this next year for January, the one that's due January 28th of 2022?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Commissioner.
You have not applied for a grant for this next year through this Bric program?
That's correct.
You have not?
No, that's correct, yeah. Commissioner Chang, do you have a question?
That was my question as well. I was going to ask, so you're not applying for that program?
That's correct.
It would have had to be in by the 29th of November, the preliminary package, and there was no way coming off of the fire year that we've had with our federal and state partners to pull something that would be of the quality that we'd want to submit.
Yeah.
So that's why we're waiting for next year.
Yeah, we have to line a number of things up, support, and just what is it we're looking for, what's the amount, who would be the, fiduciary, and those kind of things, just as we've done with the previous grant. It just simply was squeezed too much to try to put that together in really a short time frame. So.
Oh, and I do have another question. One was the Central Oregon Cohesive Strategy Initiative institutionalized. We're missing a digit on our information.
Okay, well, thanks for pointing that out, Commissioner. That was pointed out when I submitted it, and I corrected it. I put it back in Municode, and obviously that corrected on the date did not make it in your package.
So what year was it then, when it was in?
It was institutionalized in 2019.
19, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was 18.
Yeah, thank you.
Could I just, the issue that you just described, yeah, staff being out on fires, and then deadlines coming up that you need to be responsive to. This was something that we really struggled with when I worked at ODF, because basically, the entire agency mobilizes when there are fires, and they didn't come up with any good answers there on how you have kind of sustained focus and attention to efforts that you're going to need, that need to keep going even while fire season is going. But it's something that I guess I would encourage you to try to think about right now is doing your best to anticipate what is going to, what needs to be done, or what deadlines are coming up in the fall next year, and doing whatever work you can on those things in these couple of quiet months before fire season really cranks up again.
I agree with you, Commissioner, and it is, for example, 2020, I was out 104 days. There wasn't much that went on, during that time other than the commitment to response. And so we had some of the same issues, with Jody and Jen this year. And we don't have the corner on that market, as you're well aware, with ODF. And so, yeah, you bet we're aware of that, and we'll have to see how that comes together. So.
And that's part of what's so exciting about this February 3rd event that Joe will expand on. That cross-boundary collaboration session is going to get at exactly what you mentioned, starting to that sort of pre-planning and strategically putting together packages to go after various grants, so that when the funding arrives or when it's time to submit, we are ready to go and our partners are ready to go. And we've done that legwork in sort of we don't really have an off season anymore, but in sort of the slower season. So, and that's a huge part of why we're starting in February with those sessions, so that when everyone is dispatched out, then when we do pick back up in the fall, we're ready, like I said, to send those packages out. So thank you for that forward thinking.
Well, and I'll acknowledge, this is the effort. If this is a kind of a year or two into this concept, we are coordinating a couple counties. We're working with our federal partners on this, the land managers, and the intense fire seasons of put you on your heels for 6 months, or fully engage us for 6 months or whatever. This is the cycle. If the dates need to change, maybe that's not appropriate to be asking for November 29th. Maybe there's a different level here, and we'll be able to make that case at the state and the federal level. Okay, we're kind of ready for this, but these dates didn't work for us. We'll have some critical mass to be able to even ask and have that discussion.
That's the plan. And just refresh your memory. It was on and about the 1st of July before we had all the contracts, the agreements in place to bring Jennifer and Jody on. So what you see has happened in the last five months. So actually a lot of progress, and even with fires going on, to get this program work approved and being, looking ahead, for the program. So I want to hit on something real quickly, and I'm not going to, for a moment, pretend to be an expert on this. Was a thing in your package, and it compares 4 programs: fire sheds, quantitative risk, and POD stand for potential operation delineations, and strategic response. And so so 4 examples of the very latest science in terms of looking at risk, looking at investments, fuel treatments within the urban interface, some really incredibly cool science. So the people, and the one that really worked best for our area is quantitative risk, PODs, and strategic response. So the person that's the leader of that has been looking for an opportunity to use this science before there's smoke in the air. Right now, PODs, those kind of things, you can use the risk management if you're building fire line or just determining what kind of team. So the agency has been looking for a place to use this science to make informed decisions on risk, urban interface, high-value risk areas, economy, smoke, those kind of things. And so The gentleman's name is Rick Stratton. He's a Forest Service employee, and he has volunteered to put together a package for our 4 counties at no cost to us. So when Project Wildfire is making decisions, the collaboratives, the stewardships, all of that, will have that science behind us. And they're also going to do a similar project in Monterey County in California for looking at this science before there's smoke in the air, which is we think is really the sweet spot. So
yeah, let's take a moment. And, so what you just said there is real interesting. So Project Wildfire, which is neighborhoods, residential engagement, neighborhood associations, collaboratives, talking about, okay, we have X amount of federal land. What's the agreed upon prescription for this thing, and then stewardships, the operators on the ground. So I'm just saying, let's take a moment and understand what you just said there. That's really interesting. It does need to be a little bit more coordinated, but then once that information is disseminated down all those paths, everybody's starting to see the same big picture.
Common operating picture before the smoke is in the air, and which is the whole purpose one of the purposes certainly of the February 3rd event, but we're able to go after this, and I've used this program on wildland fires a number of times with remarkable success. It's not perfect, but it's really good. So participating with this pod effort, I said, look, we're looking to use this before there's smoke in the air. Is anybody interested? Rick Stratton goes, you bet. So I sent him a map of our landscape, and he is now putting together what that may look like in terms of where investments would be. We'll have that information. He's actually going to make a presentation on February 3rd to kind of kick off that event. So we can look at infrastructure, we can look at 762, Bric, for example. What are the funding sources? How do we convene all of our efforts and within our landscape to implement the quasi strategy, if you only had $1, where would it be? So this backs it up. So where there's Project Wildfire, collaboratives, Joint Chiefs, stewardship, Good Neighbor Authority, he's doing the whole landscape for us at no cost, which I think is a sweet deal. So he's putting weeks of investment in this, and some of the work he's already done. But the opportunity to test, quantitative risk in pods and strategic response before there's smoke, that's where the sweet money is, because we're never going to have enough air tankers to put every fire out. But if we can get ahead of it with good science, then I think we got a winner there. And then the next to the last thing.
Can I just ask a question? So,
Sure.
I've heard a little bit about pods, but I just want to make sure I'm clear for the purposes of this presentation. You're talking about. You said, what we do before there's smoke in the air. Are we talking about, kind of pre-planning fire suppression efforts? Or are we talking about kind of fuels reduction, landscape resiliency type efforts? Or are we talking about the intersection of those things, and trying to make them work together? Or what exactly, what kind of actions or are we talking about planning, or what kind of preparations are we talking about making?
Those are great questions. So you have those 3 components: the operational response, fuels treatment, and then preparedness around communities or fire adapted communities and landscape resiliency. So the whole purpose of this initial look is to look at where the risk is while there's no smoke in the air, and that would include landscape resilience. It would be fuels treatment, be the prescribed burning and mechanical. It'd be looking at which neighborhoods are at most risk from wildland fire in terms of loss. That way, these systems or programs we have in place could look at that science and say, okay, we've got X amount of dollars, where are we going to invest it based on this science? Now, if we have a fire, at some point down the line, we could use the same quantitative risk pods to say, okay, this is where we've made investments, we've updated that, and strategically, this is where we need to deploy the resources, the type of teams, so the things are linked. The whole notion was this quantitative risk and pods and strategic response would only been used in the suppression end of business. They had no opportunity to look at it before the smoke was in the air, Commissioner. That makes sense?
Okay.
Yeah,
And
good
it really
question.
starts with a risk assessment.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, great question. The last two things, to save the day to mention that, and we call it cross-boundary collaboration session. This was suggested by our steering committee. We reserved a place at the fairgrounds. The whole notion is to bring somewhere in the neighborhood, 50 to 75 stakeholders together. We're talking utility companies, we're talking Heart of Oregon, we're talking federal agencies, state agencies, neighborhoods, Project Wildfire collaboratives, and say, okay, so what do you see? Is it infrastructure? Is it 762? Is it program budgets? What is it? And what do you have that's shovel-ready, camera-ready right now? What are you planning to do? And get a clear picture of that across the landscape in terms of where do you leveraging the resources. And by then, we'll have the science. The whole notion is to convene that group to see what that may look like. Because frankly, many of the agencies, when they see SB 762, they see the infrastructure, they're going, man, we got, a boatload of money, and we're really concerned about capacity. Can we really deliver this? So having a landscape picture, this is the first start of this. And what we envision is this is the first step. We'll do this every couple, 3 months. We'll check in. We'll see where people are at. And, it's one thing, for example, the federal agencies got $3.3 billion. That seems an awful lot of money. But if you divide that up over 175 national forests and X number of parks, so where are the priorities? And by then, we think we'll know, what, for example, 762, there's a whole bunch of stuff we don't know about those opportunities. We know a lot more about Bric. There's some other ones out there. And the whole notion is to convene these stakeholders to bring that all together with the intention of them understanding when we're doing this, we are implementing the quasi strategy with the emphasis on landscape resiliency and protecting the community. So that's the whole point of that, that event. And I'm hoping you got the invite. I'm hoping one or more of you can attend that. You'd certainly be welcome. I want to close with just a couple things.
When we were discussing that meeting, remember I was struggling with the concept of, well, is this the pre-smoke meeting which we've had in the past, which is agencies coming together before we think there's, fire, before there's fire activity was planned. But this is switching modes. This is really the, kind of the landscape view of what's out there. What are we mitigating? What are the strategies to mitigate? And knowing that, there will be fire activity at some point throughout the year. So it's really taking the whole thing up a level from.
And then the pre-fire year meeting we've had, since 2005 or 6, we'll continue to facilitate that, bring people together as we did last year, talk about the fire year, bring some leaders in and share those kind of things. Then we'll probably do that late May, early June, something like that. So those will continue as,
As I say, I was trying to differentiate, when we were talking about it, I was trying to differentiate in my head, but so this is kind of that bigger picture of the landscape level review, what management's going to happen, because fire does fit into that.
Right, and it'll help us be proactive going after that funding, like from the federal infrastructure bill. Oregon got $39 million for wildfire work. Well, $39 million over 5 years, this area is going to have to compete with other parts of Oregon for that money. So being proactive in things like this collaborative session really helps us queue up to compete well for those dollars when they become available.
And to efficiently get them to the ground instead of competing locally about wanting to, well, what about my project? What about my project? And when you get to see a bigger picture, you say, okay, let's empower this one first and then go for this one second.
I think that, I would, and I've used this term before, so Oregon Living Fire is essentially Project Wildfire on steroids. It's collaborative, it's the landscapes, it's the Joint Chiefs. It's bringing all that together, leveraging that, across the 4-county landscape. And with Project Wildfire, the collaborative stewardship, they're all part of it. They're not separate. They're all part of quasi strategy implementation. I would like to just, share one thing that I think it's really important for this board, county, to know that in the Western United States, the 17 states that I'm co-chair of, this is the only thing like it. There's nothing else like this. They have some similar things, but it's not specifically focused on quasi strategy implementation. They're not connected to the Western region, not connected to this bigger group called WIPLEAG. So a number of times I get questions, how did you do this? How is this working? You know, what do we need to overcome? The other really cool thing is 3 weeks ago was outreach by Monterey County and specifically the greater Big Sur landscape. And so they are really interested in our fire adapted communities coordinator, Boone Zimmerly, and what that program does. And so I shared the position description. So they are chasing a similar program. So I guess my point is that at our 4th annual quasi-judicial workshop, we highlighted this. And so just so you know, this is only one that we know of. People are attempting to get to this level of landscape coordination to get the resiliency and protect communities, because we know that those are the keys to implementing the strategy. The operational end of it, you know, that's going to happen. And if we can get ahead of it with this collaboration and treatment with all the funding sources, that's how we make a difference. And so I want to share that with you, that this is a success and has been recognized nationally across the West, and you know, I'm very proud of it, and thank you for that. So I'm not sure what we've got time for questions left, but certainly entertain those.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
I believe a year ago, Joe, I had seen in the original documents from 2015 that Warm Springs was part, and you said you're discussing with the Warm Springs tribe, but you do not have a commitment yet for them to join the steering committee?
We do not have a commitment. I have strong interest from Bobby Bruno and Vernon Wolf, and I think part of it was the new technology that came to, specifically came to me, so we arranged a meeting, 2 meetings with Warm Springs. There was a follow-up meeting. Actually, we're going to deploy that technology. It'll happen in the spring now because of the windows, but Bobby is really interested. Warm Springs is interested. Who that will be, we don't know yet, but we're still working on that. So.
Okay.
My question is about the February event. I mean, if one of the goals is to coordinate around the funding streams coming out of SB 762, it seems like it'll be more of a report back than a kind of coordination planning, because I mean, a lot of that funding in SB 762 is only good for the biennium.
Yes. And
by February, we will be, 8 months into a 24-month period, and I mean, the state is being quite slow about releasing solicitations for some of that funding, but when those things drop, they are going to turn around really quickly. And I just being connected to some of the efforts, to pursue those funds, I know that people are they are preparing their proposals right now, and one of the things I wanted to ask about was this shared stewardship group in the Central Oregon region, and for example, I know that it seems like the conversations about the SB 762 landscape scale fuels reduction work are that's where that's happening right now. I had been hoping that we could be prepared from the Deschutes Collaborative for those funds, a while back, but it seems like the kind of the kind of gathering, the convening around that has moved over to that shared stewardship group. So I guess, one of the things I want to understand is how living with fire is not trying to reinvent the wheel, and at the same time trying to support, existing efforts that are ongoing, or kind of like when the cluster, when the node of activity is somewhere outside Oregon Living with Fire, like how do you work with and in that?
It's a good question, and the example you just used is the reason for the event. In about 15 minutes, you could probably identify about 20 different stakeholders who are messing with Bric, they're messing with infrastructure, they're messing with 762. The whole notion of the thing on the 3rd is to convene that for these people that are, the stewardships, the collaboratives, the joint chiefs, NRCS, for example, has got a significant amount of funding that's coming as part of the infrastructure stuff. The whole notion is let's come in and take a look at the status of that. So what are the stewardships planning to do? What are the projects for 762? Forest Service, BLM, ODF, NRCS, what are you planning to do with the funding and stuff that you have? The whole notion of Oregon Living with Fire is convene these groups, put that out there so we have a landscape picture, a common operating picture, if you will, of where, what the deadlines are. Are there opportunities, for example, on good neighbor authority or stewardship for people to work together on a project? Using this science, is that really the best place to invest the money? So the whole notion of this February 3rd event is to bring all that together where people have a clear picture. And then at the end of that, says, okay, so what are the next steps? How do we keep this communication? How do we keep this leveraging? How do we keep these opportunities going to effectively, and so we know, for example, that capacity is an issue right now with ODF, the Forest Service, BLM, NRCS. So how is there a way that we can leverage that capacity so they can meet the deliverables, whether 762 or the infrastructure money? That's the whole purpose of that. But then at the end of that, so what are the next steps? How do we continue this? Now, getting back to the point of capacity, for example, if there's an issue on, putting a grant together for one of these entities we just talked about. That's one of the reasons we have Jennifer on board to help, do those kind of grants. So what opportunities, what can Oregon Living with Fire do to increase capacity to continue to convene these groups where we don't have 20 different snapshots? For example, you're correct. We did a lot of research on 762, and we elected not to even share that with the board because there's a whole bunch of things we don't know. The state's, as you know, Commissioner's way behind on getting directions and stuff out on 762. We hope that'll change by February. So that's the intent of that.
And Commissioner Chang, you make a very good point. We will be working between now and February. It's not like we're not doing anything, going after or bringing together those partners. So having meetings with some of the shared stewardship group, I have some of those next week. Also offering our services and our facilitation and Jennifer's grant writing skills to some of our partners so that they can actively be working between now and that event. So I don't want you to think that we're just sitting back waiting for February and then bringing everyone together. So those conversations are actively happening so that we're ready. And you're right, there will probably be a few things that are more of a report out than being in front of it, but things are happening between now and then. So thank you for that point.
Yeah, no, and thank you for just re-emphasizing that you and Jennifer are doing work to support those efforts where the work is happening right now.
Absolutely.
If I might add something, just to let you guys know, my doctoral dissertation was the development of community resilience to wildfire through emergency response management. I literally went to people with a millennia of experience with wildland fire, and every single one of them said the same thing. We are reactionary, we're not being proactive. And the Bric grant and these things coming down the pike, these events are hitting on all of the things that these emergency responders are saying, which is we don't have enough to respond in time, and we're getting these bigger and bigger wildfires. If the communities were better equipped to be ready in advance of a wildfire to respond more efficiently and be proactive, we'd be looking at a completely different picture. And of all of those people that I was able to interview, there were only 2 that could say, oh yeah, my community is well set up. Everyone else said, I don't know. And so bringing that collaboration in, the Bric grant is so tuned into, okay, we need to have more collaboration and more discussion amongst all of our, all of the people that might know something, and develop that plan before something happens. So I'm really excited about all of this. You can't tell.
That's great, and I share your perspective that we need to be more proactive. I want to reemphasize that there's a tremendous amount of proactive activity happening in our community, and that is why we're ahead of the curve in so many ways, and we need to be in a place where there is a lot of proactive activity, and there are many different groups. There is a risk of people literally tripping over themselves and each other, and so the challenge is how do you support synergy, partnership, without creating a whole nother layer that may or may not be helpful.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, convening this event was high on our steering committee's list. I said there's nobody else that's bringing all of these groups together. So, it's the perfect role, for Oregon Living with Fire. And then based on barriers or capacity or needs, so what can Oregon, other than continue to convene this, then with the two people and my time, how can we continue to support that and adding capacity? And we haven't lost sight of that. Every time we meet, I want to know, how are we adding capacity? How are we building capacity rather than just going to meetings and to avoid the replication? It's not another layer. It's a convening, facilitating layer that brings those entities that are doing really proactive work. The message is all that proactive work is not a fuel break. It's creating resilient landscapes. It's not fire-wise. It's creating fire-adapted communities and getting the message that those are the things that get us out of the operational suppression mode. We're going to continue to spend $10 billion a year on suppression if we don't deal with the other two. That's the messaging, and I think that may be, the most valuable thing that we can provide to understand. If you're doing something in, Lost Track, it's not just picking up pine needles. It's fire adapted communities, which has a significant effect on response, creates resiliency in and around that community. That's the whole point of this. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I think we're
Great.
probably close to out of time, probably overtime, and I apologize.
A little bit over time, but it's good discussion. So just
Thanks.
acknowledge, it was mentioned that Deschutes County holds the contract. We're partnered with other counties, but also the federal government's putting money into this effort also. So, this is a check-in. We don't do this a lot here, and it's very much seasonal because of the fire activity. But during the winter, this is the time to really talk business.
Okay.
Joe, I'm just curious, have they released the cause yet of the Grandview fire?
If they have, I have not seen it.
Okay, and is there any takeaway you have from that enormous bootleg fire in Klamath? Any takeaway from that situation?
In terms of what?
Well, it was enormous. Burned into Lake County. I know a lot of homes were burned down, animal were lost. Was that lightning started?
I have not heard the cause of the bootleg fire. But you're right, it was 500,000 acres, close to, and, drought conditions and all of that. So I haven't heard the cause of either one of the fires. I know what started the Darlene fire, but I haven't heard, either the bootleg or the Grandview.
Okay, I just wondered, if you're in that circle, because a month ago, when I was on the call, they didn't have a cause release yet for the Grandview, and I was just curious.
Well, and it's a great, and typically what happens if it's a lightning caused fire, that's pretty easy to track down. With the satellites and stuff, we typically know when lightning is happening and that sort of stuff. If it's not been declared, it's probably in all likelihood a person caused, human caused fire, and they're still looking at, what those possibilities are. That's typically the pattern stuff. It's a lightning thing. They typically nail that pretty quickly. Those are pretty easy to come up with because you find the point of origin pretty easily on a lightning caused fire.
Commissioner Adair, I'll track down what I can find out today and email all three of you this afternoon.
That would be great, Jody. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just, it was like over a month ago, and they, weren't, releasing it. So I'm just thinking, it's, have I missed it?
Sure. Yeah, I'll check out what I can find out and give you the latest as of today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to be switching modes here.
Very good. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We got the health department chomping at the bit.
We're after.
So we had put a break in on the agenda, but let's not take that right now, maybe after this. But let's get to our item 14, COVID-19 update. So just as agenda creation, we thought, well, let's try to find a break in the mid-morning, because sometimes we go from 9 to 12 and don't even stand up for 2 minutes. So we'll go from there. But for now, let's get right into our next item, the COVID-19 update.
Good morning.
And one note, so let's acknowledge there basically, kind of is the financials in the middle of here for the commissioners to be thinking through. At some point, there'll be a kind of financial ask or review of the status of financials. So it's the COVID update plus the business case of what's going on.
Yes, it's one and the same, right? We're here to present on our performance and how we're responding to this pandemic on the parts that we can control. So that's what part of that is the finances that we're allocating and spending. So commissioners, I actually won't have a major role in this presentation. I'm just here to provide support. My name is Nahat Sadrazudi. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services, and I will be probably switching seats reasonably soon with my colleague Cheryl Smallman, who's behind at the back of the room, our business officer who provides an update on the financials. I'm joined by...
I'm Emily Freeland. I'm the COVID-19 Response and Recovery Supervisor.
And online, we have Dr. Mike Johnson from St. Charles. There'll be a portion of the presentation which will cover the medical system update. Rita Bacho, Dr. Rita Bacho, who's our Advancement and Protection Manager. Dr. George Conway should be also online as well. And I see Molly Wells-Darling. I'm not sure if it's for this meeting or some other meeting. I'm not sorry about that. And then I see Eric Mooney as well, who's also going to provide a slide on environmental health. So with that said, I think I'll give the floor to Emily to start us off.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. So as Nahad mentioned, my name is Emily Freeland, and I will be giving a quick update on our, do I advance this way? Oh, there we go. Our COVID-19 situation in Deschutes County. So our case counts are declining, which is great news. Oops, shoot, did I do that? Thank you. Deschutes County, the case numbers are declining. We last week had 395 cases, which was a breath of fresh air for our team. Part of this is probably due to the Thanksgiving holiday and people testing less during that time period, staying home more with their families. But we hope that this trend continues and our cases continue to decline. We'll see that there's some repercussions for this in the health system as well.
Emily, do you have the number of the breakthrough of that 395?
There was about 150 breakthrough cases last week. So
150?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Approximately. I don't have the number exactly, but it was around 150.
Okay, plus or minus?
Yeah, plus or minus. Perfect. So this chart shows us our deaths of COVID-19 in Deschutes County. You can see we've changed this a little bit. There is the blue line is when the deaths were reported. So we've had several reports up to about 60 in the month of November. You can see with the gray line that shows when the deaths occur that many of those deaths were from September and October. So there was a reporting delay that we saw that made our numbers go up severely in November, even though most of the deaths occurred previously to that.
I mean, the deaths actually have been out of balance for quite a while. You know, that 550 number that the state was putting into the daily reports. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so it seems like somehow we should have known that there was a problem with our number. I know a couple of months ago I was like going, gosh, I was seeing one thing and I was seeing another and it wasn't really matching. So
yeah, it's frustrating, but now this should be pretty much reconciled. I think that the problem has been corrected, and so these deaths should mostly have been reported correctly.
Well, the radio was saying that we just had 79 deaths in the state, and 39 of those 79 were prior, like months ago. And I thought, this could be really, making the public more worried, more panicked, and yet So I did hear the radio, and they did change the way they were reporting that number, which I thought was a good idea.
Okay, that's good.
And my hope, Commissioner, there, I think you're really touching on a broader issue here. My hope is that some of the federal money coming our state's way and in general throughout the country is invested in building some infrastructure, including our data system, which this pandemic has quite exploited and shown us that there are some major gaps in it in terms of timely information being gathered and shared. So that's exactly, I think, what you're touching on as well.
So we have case rates that are highest among young adults. So you can see here, this is a little bit different than the charts that we've shown in previous weeks. This is a 4-week average of the case numbers. And then the gray line is the rate per 10,000 population. So you can see that we have highest number of cases in the 30 to 39 age group, and with lower numbers in the 80 and older, and then lower numbers in the under 5. So vaccination rates also vary extensively by age group. We are happy to report in that 5 to 11 age group, which those vaccines have just been approved, that we're almost at 20% with at least one vaccination for that group, which is really helpful and will help us with the whole herd immunity thing that we've often talked about. With higher numbers in the 65, almost everyone 65 and older is vaccinated, which those are the people that we really want to make sure are vaccinated and also are getting their boosters, which I think that when we show those numbers in the vaccine slides, that is true. We have lots of people going in to get their boosters, and then lower numbers for our lower age groups. So hopefully we can continue to encourage people to get their first and second doses if they have not done that as well. So our case follow-up is stable. We are reaching about 96% of cases within 24 hours of the case reported to us. That means that only about 4%, it's a little longer than that, so it'll be in the day after typically. Last week, as our numbers show, our testing volume also decreased, but the percent positivity did go up slightly to about 10%. The week prior, it was about 9.6%, I believe. But our testing volume was around 5,000, which is significantly down from previous weeks. We hope that the continued testing with rapid PCR testing is available in our communities. There's both rapid testing here in Bend with PCR testing at COCC as well as in Redmond at COCC, and then most of our major providers, St. Charles, et cetera, are still providing that testing services as well with either drive-through or walk-in testing in most places.
Question, so just secondhand information, is there antibody testing available in the county now? And we had talked about this before, there's not a reference point to what antibody testing would be, but it sounds like it's being offered in our community. Does anybody know about that?
So I believe you can get an antibody test through your provider, so you would have to get that lab ordered to get that antibody test.
Our personal provider then, you're saying?
So most providers, yeah, I think would be able to order that test through a lab.
And it was mentioned that there's no reference point to a volume or I don't know the terminology of how to calibrate that, right? Is that correct?
I think the question would be, do I have antibodies and are they going to be effective versus for all of the different variants, and is it enough to make it so I don't get sick? Is this natural quote unquote immunity better than vaccine mediated immunity? There is no measure of that, so I think that that's what you're probably getting at.
So yeah, I mean, there's not a reference point to be.
It's a plus minus test. It's you have the antibodies or you do not, instead of like a quantitative test.
I mean, because people ask about that. It's like if I've had it and antibodies can be measured, does that mean something? And then,
Well,
is there science behind that?
I've got to get it because I've been told that does have numbers. I believe there's only one lab that does do it in our county, and that's on my agenda to do the next couple days. So I will get that done, and I will see, is it a plus minus, or am I actually going to see a number for my antibodies? So
yeah, it's a point in time test. Let's say it gives us a number, let's say 1,000. I'm just making up a number. But what does it mean 3 months from now, 2 months from now? Is that coming down? Is it going up? We don't know. But that's also one part of our immune system. The complementary part to that is the cellular part based on the T cells. And that's the part where we have broader memory to this virus once we get infected, and how quickly our body responds if we're re-exposed, and how long is the duration. All of those things researchers are still working on, gathering information.
So, yeah, I mean, if there's a point in time where there's, easily digestible information on that, maybe that's a future slide, I guess, is what I'm asking for. Just so, and then if the answer is it can be measured, yes or no, but we don't know what that means, that's where we're at too. So people are asking about it.
Yeah.
It's also, I mean, it's helpful to know that, but also if the availability is extremely limited, it's also only so useful, right? I mean, we've spent a lot of time talking about the availability of therapies in past meetings, and that's good. It's good for people to know that there's therapies, but it's also really important for people to understand that the availability of therapeutics is very limited. And so just because something exists, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's readily available to you if you have COVID. And just because the antibody tests exist, it's really good to know that. But it's also really important to tell people if it's going to be very hard for them to access. So.
Yeah, and I don't know the fact.
Well, I will know. I promise I will do that. But it's just like Emily, if it was really 150 over 395, that means that 38% of the positive cases were breakthrough. And I know our average had been up at 30, but that's now up to 38%. So, and I believe today in the hospital, the breakthrough was 21%. Yesterday's hospital number, 21% of the people in the hospital were vaccinated, were fully vaccinated. So, I just think we need to pay attention to those numbers.
One week of data is 1 week of data also. I mean, and Thanksgiving week is a pretty unique week. I mean, it's quite possible that, we see how many fewer tests were taken in Thanksgiving week. So, I mean, it's quite possible that, only certain kinds of people come in and get tested on Thanksgiving week, and other folks, aren't.
Actually, I took my son in. We went up to COCC. He got a test because he was flying. It was so efficient. Went right there, got the test, and in a couple hours he had the answer. So incredibly efficient. I was very impressed. But a trailer right out at CLC. I don't know if he had to have an appointment or not because he took care of it all. But it was incredibly efficient. So I thank them for having it there.
Well, that's great to hear. And I mean, I think the other piece is we've talked a lot about as more and more of our population is vaccinated, we'll see more and more breakthrough cases as a percentage of the number of cases because more people have been vaccinated. I mean, if we get to 100% people vaccinated, like right now, I think we're at 80%. Rita's going to talk a little bit about what our vaccination rate is in our county. We would expect a larger percentage of our cases to be breakthrough because more people are vaccinated, if that makes sense.
I remember immigrating to Ohio. Somebody had to move to Ohio, so it was probably, I was part of that cohort to move to Ohio in the 80s. And I remember not having seatbelts on, like using seatbelts at that time. And majority of the car crashes then would show that people were not wearing seatbelts. Right now, obviously, vast majority of people, close to 100% by law, have to wear seatbelts. We're still going to have car crashes, and majority of the people in those car crashes have seatbelts on, right? That doesn't mean seatbelts are not effective.
But they don't go through the windshield because my husband used to have to suture up people that went through the windshield. And, from when he was a doctor, and he said that was, really one of the major things about wearing seatbelts.
Perfect analogy.
That's the point of
because the vaccines are also helping us not go through the windshields, even if we're in car crashes. So thank you for that analogy, Commissioner.
Well, 21% though are in the hospital today that have been vaccinated. And were we not told originally that we wouldn't go to the hospital?
And it probably would be 80 or 90% if we didn't have vaccination rates up, Commissioner. So I would say that vaccines are effective against death and hospitalization for the most part. They're not foolproof. Neither would be seatbelts. But they're the best tool we have available for us
Those are
right
total
now.
numbers, not hospitalizations.
Right.
And again, it's a tiny sliver of our population, the unvaccinated, accounts for 80% of the people in the hospital. And this huge, the huge majority of our population, the 80% that are vaccinated, only account for 20% of the hospitalizations. So, I mean, as Nahad was saying, it's not bulletproof, but I think that's pretty good evidence that the vaccine provides a substantial amount of protection.
And I want to know what the alternative is, really.
Well-
Because if it's not vaccines or mitigation factors like wearing masks, I want to hear the other solutions for it. Because I'm running out of solutions. I don't have as many tools available. So if somebody can come up with better tools as alternative solutions, I'm all ears. Go ahead.
Okay, so speaking of variants and knowing if we're protected, we do have a new variant of concern that a lot of people have heard about. So Omicron is our new variant of concern that we wanted to talk a little bit about. We skipped over a couple of the Greek alphabet because of some confusion. And just like when you're going to name your kid, you have to think about their initials and what that might say and who might tease them and what confusion that might do. They did the same thing here, and they skipped over a couple of the letters. So we're on to Omicron, which is our newest variant of concern. Each variant has lots of mutations in the genetic material. So this variant of concern has many, many, many mutations in the parts of the DNA or RNA that code for the spike protein. And why this is important is because the spike protein, in this case, we're thinking about two main things. One reason is the spike protein is how the virus attaches to the cell in order to get in and start replicating and making you sick. So if you have a lot of changes to the spike protein, that may affect the way it gets into our cell. What that means, we don't know yet. So they're still looking at what it means as far as virulence and replication and how well that happens. The second reason it's important is because our antibodies recognize the spike protein. That's how they know and recognize it and stop it from replicating in our cells. And so if there's too many changes, the antibodies won't be able to recognize it. So either if you have vaccine-mediated immunity and those antibodies, or natural immunity, or we've talked about hybrid immunity as well, so maybe you had COVID and then you got vaccinated, or you were a breakthrough case and you have this more robust hybrid type immunity, all of those are mediated with these antibodies recognizing the spike protein. So if there's many differences, this could evade all of the types of immunity that people have currently. We just don't know what that's going to be. Probably in a couple weeks, we'll be able to share some additional information there. So now we'll move on to our environmental health update. I think Eric is on Zoom and can kind of go over a little bit about how environmental health has been helping to support our COVID team and all the things we've done. I know this is kind of where I started with my COVID outreach, and I was in EH for a really long time. So I think that their help and support has been huge in our business outreach. Eric there.
Thanks, Emily. Eric Money, Environmental Health Supervisor. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
All right. So December 1st, happy December 1st, everybody. Looks like we're going on about 21 months of our society, our planet dealing with COVID. And so it has, it's mind-boggling to think we're 21 months in. And it's really kind of completely changed the environmental health direction in our daily operations, from losing staff when we had the incident command structure, and then Oregon Health Authority literally directing us in 2020 to not do field inspections at food, pool, and lodging facilities. We've really had to evolve and redefine and redirect our efforts. And so that brings us to the headline. I mean, a couple weeks ago, there was some media attention to looking at our environmental health website to maybe look at, hey, it looks like environmental health isn't doing field inspections. So there was kind of a perception out there that we weren't doing any prevention work in our community. And so I felt like it was a good opportunity to kind of talk about some of the COVID prevention and what some of the inspections that really don't show up on our public-facing website. And so in that 21 months, we've actually had 135 public health plan reviews we've done on new restaurants or remodeled restaurants or mobile food trucks, food carts. And that's a pretty big number. So we're still growing in spite of the pandemic. 15 public health plan reviews on new pools at hotels, motels, or resorts. 2 new hotel plan reviews, 9 new child care plan reviews, 4 new either new or remodeled school plan reviews. And then other things that don't make it onto our public-facing website, 110 school lunch inspections in that period, 150 child care inspections, 115 weekend inspections on temporary restaurants at fairs and carnivals and farmers markets. And then we actually have quantified 250 animal bite reports in that time period too, where we are trying to make sure that animals are quarantined properly and we prevent rabies. With the amount of COVID cases and fielding complaints and reports that come in on our environmental health, public health concern website, and in dealing with all the different interpretive requirements that Oregon Health Authority has put on all sorts of business sectors in Oregon, it came to a point when with this last Delta surge in around middle of July, I said, we got to kind of quantify how many businesses we're reaching out to, businesses that have cases. And so our team put together a spreadsheet. And so 1,030 business outreach calls since the end of July. And those are continuing. And this surge, which I was kind of thinking there'd be an ebb and flow, has just seemed to be a constant flow. So that has really been a major part of our COVID response that has taken us out of the field in large part and kind of redirected us to trying to help businesses succeed, helping them with all sorts of questions they've had, and just trying to help stop the transmission of COVID in these businesses. The other thing that we have quantified in this 21-month period is the volume of people calling and reporting or saying, hey, this business isn't wearing face masks, or in 2020, hey, there's too many people in this business, or hey, they're open, when there was a lockdown, and they're open when they're not supposed to be open. And so we worked with OSHA a lot and OLCC, if the business was serving alcohol. And so those were kind of the enforcement agencies. And we just wanted to provide a lot of education on what folks were supposed to be doing, how to do it right in different businesses, like I said, across all sorts of different sectors. So our goal, however, with that being said, and what I got to share with the media a few weeks ago, is our goal is to get back out in the field in 2022 and start doing inspections at the required inspection frequencies, because foodborne illness and waterborne illness and other environmental health concerns are still out there. It's not all COVID all the time, or it shouldn't be, but unfortunately that has dominated a lot of what we've been doing. But so I think with that, I'll just see if there's any questions, but that's it for now.
Well, I want to thank you and the staff for doing what you're doing. I just can imagine that as staff rotates around, just having a little bit of presence and just getting to the basics. Probably the 80-20 rule. 80% of it is real simple, obvious things to do and reminders. But some people aren't remembering which sink is which for washing the hands or whatever. Just the basics. So just having that presence is going to be valuable out there. So. But it's good that we're keeping those connections warm for every operation that's out there also.
And Eric, I know
Thank you,
your
Commissioner.
department has been under incredible pressure, working with the community, surviving all the different lockdowns, phase 1, phase 2, back and forth, and what we can do. And I just want, please let your whole department know how much we appreciate their compassion they've shown to the community, and it really is important. And, you know, getting back to what you really do well will be important next year. So it's an important.
Well, I have an
goal.
amazing team, and commissioners, I just want to say that you guys have been incredibly supportive of our efforts, and we couldn't be doing what we're doing without your support. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, Eric, thank you for the, that report back on all the work that that your division has been doing. And the increased demands on you, providing technical assistance to businesses, fielding complaints, and doing other work. I would also say, besides just saying thank you to your team, if there's a need to boost capacity, short term, or hopefully someday COVID will really taper down, and if there's a backlog or a period where catch up is needed, and there's some additional capacity needed for a period of time, I hope you'll make us aware of that, and we can try and help bridge that gap and provide that capacity so you can get caught up on your work.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Eric, you have your list. Do you want to pull out now?
Next time.
All right. Am I?
Yep, so the next one is financial, but yep, you've got the control.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cheryl Smallman. I'm the Business Officer with Health Services. And I'm here today to discuss an update on the American Rescue Plan Act funds that were approved by the board for use to public health response and recovery efforts of COVID-19. Specifically, $2 million was allocated or earmarked for this expenditure. $1,275,000 has been approved for expenditure through December 31st of this year. So that leaves $725,000 that is currently sitting in contingency. Now, the slide before you demonstrates the amount of expenditure of the American Rescue Plan Act funds to date in our financial system. To date, we have spent 82%, or $1,042,000, leaving about $232,000 left of the allocated $1.275 million. It's important to note that what has hit in our financial system is only through November 7th. So when I project that out, I believe that we have spent in services through this date the full $1.275 million. So I do have an ask before you today as part of the American Rescue Plan update and the next agenda item to consider moving that $725,000 that's sitting in contingency over to public health expenditure for temporary staffing. If you go to the next slide, what this demonstrates, sorry, it's a little bit small, is our attempt to track ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funds, weekly expense on temporary staff from the time that we discussed and approved to date. That's hit our financial system. So you can see early on we were right around $35,000 per week, and that has increased to the last November 7th invoice of $67,500 per week in temporary staff. As a reminder that those staff serve a variety of categories, including contact tracing and investigations. It includes call center staff, vaccinators, bilingual staff, etc. What you see here is also an indicator of different workload measures. So the blue part of the bar chart are case counts. The orange part are total doses administered, and that's our best effort to identify those administered by temporary staff and Deschutes County Health Services staff. It should be noted that there's an ancillary management of doses that's handed out to others that may administer them that is separate from this. And then we also started tracking the incoming call center volume. That starts, at least tracking wise on this graph, on September of 26. So the big takeaway here is, yes, workload obviously increased as we saw a surge in cases. The cost of temporary staff also went up. We also have the booster rollout, et cetera. Next slide. So, yes, I do have the ask to consider moving the $725,000 from contingency over into expenditure as part of the next agenda item. I estimate at the current November 7th level, this should take us to the beginning of February, assuming that wraparound services and other supports are not needed. So that's just on temporary staffing. It's also important to note that we do anticipate that there will be ongoing expenses after this allocated $2 million. So we are working on proposals for you to consider. I anticipate that that will be in front of you at the next ARPA update, December 15th. Obviously, it will be a good conversation, and there's a wide range of options as we don't know what the future holds. In addition to that, we are working on a FEMA request. The federal emergency declaration was extended through April 1st of 2022. So I anticipate having a request to Oregon Health Authority to increase our FEMA expenditure. Right now, I'm estimating that will be another $500,000 that will help to support ongoing clinic contractors, booster doses, vaccinators, anything that deals with putting vaccines in arms would be eligible under this FEMA funding. So that will help to offset some of the anticipated expenses that would have otherwise hit the health services funds January 1. Are there any questions?
Can I, Cheryl, just mention one thing, if you allow me, in that I think it's good to remind ourselves that although I see the word expenditure up there, cost, expenses, these are investments in our community and community members, the most vulnerable populations in our businesses. So whatever dollars are going towards COVID response are investments in keeping our economy open and our population safe.
Our kids in school and everything else.
But don't you guys find it fascinating that our numbers are still really high for the state? I mean, it's been pointed out on so many levels that, you know, what did we have, like 100 cases or something? Yes. I mean, we are always like at the top per our population. What is it? We were average 201 or something per 100,000. And, you know, even though our county is fourth most vaccinated in the state, we are still at the high end of the positivity. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, I look at this and I'm thinking, okay, we had a spike on September 27th. That was like the highest week of our, you know, our COVID positive testing. And I believe we were spending about $52,000 or something. I know, Cheryl, I asked you, what are we spending on temps? And it was about $52,000. And now we're spending $67,500. And when is, you know, I know we went down a bit, you know, it was a short week, and hopefully it's going to get better, but I think the numbers Monday and Tuesday really were back up where we were, aren't they, Nahad? The positive
case numbers, Commissioner?
Yeah. I mean, I think the case numbers look like we're back up at 100 a day or something.
Yeah, some of that could be artifacts of sort of data delays and last week's numbers, testing and all that stuff too. But in general, I share your concerns and sentiments around what's going on with these high number of cases. By now, as I think Eric mentioned, we were hoping for some ebbs in all this too, but we're just seeing flows. So I think we had a spirited discussion maybe a couple of weeks ago around what could be some of the potential factors that are driving the numbers, including the fact that we are surrounded by neighboring counties which are not necessarily exhibiting similar coverage, vaccination coverage as we are. We are a tourist hub. And so in a way, we're a victim of our own success and blessings that we have in this in this region. So we attract a lot of people, some of whom are vaccinated, some of whom are not, and we have importation of cases, perhaps that drive this. And then there were other factors that were also brought up, and we discussed. Some of these are conjecture, some of these are educated assertions that we're making. We're trying to better understand all this. One thing we do know for sure is that if our coverage, vaccination coverage, was not so high, we would be dealing with a lot more problems on our hands, especially in our medical system that my colleague Mike Johnson will cover as well.
And 80% vaccination still leaves tens of thousands of adults unvaccinated and kids.
Yeah, that's the eligible population. Thanks for also factoring that in, Commissioner Chang, in that this is 80% of that eligible population, which, well, not eligible, but 18 and plus population. So if we were to factor in those who are not yet eligible or numbers below that, we would see a less overall population immunity. That added the fact that we're looking at different variants coming in, and some of which are escaping the vaccine protection also contribute to this as well.
But then again, how many total positives have we had? Like 22,000?
How many what, Commissioner?
Total positives to date have we had? And like most of those have recovered, the 22,000 that have been positive. So that's got to factor in too somewhat.
Sure.
I mean, I know Michael was factoring it in on some formula.
That contributes to some of the population immunity. You're absolutely right, Commissioner.
Right. So I'm just going, you know, it's definitely perplexing.
It certainly is, Commissioner, and you're not alone in that sentiment. I agree with you.
Thanks, Nahad.
And based on scientific evidence, it would have been worse if we didn't have the level of vaccination that we do have in the county. I mean, that's the it's really frustrating that our case numbers continue to be pretty high, but knowing that it could be worse, I think it's important to keep that in perspective.
Okay. If no further questions, then we'll hand the floor to Dr. Johnson. Is that okay with you? Okay, I think you're going to drive the slides from your side, Mike, or am I mistaken?
Did we need to
Yes, I'm
take
hoping that
action
you're
on
looking
that,
at the first one now.
immediate funding ask?
Sorry, Commissioner?
Did we need to take action on that immediate funding ask right now?
I think it's the next session where it's going to be brought up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, please proceed, Dr. Johnson. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Now, I've made a couple of notes throughout the presentations up to this point, and I hope to readdress some of those concerns and comments before we're done. And at the very end, I really hope to demonstrate what would be the scenario if we weren't at our current vaccination rate. So stay tuned for that, and I will show you at the very end. So here is the current 7-day cumulative count. It is dropping significantly, but it is not where it needs to be. So we're in basically we're in a race to have those numbers drop to the point where we can then be better poised to deal with some kind of bump from the Thanksgiving holiday. Because I think that it would be naive to think that there would not be some effect of all of the social gathering that has occurred over the past week. But to be completely honest with you, all the models are pointing to different things as to the degree to which that's going to affect us. But basically, we need to get the numbers down before we experience some kind of a slight bump. Let me take this opportunity to make a comment about the positivity rate. There were several comments about this previously. I just caution everybody, when you look at the OHA website, that they will put up the most recent numbers that are available. But the most recent week, really the data don't settle down. The dust hasn't settled for at least 2 to 3 days after the end of that week. So The one that I'm showing here is the week that was ending November 27th. And that looks like it's stable. But if you take a look now at the most current week, those numbers are not going to be very representative of what's truly out there. So taking a snapshot view of the positivity rate early in a week or even before that week is completely through can really kind of mislead you. So here's what the model is showing. We are going to come down. Now it does show on the far right side here that, you know, it's going to come down to 0. Nobody really knows what the heck's going to happen out here with Omicron and natural immunity waning and vaccination waning. So I only put a lot of credence in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And that means that we should be, and I've said this for several weeks now, we should be in those low 20s by the first week, full week in December. And it looks like we're going to do that. There was a comment about how our region is overrepresented when it comes to hospitalizations. And on this chart, I'm showing both hospitalizations and ICU patients, COVID patients. So we represent in Region 7, which is Deschutes County plus 7 other counties, but we're the vast majority of the population there. We're 8% of the state's population, but we're 1.5 times represented, with regard to COVID cases that are hospitalized. And we're about where we should be for ICU patients. This is a much improved picture than it has been a couple of weeks ago. At one point, Region 7 accounted for 20% of the COVID patients in the first couple of weeks in the middle of November. That has improved. So that's a good sign.
It's wonderful news. In fact,
our vaccination rates, you've seen this.
Oh, Dr. Johnson, I was just going to say it is wonderful news because someone I know couldn't get into OHSU for a major surgery, and she actually got into St. Charles, and I was so appreciative that the numbers were allowed someone to do that. You know, it's much better to only have 28 in the hospital with COVID instead of, what were we at, 99 or something?
Yeah, we were over 100 at one point, but you bring up a good point, and that is, we are now able to start to pick away at some of those backlogged surgeries but I think we're approaching 5,000 backlogged cases right now. So it's going to take us literally years to work through that. If we apply the current paradigm, we are really faced with some monumental tasks. So a temporary dip now below 30 patients in a hospital does help, but it needs to go low and it needs to stay there for a long time for us to even make a dent in the backlog cases. And this is where we are. And I just want to point out, Nahad was mentioning that we are surrounded by a lot of different counties that don't have the same vaccination rate. And that is definitely the case. And it's, as time goes on, the gap grows bigger, to be completely honest with you. And you can see that in the 5 to 11 year olds in true form. But the overall vaccination rate is not bad in Deschutes County, but in just a moment, I'll show you what would happen if it was better or what would happen if it was worse. Here's the picture as we close out November for pediatric visits, sharply down for the emergency department visits. We had 30 in November and we had 73 in October. The number of hospitalized pediatric COVID cases was cut in half from October to November. But I think we would all agree that those need to be zero. And down at the bottom, you can see the numbers, the share of this that is Deschutes County residents. So this is moving in the right direction and actually very good. Good news. Same kind of things with mortalities. Yes, we have much fewer than we've had in the past, but it was a horrible situation in the past, so it's just less ugly. But we are moving in the right direction. Don't miss. I don't want to misinform you. This doesn't mean that it's the mortality rate is less. The mortality rate is still quite high. In the past 3 months, if you are a hospitalized COVID patient, the mortality rate is hovering around 12%. So that's the same as it was in November as it was in October. It's just that we had fewer patient days, so we saw fewer deaths. And over on the left, you can see the breakdown of how those are shared by the counties. I don't know, maybe I'll show this one last time, but the monoclonal antibody infusions are working. They're doing a great job. Now, these are only administered to those that are at extremely high risk. So to have a hospitalization rate that's like 2.4% over this time period for that very high risk group is very good. And we're still averaging, it hovers between 19 and 20 infusions per day since the beginning of August.
Okay, so
The
Dr. Johnson,
vaccinations,
our chart says we had 185
Yes.
deaths, and your chart is only the deaths of Deschutes County that have been in the hospital, right?
these are only deaths, yes, that's the bullet that's up at the top. These are only the ones that have died in our hospital facility. So the others are in long-term care facilities and reported through the state. I just don't have hands-on with those data, so I'm only reporting the ones that are occurring in the St. Charles hospital system.
Okay, I mean, it's just like, it's a big difference now, so.
It is a big difference. And I only, I used to preface my entire presentation with my perspective is certainly from the healthcare system point of view. So, because those are the data that I have immediate access to. But yes, you do point out a difference that is important. So you can see the cumulative hospitalizations by vaccination status. And this is what it was spoken about earlier, that, a very small percentage of the population is accounting for the vast majority of the hospitalizations. And here's another thing that I'd really like to make sure everybody understands, and that is these breakthrough hospitalized cases. You can see that there's 13 years difference in the average age of those patients. The breakthrough cases are individuals, with that are quite a bit older, and because as a fact of that, their immune systems aren't nearly as strong. And when you talk with our providers and the people that are seeing these people every day, they would unequivocally say that these patients, yes, they were hospitalized, but it would have even been much more severe had they not been vaccinated. We would have had more people on ventilators, more people dying, longer lengths of stay. So even though you may have a severe enough case to where you actually get hospitalized, you may survive that and be able to go home. So what I'd like to do now is bring in two more little pieces of information. This is a slide from Dr. Peter Graven at OHSU, and he calculates the observed case-based vaccination effectiveness. And that takes into consideration this little formula that's down here at the bottom. These numbers, as we were saying before, that the more people that are vaccinated, the more number of breakthrough cases you expect. But if you calculate the observed vaccination effectiveness, you can see this line here, and I understand it's small, but it hovers around 79 to 83%. So it is just as effective as advertised. So you can't just go by how many people were in the hospital today that are, quote, breakthrough cases. You need to take a look at larger data sets and over a longer period of time. The final thing I'd like to show you is a little miniature simulation here. Now, I know that this is always risky when you try and do something like this live, but here is the predicted hospitalizations and the actuals, as you've seen many times before. 3- for the vaccination rates of the 3 counties. So right now, this is the actual what we're looking at. But let's say, hypothetically, that we only administered 90% of the doses of the vaccine in Deschutes County that were actually administered. So this is a 10% decrease in the number of vaccinations. And in just a second here, you can see what that does with the model. That means that instead of having around 110 in this last surge, we would have had nearly 220. Now, what this translates to is about 90 additional deaths. So decreasing the number of doses by 10% in Deschutes County alone translates to about 90 people dying. Let's look at it the other way. Let's say that we increased the number of doses in Deschutes County by just 10%. So we're still, so that means this last surge, we would have had 40-some patients in the hospital instead of 110. So when somebody tells me that, the vaccinations aren't working, or, it's, we've got a really high rate, that's all we should worry about. No, more is better, and it makes a huge difference. And that's just one model, but it's shown to be very, very accurate over the past 20 some months. So I don't know, I think that's a very powerful message, and open to any questions.
Michael, before opening questions, so first of all, thanks for the presentation. Just a couple of quick points. You had that slide where you showed, I believe, the breakthrough cases on average age is 71. Just a quick plug, and I know Rita's going to talk about this, really highlighting the importance of booster doses. They're available, accessible in our community. Please make the choice and decision to get a booster, number one. Number two, you also highlighted or mentioned on one of your slides the growing gap amongst the counties in terms of vaccination coverage, if I heard you correctly. And I just want to go to a point that Commissioner DeBone brings up around cause and effect. Certainly there is a role from the demand side, but also I want to go back to Cheryl's slide on where we're investing our dollars. And a large portion of the investments are going towards vaccination rollout. So on the supply side, we're making vaccines available, accessible, and convenient for our community members to get vaccinated should they choose to. And so there is a cause and effect to all this. It's not randomly happening. It's because we're doing our best to really accommodate our citizens here and residents to get vaccinated.
yeah, it just brings up the concept, booster dose. I was able to stand in line and have great community conversations with a few folks and get a booster dose at the Lapine Library last week. And the great, health staff was there providing that. In fact, the provider that, did the dose, I hadn't even met her before, so it was good to talk to her also. So I was just explaining that, people are engaged. It's happening right now. My experience, once again, was just felt like I had a bruise in my arm. I kind of looked at it thinking, is it purple or not? But that's all it was. That was my experience.
Thanks for being a role model, Commissioner.
Yeah.
And, on the subject of making vaccines accessible and available, I just wanted to thank health services for setting up opportunity, setting up clinics for 5 to 11-year-olds, because we were hearing from a number of people in the community, a number of providers in the community that that they were overwhelmed. For example, Mosaic Medical was overwhelmed with people who were not their core clientele, who wanted the 5 to 11 vaccine, and it was taking them away from their core clientele. So us being able to help roll out those vaccines for the 5 to 11-year-olds is a huge community benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Emily Freeland, Crystal Solly, Shannon Walker, April Hinton, Rachel Balboni. These are, and many others who I'm not mentioning, are working day and night to support our providers in this rollout. Rita, I think you're up.
Can we share the slide deck again?
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for advancing the slides, Emily. Thank you for having us. I'm Rita Bacho. I'm the program manager for advancement and protection. So I'm going to be presenting the vaccination data. So this slide shows COVID-19 vaccination rates across the state. Deschutes County has vaccinated 80% of the population, while the state of Oregon has vaccinated 79% of the 18 and older population. So 69.1% of Deschutes County residents, all ages, have received a COVID vaccine, which is great. And I would go ahead and buttress what my colleagues have said. The sooner we can get to almost 100%, I know not everybody is eligible, but for all those that are eligible, the sooner we can get everybody vaccinated, the better for us all to curb the transmission of this dreaded virus. So currently, about 20% of our 5 to 11-year-old age group have received at least one dose of Pfizer vaccine. And 60% of our 12 to 17-year-olds have received one dose of COVID vaccine. So to buttress the points that everybody has made about the effectiveness of vaccines, recent data in Deschutes County show that 5 to 11-year-olds represent the second highest case rates. There is also some reputable scientific evidence that susceptibility to COVID is lower among kids than in adults. So how do we explain the fact that there's high case rates they are the second highest? So why are we having such high case rates among this age group, even though they have lower susceptibility? And one reason I thought of was the fact that the 5 to 11-year-olds were the last to get approval for vaccines. And so this could explain why even though they have a lower transmission rate, they are the second highest, they account for the second highest rates of cases that we currently have in the county. So that goes to say that vaccines work. So although Deschutes County is one of only 5 counties that have exceeded 80% of vaccination rates, as you can see from this map, this is Deschutes County. And then we are surrounded, as everybody have already mentioned, we are surrounded by counties that have very low vaccination rates. So that is also affecting us. I know that is partly the reason why we are seeing such high transmission rates. Also, the other reason I think is how much of the safety precautions each and every one of us is taking. Next slide. So for this graph, it shows our weekly vaccination volumes, both for Deschutes County and our primary care and pharmacies. Our volume reduced over the last week because we canceled a couple of clinics due to the holidays. And I assume that some of the PCPs and providers, pharmacies also probably had fewer slots for people to come in to get vaccinations. This week, we are seeing a very high turnout at several of our clinics, and we hope that this continues. Next slide. So this is a picture of our Larkspur clinic yesterday. It almost looks like a mini mass vaccination clinic. We hit an all-time high both at our Lapine and Larkspur clinics yesterday. We're able to provide 173 doses at Lapine and 500 at Larkspur. Thank you, Commissioner DeBone, for setting an example for the community. So I'm sure you were one of the people that got vaccines last week, and it's included in our numbers. So thank you for that. We are excited that people are interested in protecting themselves and their neighbors from this dreaded virus, because believe it or not, getting a vaccine doesn't just protect you, but protects everyone around you. So I think that is the responsible thing for everyone who is eligible to get a vaccine to do so. I know some people have exemptions, medical and religious, so those are understandable. But as many people as can get vaccines, we are hoping that more people will be able to get vaccines so that we can curb this pandemic for good.
I brought my father-in-law with me too, so there, I said, well, come on, let's go. So yeah, we had a couple people there.
You did your part.
Thank you so much. That is really good that you're setting an example for our community. Next slide.
81.
All right. So for this, so the good news is that everyone 18 and above can now get a booster shot of any of the approved vaccines in the US. So for those who received Moderna and Pfizer, you can get your booster at least 6 months after completing your primary COVID vaccination series. If you receive J&J, you can get your booster at least 2 months after completing your primary COVID vaccination. So be sure to bring your COVID card so that the provider can fill in the information about your booster dose. Next slide. So this is a slide that I wanted to use to explain what we are doing with OHA at the fairgrounds. So we've partnered with OHA to stand up a high volume drive-through COVID vaccination site. I'm sure some of you have heard about that already, or you've been able to actually go to the site. So this began yesterday on the 30th. They were able to provide 454 total doses. 32 of those doses were first doses, 34 were second doses, and 13 were pediatric doses. They actually have the capacity to be able to provide up to 200 pediatric doses. So we believe that that would take some of the pressures off our providers, because this is pretty much like a mini mass vaccination clinic. So I encourage everybody to take advantage of this. So it's open to anyone 5 years and above, and all vaccines are provided. So Moderna, J&J, Pfizer are available. First, second, third, and booster dose will be provided, and you can have your entire family vaccinated. We have a special line for families who have kids. So children between the ages of 5 to 14 years old must be accompanied by a parent or a guardian. And please remember to bring your vaccination card. Next slide. So this slide talks about the effects of some things you can expect after getting the COVID vaccine. There are some common side effects associated with the COVID vaccine, like many other vaccines. And they include pain at the injection site, fever, headache, muscle pain, and tiredness. Side effects, as we all know, are common with most vaccines, and they are usually milder than the symptoms or signs of the actual disease. So it's actually better to get a vaccine, even if it will produce side effects, than to wait to get infected with COVID. When we receive vaccines, our bodies produce antibodies to protect us from the virus or the infectious agents. But in order for our body to produce these antibodies, it needs to go through some important steps, one of which is mobilization of our body's white blood cells to the injection site. And what that does is that it produces some chemicals that can lead to all these wide range of symptoms that we see, which include the swelling, fever, fatigue. These symptoms can be mild, they can be moderate, severe, depending on how our bodies react to the vaccines. Although we refer to these as side effects, it's actually very important for our bodies to be able to mount these immune reactions. And it helps us know that the vaccines are working. However, some folks even do not experience any symptoms, and that is totally normal. It just depends on how individual bodies react differently to vaccines. So some helpful tips to reduce severity of these side effects include taking a lot of rest, cold compress, and pain medications if it's not contraindicated. If you're not sure whether pain medications are contraindicated for you, please contact your provider. Next slide. So I'm sure you're all used to this slide. Where can you get a booster dose? We do have that mini mass vaccination clinic, high output clinic at the fairgrounds. So you can go there and get your vaccines. You can also go to pharmacies, www.vaccines.gov, your primary care physician. We also have some clinics that we run daily at Deschutes County. So you can walk in and get your vaccines. Next slide. Yeah, so these are all options of places you can get vaccines at. They are free, you don't need insurance, no ID is required. You can also go to www.centraloregoncovidvaccine.com. Next slide. So this is the final slide for me. If you have any questions, please go to www.deschutes.org.covid19 vaccine. There are some questions that are frequently asked that have been answered there. So you may get answers to your questions. You could also email us at healthservices@deschutes.org or call our COVID-19 vaccine hotline 541-699-5109. We are open from Mondays to Fridays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
So for that vaccine hotline, it was mentioned, kind of one of those slides shows the spike in activity. So I'm assuming, or you can let me know, that's parents and the juvenile vaccine availability that probably got a lot of people engaged with questions. Is that what happened?
So it was
That is correct. But yeah, go ahead, Emily.
I was just going to say it was a combination of booster questions. I mean, the hotline fields all different types of questions, totally, but we get a lot of booster questions, definitely quite a few pediatric questions, and then just overall COVID.
So both of those topics.
Omicron and anything variant related that comes out, people start wondering, so they need to, and I'm glad they're calling us because that's a trusted source of information.
Yeah, our hotline does an amazing job. They refer people to other teams. They answer questions themselves, and they'll help schedule for testing or vaccines if people are having trouble doing that themselves as well for access issues.
Yeah, we don't give any legal advice nor financial. That's the only thing we don't do.
But some public health medical advice. There you go.
Yes.
So, folks, a couple of just footnotes and a late breaker. So the Omicron, the laboratory testing for Omicron variant of interest is going on apace around the world. I'm reasonably optimistic that we may have some pre-publication evidence about how effective the vaccines are in a couple of weeks when we do our next presentation. And then Dr. Bacho had suggested a late breaker, so I did a little homework last night, Rita. So yesterday, the FDA advisory panel just barely approved the first oral antiviral agent for COVID-19 or the SARS-CoV-2 virus called molnupiravir. It's from Merck. The breakthrough here is that this is oral therapy to be given early, so very similar to Tamiflu for the flu. So early in the course of illness, and it's to actively bind the organism, and it's basically a monoclonal antibody preparation for doing that. This particular one is not as effective as the ritonavir, which is also being considered in the next few weeks from another manufacturer. But it does show substantial evidence of reducing the likelihood of progression to serious symptoms by about half. There are some concerns about what's called the safety profile, with some unknowns as they look at more people have had about possible reproductive effects. So this is right now, if it is approved for use by FDA, this is the advisory panel, this is probably going to be most appropriate for older persons that have limited immunity, for them to be given this very, very early in the course of their illness. And the advantage of this is it's oral. You just take a few pills a day for a short course of therapy. So it's possible to deploy this much more widely. So the fond hope is that this and the other one will be available before the U.S. and goes through another surge, so that we have a way of very rapidly reducing the progression of symptoms, particularly in people that are elderly, have underlying illnesses, and in a time that we have far too many cases to deal with by other means. The advantage of this versus infusion or even the injections that were given with the monoclonal antibody cocktail is clear that it's just people take it. Compliance, of course, is an issue. But so we may be moving into another phase of control of the illness, hopefully in the next few weeks. The manufacturing has stepped up such as to provide fairly large, potentially large supplies of this early in 2022. So as I said, we're hoping that this is the first move, and the next one, ritonavir, which will undergo examination by the same panel in the next few weeks, actually has a very high level of efficacy and a slightly better safety profile based on the data so far. So between these two, we hope to be able to have more actually active treatment early in illness for COVID. Thanks for the suggestion, Rudy.
So question real quick. You said compliance would be the issue, referring to oral monoclonal antibody. Are you referring to, is it multiple? Is it, you have to take them twice a day for 3 days or whatever, something?
Actually, I don't think there'd be anything distinct. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply there would be anything distinctly problematic with compliance to this. It doesn't have odious side effects or whatnot. It's just that oral medication requires people to remember to take their pills.
Well, and that's why I was asking. So it's not just one pill, it's possibly a series, and then, if you've got to take it a couple times.
A number, the dosage varies between the two, but it's typically a number of pills over a short course of 5 to 7 days.
Yeah, no, okay. I just wanted to understand what you were referring to.
And that the reason that it's done that way is that you're trying to provide enough antibody to actively sequester the virus during the time that it would typically be reproducing at the height in the body. Yeah. So you're trying to basically truncate the course of illness. So for that reason, you have to give a relatively large dose, but it's just a few pills, and most people would much prefer that to having to have an intravenous infusion for an hour or an injection, and then of course the inherent costs and the whole structural needs would be way down.
So intravenous infusion is a controlled environment with a controlled quantity. Taking a series of pills and forgetting every other one is the problem. I'm just acknowledging what you were referring to.
Sure. Well, I'm not sure we anticipate that. We're hoping people will be motivated. I was just speaking as a physician. That there's always potential issue with compliance when you ask people to take pills.
Understood.
Dr. Conway, I know it's going to be a while before we understand the level of transmissibility for Omicron. Kind of how well vaccines protect us against it, et cetera, et cetera. But one thing I've been wondering about is, in the worst case scenario that this is, our vaccines don't, our current vaccines don't work very well. Maybe some of the therapeutics that have been developed, that they don't work very well. How long does it take to adapt vaccines? We've gone through the process of creating a vaccine that's effective with current variants, through Delta. How long does it take to kind of build on that work and create a new vaccine that is effective against a new variant?
Sure. That's a very good question. Of course, it's a question a lot of people are wondering about now. So we have, we still have two major types of vaccine. There's the carrier of vaccine fragment types, such as the Johnson & Johnson or the AstraZeneca, typically in a non-pathogenic adenovirus or some other inactive, not illness-causing virus. But then the newer vaccines, the mRNA ones, are basically custom designed for the virus. So the same way that the prototype for the mRNA vaccine was actually developed in a matter of days, the original one was in the NIH labs and I think Bethesda by a small team that had been working on a similar approach for a number of other vaccines. We can go in, that's basically a programmable process. We can go in once we have the genomic sequence and we know where the problems are that there's not good receptivity. That can be reprogrammed in a matter of days. What would take time, though, is changing the production lines, distribution, and also I think there'd want to be at least some de minimis safety testing for this, at least on a small cohort of people. So the estimate is that if the picture is bad, as you were painting, then probably about a 3-month throughput for the fastest vaccines and having them in supply. I don't think most of us are expecting that the picture is going to be that dire. We believe there is likely to be some reduction in effectiveness, but we're hoping it will be incremental. And I want to harken back to something that Nahad mentioned earlier. So you have two different mechanisms for resisting viral infection, or many different types of organisms. One of them is the antibodies, which is what we're talking about, and that's what your body is trained to produce by the exposure to vaccine. But there's also your cellular mechanism, your T cells, your killer T cells, and your other ancillary T cells, and that's called cellular immunity. And we know that the vaccines also train cellular immunity, and some of that can be invoked just by any signal fragment. So even if some of the spike proteins look a little bit different, it's very likely some of them learn to recognize actually the nucleocapsid, which is the sort of proteinaceous sac that contains most of the virus that has the spike protein sticking out. And that should still be readily recognized. So I don't think that I think the likelihood of there being a complete, if you will, a vaccine failure with this new variant is quite low. But what we don't know is we don't know if it's going to be just, incremental difference or if it's going to be substantial. If it's going to be substantial in places where we have very high incidence rates, which is one of the things that's being worried about, particularly in South Africa and in some of the Northern European countries at the outset, then we might have to go back to more non-pharmaceutical measures such as social distance, masking, and possibly even people staying home in very high case incidence areas while we are manufacturing and delivering vaccine. So that's the scenario that we're all hoping to avoid. But I think we'll know the laboratory testing is a very rapid process because you're just looking using convalescent serum, people that have been infected before, and in people that have been immunized, immune serum, and seeing how well that actually in a test tube or a Petri dish inhibits the virus. And that should be pretty well understood in the next couple of weeks. The longer process is looking at how the viral infection proceeds and the incidence of serious effects in people that are both unvaccinated and vaccinated. And that accruing that data will probably take a number of months.
Thank you.
Okay.
There may have been more answer than you wanted, sorry.
No, it's helpful to kind of, I like to look ahead. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Conway. So anything else today? Good update.
Just thank you again for inviting us and for being willing to have a spirited discussion. It's really helpful for the public to be exposed to the truth, and that's to the best of our ability. That's what we're trying to offer here. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for the update and the great discussion today, and we'll see you in a few weeks to do this again.
Indeed. And next time you'll see us, there'll be a big ask coming your way. So just...
Oh, he's warning us.
Just priming you in advance.
Okay. Thank you so much. So at this time, let's take about a 5-minute break. It's been a couple hours, and then we'll get through this one last item before lunch.
Recording in progress.
Helps.
Are worthless.
Okay, so this, item number 15, going to be our last item before lunch. American Rescue Plan funding update.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. Greg Munn and Dan Emerson, both from Deschutes County Finance. And we also have some guests on the line here in terms of our ARPA update, which is today's agenda. And we have about 4 items to be presented to you. The first one is from the City of Sisters. We have Mayor Michael Prieden on the line, along with Corey Misley, who's the city manager, and also Molly Wells-Darling from our health department, health services.
Yeah.
And then we'll also have a conversation about the homeless outreach countywide services requests, and that'll be Molly. And then also, which we talked about at the earlier presentation just a minute ago on the COVID update, was the request from health services for the $725,000, moving those funds from the contingency that the board already approved to available for spending. And then Katrina Van Dis from the High Desert Food and Farm Alliance will talk about the produce side of the donation requests for additional donations for the produce side of food assistance. As you recall, we had the 1017 project in here a few weeks back that was the protein side. So this is the counter to that one. And then we have also in your packet is the normal ARPA list, which you're used to seeing, and there can be some time for conversation about that if any of those you'd like to move towards approval or further discussion. So with that, I'll turn it over, I believe, to, we'll talk about the City of Sisters request, which is in your packet, and I'll turn that over to either Corey or Mayor Prieden or Molly Wells-Darling. Who wants to go first?
Thank you, Greg. I'll lead it off, and then Mayor Prieden and or Molly can obviously help supplement the discussion and answer any questions you may have. So as Greg mentioned, Mayor Prieden and I are glad to be here today to be able to talk about the letter that we sent over to you all dated October 20th with a few requests for ARPA funds to support Sisters Country in West Deschutes County as it relates to houselessness and affordable housing. We know those are 2 separate but very connected challenges that our community members are facing. So I think we're not addressing each of the requests today, all of them today, starting with the request for a rural houseless case manager and outreach coordinator. You know, the city, one of the challenges that we've faced as a smaller town and a smaller staff is not only being aware of and connecting the existing resources that we have, but more so talking about what solutions are best for us to move forward to address this issue. Largely also because the houseless population in Sisters Country is in the national forest. So we have the city, we have the county, we have the state and the federal government all involved, as well as obviously numerous nonprofit coordinators and providers of different resources. So I know Molly and I and other members of her staff have spoken over the years of the need for this, and we feel that ARPA funds are a unique opportunity to fund this position over the next few years, not only to help Sisters Country, but also to support other small communities in Deschutes County and unincorporated communities in Deschutes County. And this would give us an opportunity to immediately assist with connecting people to resources, but also collect data and help inform future decision-making, again, about what are the alternatives and what are the recommendations moving forward to help with this situation. So I'll pause now if Molly or Mayor Prieden would like to add anything, or as I also mentioned, we're obviously here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Corey. This is.
Oh, go ahead, Mayor. Question before you start. Thank you, Michael.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to jump in and say, good start, Corey. And, you know, I wanted to be here too as the one of the elected officials on the council. If you have any questions about this, I'd love to be able to assist Corey in any way to help frame this letter in any way we can. So just thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Michael, I have a question. I don't know either for you or Corey. We have your letter from October 20th, and you're asking for your rural houseless case manager, and you're saying the total cost is $300,000 over 3 years, but it's a half of a position, a half of an FTE. Is that the total cost for yours and Lapine's together, $300,000? Because then that same position, it appears to be asked for in the letter from Dr. Conway dated November 16th. They're asking for $1 million, including increasing support in Sisters Lapine. So I'm wondering if we're seeing the same position twice, and is that $300,000 just for Dear Sisters Country, or is it Dear Sisters Country and Lapine? Do we know?
Good question, Commissioner Adair. Let me speak to that briefly, and then I'll turn it over to Molly. So in conversation with county health staff and also Forest Service staff and law enforcement staff here in Sisters Country, we really came to the conclusion that a full-time position was not necessary to be dedicated to support this issue in Sisters Country. But we obviously need a lot more capacity than we have currently. So we felt that half an FTE dedicated to West Deschutes County would be sufficient. And so the $300,000 request in the letter that the City of Sisters sent was for the entire position, of which half of that position would be dedicated to us. And so therefore about $150,000 would be allocated for Sisters Country. So Molly, if you want to clarify or expand on that, please.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. For the record, Molly Wells-Darling. I am a program manager for our homeless outreach services through Health Services. And yes, so this is a duplicate request. So if it's approved through the Sisters request, we can take it out of our request or vice versa. And I can talk more about that when I talk about my request. But right now, we're not able to get out to Sisters nearly as much as we would like to get out to that area. And just for a little context, in Sisters, we have around, last count, 94 total camps out there with around 110 approximate residing individuals. So we do have quite a few individuals out there who really could benefit from our outreach and connecting them with our services and then getting them connected to entitlements, et cetera, to hopefully move them out of homelessness. So like Corey said, we've had several conversations around the need to increase our services in the Sisters area. And within that, we would really like to increase our services to Lapine as well. So we combine this into one position that would be split between Sisters and Lapine. And then I can talk with you more about our overall health services requests when it comes to my team.
Molly, just, okay, so that you're asking in this letter was $1,065,000. And you're saying this $300,000 would come off of that, but is that $1,065,000? Is that a 3-year request too, or is that just, it's not that clear? How long?
It's through December 2024 for our request, and that request includes 2 case managers, a peer. It includes a van, supplies, and that also request includes converting the current coordinator into a supervisor.
So one of my thoughts is I'd love to learn about this, sit down. This is a board meeting where we're in front of everybody talking about the big picture here. I got all kinds of questions. What are some of the scenarios that we'd be going through here? As I say, I'm generally supportive, but if we do this, we just opened the Office of Homeless Outreach, which is what, our state representative from Bend is trying to fund for us. It's like we're making a choice here by doing this, and we want to do some support, but
it's different than the joint office that's being proposed.
Okay, so we would add these services and we would add more services.
The joint office is about governance and planning and funding, and this is about service delivery. But yeah, I think it is. I don't think they're redundant, and I don't think they're conflicting.
So yeah, as I say, what would a scenario look like? Somebody set up at a camp. Okay, hi, I'm from the county. I'm here to help. And where do we go from there? I don't know what that looks like. And as I say, I'm in a public meeting and we're talking about the big picture and there's asks coming from multiple directions. But I need some help talking this through.
We do have some sense of what Colleen Thomas and Katie DeVito do, and I believe that what we're talking about is scaling that up. I mean, is that you know,
That's correct.
at a high level way, is that a good description, Molly?
Scaling it up, because currently with Colleen Thomas and Katie, we do not have the capacity to really serve our entire county as is currently today. So we're getting a little bit into my request, but you know, there our numbers are continuing to go up and up, which I'll show you or tell you about in my request as well. And we don't have the capacity to meet everyone. So Commissioner DeBone, when we talk about these particular staff are working with people who are experiencing homelessness, who are mentally ill or experiencing substance use disorders. So they're reaching in to meet with those individuals. Often they're going out with the Forest Service into the camps to talk with them, to try to build rapport with them, to provide support, and to ultimately, hopefully, get them, one, you know, into our services, but two, getting them the entitlements that they need, OHP, so that they can get services both medically and for mental health as well, getting them food, getting them to appointments if they need to, removing those barriers that are keeping those who are out in the woods that really don't want to be out in the woods, but it's their only option. Removing those barriers to hopefully get them into temporary housing, transitional housing, permanent supportive housing. And we know that it takes intensive case management and supports alongside of our individuals with mental health issues and substance use disorders in order to get out of homelessness.
Well, and yeah, it's just an observation. You know, this is great. I mean, think about everything you said. It's going to be a wonderful opportunity. But if we're expecting that the population in the forested areas, dispersed camping is going to go down because of this investment, I don't think so. It's going to empower people to say, okay, I'm going to have some services show up sooner or later. The van was here last week. They'll probably be here next week. They're supporting me, making better choices. And I just think of it, it's going to be an expansion, not a contraction. It's just an observation.
That concern actually ties to one of the questions that I have about this proposal. And, you know, for this, I would direct this question back towards the mayor and the city manager. Currently, we have 100 or more people living around the edges of the city of Sisters. They are there for a reason. They chose to be there as opposed to, being near Redmond or being near Bend or being near Lapine. And just because they are outside of your city limits, it doesn't mean that they are not people who are trying to connect with or have connections with the Sisters community. I believe if we create these positions and we have someone out better assessing the needs of the folks who are living around the edges of Sisters and who are who we're trying to get on a pathway to be stably housed and to be able to contribute more effectively to their community. As we heard, a number of these people are actually employed in Sisters. And, that was why Colleen and Katie, when they went by these camps, a lot of them, people weren't home because they were at their job in the city of Sisters. So if we create this position and this person makes the recommendation to the city, the way to get these people out of the forest is to provide shelter or transitional housing in Sisters. I'd like to know whether the city is open and receptive to those kinds of proposals, or whether your hope is that this person will, this position we're creating, will find other ways of diverting the folks who are living around the edges of Sisters that don't involve bringing them into Sisters.
I'll start. Thank you, Commissioner Chang. That's very good observations. It highlights the difference between the houselessness in our forest, which is it's really a rural homeless or houseless situation, as opposed to even what's happening in Bend, and certainly different than Portland. And this is a twofold approach, obviously, to the houseless situation. Services is one side and shelter is another. But we really feel that this is the first step in moving the needle for these people in our community, who many of them, I would say, I don't know if it's a third or a half, that are actually hold jobs, and some of them choose to be out in the forest to avoid paying rent, at least for part of the year. Some of them find a temporary housing during the winter, and then they go back out next summer. We certainly are open to ideas for effective utilization of shelter and sisters, but to get the most bang for our buck right now, to get these people services, is a huge jump. Being that we're so far away from Bend, the services are not here. There's very little service here other than nonprofit organizations. So getting these people the services they need in Bend is a big step. And so I think that the way I would say it is, this is a good first step. Obviously, we're going to continue to look at ways of finding transient housing or more permanent shelter in sisters. There is a cold weather shelter component to our ARPA fund ask, obviously, but it's a little bit of baby steps. Let's get people services, get them to a place where they're stable mentally, get them to a place where they're stable physically. If they have a job, they're going to have with the services, they're going to have a lot better chance of taking the next step into shelter. There's no doubt about it. Corey, if you'd like to back me up on some of that, please do.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was well said. I think the only part I would add is that, we're not here to make a statement or speculate whether the creation of the scaling of this position would attract or bring additional folks in the situation of houselessness to sisters, or whether a permanent shelter would attract or bring additional people in this situation to sisters. We're trying to, with this portion of our request, and we have other portions to our request as well, to deal with this challenging situation in more of a holistic, systemic approach. But this portion is to meet people where they're at, and if they want help, get them help, and to, as Molly said, build these relationships to better understand the issue specifically in Sisters Country, to, as the mayor said, better inform our future decision making. So if the answer is, are we pro-permanent shelter or not pro-permanent shelter, that's not the right way to frame this issue from an evidence-based public policy making approach. And so we're trying to get better information to help inform future decision making. We were asked if we were supportive of the Joint Office of Houselessness and as a concept, and the City of Sisters being a participant. And yes, we want to be involved in that coordination and involved in that conversation, as you said, Commissioner Chang, for the longer term planning and approach to dealing with this issue.
I guess I just want to grab onto the evidence-based point in the points you were just making, Corey, and say that there is actually a tremendous amount of evidence that the key to stabilizing people who are experiencing homelessness and getting them on a path to permanent housing, employment, and other things is housing first. There's experience from all across the country that demonstrates that, and so that is sort of the root or the heart of my question. Basically, I don't believe that if there are people who are clustered around sisters, not within your urban growth boundary, but clustered around your community. We heard from the ranger during our joint meeting that the majority of these people live within a couple of miles of the city boundary. That these are people who want to be part of the Sisters community. And if, that experience, that evidence from across the country that housing first is the way to actually bring people in and, integrate them into your community and get them set up so that they're stable and are able to contribute to your community, I do want to know whether the city is open to that before we invest funds in positions that are going to go out and basically learn whether people are interested in that or not. It needs to be, we need to understand whether that is a pathway or an option before we send people out to try to solve problems for people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, can I ask a clarifying question? Because I want to agree with you in saying that the city is supportive of a housing first approach. When you say housing, do you mean, a transitional housing or a multifamily unit or a habitat house or whatever it may be? Or do you mean a permanent low barrier shelter? Because I met with Ian Reed last week, and there are people that he knows in the woods that are working in this community that want a house. They want a home. They don't want to be at a permanent low barrier shelter. So I think we have to be very specific with the language we're using and what we mean when we say it. So when you say, is the city supportive of a housing first approach, what do you mean?
My response would be that the houseless population is pretty diverse, and there will be different needs within that population that look really different in terms of what housing first might mean. There are people who want to be in a house or want to be in an apartment that just can't afford rent or a mortgage or a down payment. If there's a pathway to get those people to where they want to go, that is great. And we absolutely want that. There are other people who are experiencing substance use disorders or who are having mental health challenges who need that you couldn't just stick them in an apartment and say, like, all right, you're all set, go for it. They need, in the ideal world, some of those people, you would go into treatment beds, they would go into they would go into permanent supportive housing with wraparound services. Those are things, those are things that I would likely expect the scale of which is better delivered in a place like Bend. We're working on a permanent supportive housing project right now. That's going to have 36 or 37 beds. But there's definitely a continuum, and in terms of the supply of what we're talking about, a permanent affordable apartment or a home to, a home owners, an affordable home ownership opportunity, the ability to provide, and we'll get into this with your other request, but the ability to provide that is pretty limited in the city of Sisters. So there's so we need to be creative about what that looks, about there being a continuum of options that set people up to get there too. If that looks like a tiny shelter village, if that looks like cottages, I don't know if that looks like safe parking, or places for someone to park their old RV that they're nursing along for a little while. Then I want to know whether that's on the table or not.
So if I can, just for discussion purposes, kind of get the clarity of this. So if somebody owns, either a renter or a homeowner, they're part of an economy where they're paying the overhead and the costs of that housing opportunity. And then if they're not, then there's, the cost of running an operation for somebody in need is provided by someone else. So maybe that's the definition of what we're talking about here. As I said, I'm just trying to get clear here. You know, a tax-paying property owner that's part of, water, sewer, utilities, system development charges, or somebody who's living somewhere that's not part of that economy, not part of that. So, I'm just thinking that's a definition of what the ask is. Maybe that's the switch on, switch off ask.
I think that there's a whole lot in between those two things that you just described. I mean, Housing Works, affordable housing apartment complex that had tremendous amount of public subsidy in it. That's not owned by the people who are renting units in it. Is that part, where does that fall in the two buckets that you just described? It falls somewhere in the middle.
The problem was people that worked in Sisters couldn't get into the workforce project in Sisters. They couldn't give them priority. I remember talking to several business owners, and they were so upset because their people that worked in Sisters couldn't get in where it was subsidized housing. So my question,
that's right. There is a limited supply of that.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. So that's a federal tax credits that empower developers to build a project like that. So it isn't the city council and the tax base locally. It isn't the county. It isn't even the state. State may be a partner in some of those housing, but it's
actually the state investment is pretty important typically in those projects.
Yeah. So I'm just saying. You're asking a very the city council. Are you willing to do something along those lines? I'm just thinking, trying to define the ask.
No, I'm asking. And I think we know that the city council is interested in affordable housing opportunities, but there's also this kind of transitional housing kind of gray area, and transitional housing could actually, in my opinion, look like safe parking.
Which could be referred to as a campground also possibly.
I mean, typically not. Typically it's like a couple of spaces in
for parking and some.
At a host's, host property owner's place. It's not a campground. Safe parking is, it's different than, authorized encampment.
Well, so let's just acknowledge it. Now it's 10 after 12, and I was thinking a half hour we were going to get into something, and we just opened up a big one.
We had very little time to talk with the City of Sisters about this issue when we had our joint meeting, and so to have a meaningful discussion, it has to happen sometime.
Yeah. Well, no, and I'm not opposed to that. I'm just acknowledging we got other agenda items this afternoon. We just slipped into lunch. Molly, please join us in the conversation.
I need to say something because I'm wondering, how many homeless do we have in La Pine? Is there a number on that, Molly? Do you have a homeless number for there? And the other thing I'm worrying about is just having one person go out there. Now, at one point in time, I was visiting all the different homeless locations in the county, and I was just going to drive out there in my pickup. That would not have been a smart thing to do. And I'm thinking, we're just going to ask one person to go out in the forest, 94 different locations. I'm not sure. I think the cell service is pretty good out there, but, is this really a wise decision? And I know we lost one of our churches and sisters. I believe we're down to 2 churches, 2 months now. So that's like an issue. Thank goodness we're having this delightful weather, I guess you could say. I mean, we desperately need the snow, but the weather is nice. So at least if the one church will open tonight, I believe we'll have it for December and January, but we don't have anything now for February. Isn't that right, Michael or Corey? So I don't know. Is that worrying about that one case manager to be out there by themselves? Is that a worry that I shouldn't have?
Well, if they were going out completely on their own, it might be a worry you should have, but oftentimes we're coordinating with the Forest Service to go out into the different camps, or we may partner them with another staff or another organization. So oftentimes they're going out together. In terms of answering your question around La Pine, I don't have a solid number on La Pine at this point in time, but we do know we have a homeless population out there, especially with our individuals who are seeking behavioral health services. I wanted to bring the conversation back, however, to the reason for asking, and the reason for me asking for this case manager position is because these are our people. These are people with mental health issues and substance use disorders who also are homeless that we're really bound to serve. And so this is allowing us to get out into those two communities to provide those services and hopefully get them connected with the level of housing that they want. Some might want to stay where they're at. Some might want to come into Bend or Redmond or to take advantage of our permanent supportive housing. Housing First, you're right, is one of our evidence-based practices that for homelessness. But there's also Housing First scattered sites. So that's something that we could do in Sisters possibly. Instead of having a Housing First development, we do a scattered site like we've been doing in Bend. So those are all different options. But I think, to Corey and the mayor's point, number one, just kudos to them for seeing this as an issue and wanting to help the individuals in their communities with this. And number two, really our discussions have been around, let's get our case managers out there more often, at least 2 to 3 times a week, both out in the camps, but also possibly in the city where people can come in for drop-ins, so that we can really assess what is needed and then move forward with what that plan might be, so that we're doing it in a really thoughtful and financially judicious way.
So where would they go to drop in the city, Corey? What's the answer to that?
I don't have a good answer for that. We would have to figure that out. And I think that's one of the things that we would help them figure out, working with Molly and with the team. That doesn't seem like a barrier that we can't overcome. I do want to underscore, though, that neither the mayor or I are in a position today to say that the council will support this or won't support that, or in this shape or that size or this form or that place. One of the reasons why we didn't write a letter of support for the request to purchase a permanent building that the Sisters Cold Weather Shelter submitted to you all is because that did not go through a community conversation. And the council is elected by this community to represent them and to provide engagement opportunities and move forward supporting our community members, including those most in need, but also engaging and allowing everyone to have a voice as it relates to what is the right approach moving forward for Sisters, and also where and how do we do that, as Molly said, in a thoughtful way. So I know in some respects we might not be saying what any of you want to hear, but I want to echo what Molly said, which is that we are here putting this request forward because we want to help people and we want to continue the conversation and we want to do it in a thoughtful, systemic way. So that is what I think we can commit to you today, is that we will continue to be part of the conversation and look at options and understand if they're a good fit for our community and the needs of our community members.
Thank you. And I want to make it clear, I'm not asking you to say you support any specific kind of shelter or transitional housing. I want to make sure that if we're sending someone out if we're sending a county employee out into the forest on the edge of Sisters to ask people what would work for them and what a pathway for them looks like to get from where they are to more stably housed and contributing, employees or other kinds of members of the community and Sisters, that whatever recommendations come back, that the city is open, that is open to those. In the discussions about the winter warming shelter, I felt like there was a certain degree of, those homeless people are out on the national forest. They're not citizens of Sisters. So, there wasn't necessarily, people weren't necessarily leaping at the idea of bringing them into town to provide services or to provide transitional housing. And I'd like to know that the city is open to hearing any kind of recommendations that come out of this position we're talking about creating, as a, because that'll inform how I feel about supporting that position.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. I'll speak again. I mean, that's why we're here, and that's one of the reasons that we think that this services-based approach is so important, because we know that Molly and the other staff there at the county, as of right now, as far as we know, it's a couple hours a month, and we're going from a couple hours a month to 20 hours a week engagement with the people that need it. And we want to be engaged with them, because 2 hours a month is not enough. And so part of what this services-based approach position is getting them more integrated into the system and finding out what their needs are, because we can't support something that we don't know anything about. We have been getting data from the county on occasion. The last time they went out, there was about 28% of the people that were engaged with that said they would even use a cold weather shelter at all. So again, all that tells us is that there's the other 72% want a different approach, but we don't know what those approaches are, because we didn't get that answer. So I think that this program is important, because it creates that engagement and it brings them into the community, even if they're not actually physically living in the city as of yet. So we're gonna learn a lot from this. That first bullet point in our letter.
Michael?
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michael, 7 years ago, when it was 29 degrees below zero in Sisters in January, that's what I'm worried about, because that can be really incredibly deadly for humans. And I bet that none of our 110 people that are out there now were here then, do you think? So I just think that, that was totally a record. And we really haven't had that kind of cold weather in quite a few years.
No, I understand that, but we have some people that have lived out there for, many, many years. And again, some of them do work within the city and have jobs, and we like that. We want to support these people for sure. So we want to support them in the way that they want to be supported, though, and honestly, with the little amount of interaction that we're able to get and information we're getting now, that's going to change with this program, and that's why we're very supportive of that. I mean, that first bullet point in our letter is huge, and many of the other things you're talking about fall into the second and third points. So anyway, that's all I have for now.
So how about we go 10 more minutes today, but let's make a plan. And this sounds like we may just need to have another special meeting on some of this stuff instead of trying to fit it in. I mean, as I say, I was doing some work on this, prepping for the other agenda items, and all of a sudden, this turned out to be a lot bigger discussion. We're ready for it. I mean, it's about time to, really get down to some of this.
It's December 1st, truly.
Well, and then, so
helpful.
I think I would support putting resources out there for 6 months and really getting a good eye on this, because the whole world's going to want to know what we're doing too. I'm hesitant to commit to 3 full-time employees and purchasing a vehicle, but I am supportive of getting more information and getting somebody out there like now. So I'm just, I'm not opposed to these efforts. We just got to figure out what we're doing.
I'm, based on what I heard today and the discussion we've had, I'm supportive of moving forward with this first bullet as well. I think it has to be a multi-year commitment, because you don't hire somebody who's qualified for 6 months. You don't just those people aren't just kind of lying around in the community, ready to be called upon. I mean, it's we all have a sense of how challenging recruitment is becoming for positions. So if we're going to try something like this and we want good people, we need to make a multi-year commitment.
And it's also just 2 things. One, these are 2 separate requests. So the 2 case managers and the peer, that includes this person. So we wouldn't be funding it through Sisters but that request is a separate one that I still have to discuss and would like the opportunity to discuss that. And then also just reminding everyone, these are mandated services for us. We have to provide services for our people with mental health issues and substance use disorders, and we don't have the capacity to do that at this point with this team.
I'm supportive of the first two bullets for Sisters because I know they're short of church now, and I know that they need to find another location if there isn't a church that can step up truly for the month of February, and sometimes even March can be really frighteningly cold. So anyway, I would support the first
Patty,
two.
this is Mayor Prieden. I think they found a third church for another month. Corey,
they did?
am I right on that?
Well, actually, and I don't know if we have 5 minutes to talk about the second bullet point, if there are some questions around that, but above the fold, front page of the Nugget today is that the Cold Weather Shelter Group is looking for additional help and resources, and the church that was going to be providing a space in February has pulled back because the shelter doesn't have a vaccine requirement for the people that use it. And so that's just kind of breaking news, Michael. That's come out. And so
I would ask
second bullet point. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to ask to table the second bullet point because the people who actually run the cold weather shelter, the board of that organization, they wanted to submit a revised proposal to us, and they need a little bit longer before they can pull that together. So I mean, we can consider this $50,000 approach alongside the Cold Weather Shelter Board's revised proposal at some point in the near future. But I don't think there's a point in looking at this second bullet right now if we don't have that other proposal in front of us as well.
Commissioner Chang, I just asked that we could be involved in that conversation as well. Because we have obviously worked closely with the cold weather shelter for many years in terms of the emergency declaration, the authorizing authority to be able to suspend some of the building code requirements and involve the fire marshal for these spaces to be used for these purposes. And the volunteers that have been in that organization and in those roles have changed over the years. And they came as recently as a couple of weeks ago to ask if we could do their books for them. So I think that we have to be mindful of the capacity of these very generous and compassionate volunteers. What is realistic for them to be able to provide in a safe and efficient manner in our community? And the city would like to be part of that conversation. So that would be our request. And
we welcome that, yeah. And the more work that you can do with the group, in the interim until we have that discussion kind of in formal deliberations here, the better.
Another thing to consider is, you're asking for 500,000. The 15 bungalows with the Veterans Village in Bend, the cost of that actually came out at like $1 million. So just for, and simple, the simple bungalows with the half baths, that ended up being $1 million. But it's, it is a fabulous facility. But would your 110 people even want to use something like that? We need to find out.
That's a great question. And I believe that Greg had shared that that's going to be part of a conversation that you all are having in a couple of weeks, specifically around housing requests. But I would just add real briefly, Commissioner Adair, that the request for those funds is that those would be a puzzle piece to go with the urban renewal funds that we have freed up in the last year, to go with our affordable housing grant program that a portion of our transient lodging tax goes to support, to potentially go with some of our own ARPA dollars, to potentially go with Housing Works and other partners to build a pyramid to get a project built. So we recognize that $500,000 with land cost and also construction cost is not going to get something done, but that plus all the other pieces of this puzzle we've been trying to maneuver over the last couple of years and few years, hopefully will get us to be able to get something built in the near future.
Yeah,
Thanks, Corey.
If we're moving to the third bullet, I mean, I have a first order question to ask, which is, well, let me provide some background first. So in a couple of weeks, we're going to review a number of affordable housing proposals, and those proposals are generally for projects that are closer to construction than this concept is, and so I mean, one of my first questions about this is, are you asking us to give the city a chunk of funds that would be used for a yet to be determined purpose later? Or are you asking us to hold aside $500,000 for when a closer to shovel-ready project emerges that the city is a partner in some way, but comes forward? Most of the other proposals are from affordable housing developers who say, we've got the land, or we've got the design template for these cottages, or we're about to break ground in a few months, but these funds would allow us to accelerate these projects to construction and availability. And so I would be more inclined to do the latter case, to hold $500,000 aside for a project that the city is a partner in, that emerges, in a little while. But because it doesn't sound like there's a really specific project in mind at this point.
Thank you for the clarifying question, Commissioner Chang. We don't want you to send us $500,000. We want you to reserve these funds and allow these to be a chip that we can put on the table with a lot of other sources of funding or potential sources of funding to try to bring partners together, developers together, to be able to get a project going. But I would also add that, having worked in Lapine and just being aware of the size of Redmond and Bend, we are the most constrained city in Deschutes County when it comes to our buildable lands, and especially as it relates to larger parcels to be able to accommodate a 30, 40, 50 unit project. And we had David Brandt, Executive Director of Housing Works, at our council meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we're working with him, we're working with others, we're working with landowners to try to understand what's available. We're also working on our comprehensive plan update and looking at efficiency measures and a potential UGB expansion down the road. So we're coming at it from both sides. But what I would just summarize and say is that we would just ask that you reserve those funds to be able to work with these partners over the next 12 to 18 months. And if we can identify land using a multitude of sources, we can get a project going and constructed fairly quickly. David Brandt said that, once you acquire land, identify land and acquire land, he said about 2 years in terms of, put the pedal to the metal and make it happen. So we would just ask that you set those funds aside. We could then, almost to an extent, come back and say, hey, you've reserved these funds. Here's what we put together. Does this sound good? Does this look good? But we would love it to be a more formal commitment to reserve and allocate those funds if we meet some basic criteria.
Okay. And you mentioned Housing Works, as an example. Is that, in a couple of weeks, we're going to see proposals from affordable home ownership, affordable housing developers in Sisters, and I'm wondering whether this could conceivably overlap with those projects, or whether you mentioned Housing Works, are you picturing specifically like a multi-family housing project for rent, rental units?
Great question. So we have a very active and engaged Habitat chapter, which we're thankful for, and they provide single-family homes through an ownership model, and we're supportive of that. We funded them with $50,000 of our affordable housing grant program last spring, but we understand that the number of units they provide and the amount of land that is required to provide those units is that does not help us very much in the short term or the medium term in terms of getting units. They're not going to build 35 homes in the next 3 years. They might build 9, or, if they can get more land through a potential development that's going to be occurring, maybe a dozen or a couple dozen. So I think the council is predominantly interested in complementing them with a multifamily project, a workforce housing project, providing, 30 to 50 units, but also open to the conversation of some of those units embedded in that project, maybe more transitional housing, or have a different element to them to be able to support some of the people in our community at various levels of need. So I would just underscore that component as well. And then I'll just add briefly, and I don't mean to throw any shade here, but I'm actually missing a tour that our community development director scheduled in Bend with Pacific Crest because they're a landowner here in town and a potential partner. So I was hoping to be able
That tour was right now?
to make it to that tour.
Yeah.
I had to miss it.
I bet they could do another tour for you.
We've been knocking on their door for a long time. That's another story. So anyway, we are actively engaged in having conversations on trying to find partnerships. We need more chips to put on the table to really make something happen.
Okay, well, as I say, I just didn't even see it going this way today. We got lots to talk about. Janice, stand by. So it's 12:30. We do have agenda items for this afternoon. I'm sitting here kind of thinking, well, how can we get through this? What about an idea? What about possibly just scheduling a meeting on Friday and just getting right back to this one agenda item? I don't know if there's any other, just a proposal.
It's very important.
Because I kind of need to start at the beginning and get right down this whole thing again. Go ahead, Janice.
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify which agenda item. We have a very specific request around health services, behavioral health, outreach to people with mental health disorders who are homeless, which is separate from this discussion. And so I just want to make sure that the two aren't sort of mixed up together.
I got that. See, I didn't see it like that as I'm even reading it. So that's why it's so interesting today. You're saying it's a mandated, required, but you're asking for ARPA dollars, which are one-time dollars. And if we have a population that's growing, maybe we should be thinking of this as a long-term investment. So I'm questioning, why is ARPA dollars the place to even start here? But that means the general fund, which you're going to say, yeah, that's a great idea, but we need to talk about that as a board. So
Friday morning works. But what Molly was saying was the $1,065,000, you would take the $300,000 off that's going to Sisters on the Pine, because that's included here for a 3-year employee.
Or bundle that in. I mean, it's overlapping. Yeah.
Okay.
So as I say, we opened this one up, but I don't see closing it up now today.
And just briefly, Commissioners, I'd like to say that we do need to probably very quickly address the $725,000 contingency for health services, as they have spent $1.2 million. I just approved another $120,000, so they're almost at their max of the $1.275 million that I believe that they had asked for. So that wouldn't actually give them enough to do contact tracing for the next week. So maybe just a.
And that's contingency that's already in the ARPA spreadsheet.
Right.
Basically.
It's just a contingency moving over.
If we were going to meet on Friday to discuss this, it could wait till Friday, or you could approve it now.
Right. Well, and then how about the High Desert Food and Farm Alliance?
Yeah, they're waiting to present. Can I suggest from the City of Sisters request, we bundle bullet 1 with the item 2, the homeless outreach countywide services request, and we defer their bullet 3 to the December 13th overall ARPA discussion on affordable housing requests. We do try to, and we hold that maybe till the second one, homeless outreach countywide services request, till Friday if we want to have a more in-depth discussion about that, which it sounds like the other commissioners do. We try to get through the health services base response contingency request and the High Desert Food and Farm Alliance request right now.
So, yes, I mean, we'll see where that all goes, but I mean, I don't see any problems with that whole thing. So, health services, it's a contingency. We know we need to spend that money. The big picture, I mean, I do. I understand we do want to spend the money. Make a motion. We could be done with that one.
What should that motion look like?
Converting contingency in that amount to expend.
I move that we convert the $725,000 contingency for COVID response to expenditure category. Does that sound all right for a motion?
I'll second.
Okay, any other discussion?
And then just let the board know that will max out the contingency reserve for the COVID, so that'll be a conversation, as Nahad pointed out, going forward.
Which was a bucket of the
million.
full ARPA allocation. So that was our first kind of bucket size that we had put together.
This will take us through February, or the first
Yeah.
part of February, and the ask that Nahad was referring to will take us beyond that.
Yep, understood. Well, yeah, so that's another discussion. Okay, so with that motion, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Oh, we're getting somewhere now. High Desert Food and Farm Alliance. Katrina, thank you very much for joining us, as you may have seen. Yeah, thank you very much. We shared some good information from sisters today, and we're gonna have a good discussion. Sounds like Friday, possibly.
And we welcome you coming back for any of those discussions. The discussion of item 1 on bullet 1 on Friday, the discussion of bullet 2 whenever we get that request from that revised request from the Winter Warming Shelter Board, and the other request on December 13th.
But we want to know that you've seen the request too, Corey. I want to know that, you guys are aware of what the request is and you're comfortable with it.
Your staff, Greg and others, have done a good job communicating, so I trust that they'll keep us informed there, and we welcome the opportunity to be involved in all these future conversations. So just make sure we're aware, and we'll be there. Thanks.
And commissioners, just for clarity, are you inviting Molly and I back on Friday to discuss the Behavioral Health Department's request for funds for homeless outreach positions? Is that what I'm understanding?
It's going to be part of the conversation for sure, yes.
It sounds like it's the item that'll be left on this list that we would discuss on Friday.
I'm referring to yes, please join us on Friday.
Friday morning?
Well, we'll find.
Thank you.
Time, yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay. So, Katrina, thank you very much for joining us. You did provide a letter. We have an allocation out to protein, so this was kind of the complementary effort. If you want to talk a little bit about the ask, here's the opportunity.
Yeah, what Greg and I discussed quite a bit was how this is a little bit different from the 1017 project in that they either get proteins donated or purchase them. For us, the type of vegetables we group into different categories, and then we pay based on that value of that good per pound. And so this year, our goal is every year is 15,000 pounds. This year it was 30,000 that we got donated. I talked to Carly at Neighbor Impact to see what she projects will be the difference in the future. And she said when the social service networks start to go away, that she actually will see an increase in need, contrary to what I actually thought would happen. So I anticipate probably the next 2 years the demand will exceed the supply. And I think 30,000 pounds is probably realistic for what we can do. We are looking at ramping up more of the how to distribute and get food to Neighbor Impact, but I anticipate that we could spend the majority of the funds in 2022 season, and if not, for sure by the 2023 season.
Well, and this is going to empower some local farming opportunities. That's the key to this that I see, having that little boost to the efforts for local food production. Just the big picture is what I'm getting at here.
And
yeah,
I think if I understand correctly, Neighbor Impact is going to be providing fresh produce to people who are using food banks regardless. And if we are not able to address a substantial portion of that need through local production, they will be buying produce that was grown who knows where to address that need of their clients.
Yeah, and sometimes it's sometimes they purchase, sometimes it's donated, and the difference is that the quality of the product oftentimes what's donated is the fruits and vegetables that we don't want at the grocery store. So it's all the secondhand. And then what we are providing that Carly's requesting that we provide the fruits and vegetables that they don't get. So leafy greens and other items that we are asking our farmers to grow in particular that she's not seeing and is there's a demand for. So food pantries are requesting.
Thank you.
Well, so I'm supportive. I just let you know. I mean, it's great that we're able to get there. The effort has been in place for years, referring to the alliance itself, and then this will be interesting to see what an investment like this can do.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see whether. And Katrina, maybe you could comment on this. I would imagine creating this additional level of wholesale market predictability for some of these local producers will actually allow them to make decisions like, hey, I'm gonna add on to my greenhouse, or I'm going to plant and I'm gonna clear the rocks out of another row and grow another row. So I mean, overall, the net effect after this ARPA investment over will be an expanded production capacity at the local level.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, like, we just started seeking funds in the last 2 years to reimburse farmers for donations instead of just taking them for free. And I think part of the double from 15 to 30,000 is that they see that they are valued and invest and in production. And so I think it comes back to them and that they're increasing that production for themselves as well. So I think that there's all these positive externalities that will happen because of it.
Well, let's maybe take some time and do a press release together or something, because I mean, this will be exciting news, and especially going into winter for people to think about what could be possible next growing season.
Yeah, I'm happy to write a press release, and I think that's a great idea.
And maybe even like a tour. We could do the same for 1017. We could go out and do a visit and check out some of the places where those ARPA dollars are at work, expanding production, local production to meet food security needs in our community. I think that would be really neat.
Yeah, we could do that for beyond just the county.
I do have a question, because I grew up near Hermiston, that's famous for its watermelon and its cantaloupe, and I'm wondering who really grows any kind of quantity of that fruit here, because of our growing season can be so tricky.
Yeah, so melons aren't typically grown here in the volume that they are in Hermiston, because Hermiston is warmer. But we do have a variety of 2 berries, a strawberry and a raspberry, with the help of extension, that grow well here and actually grow outside of the season of the valley. So you'll get valley fruit, and then you'll see Central Oregon fruit come on.
Okay, so you don't just do then Central Oregon fruit, you pick it up from the best areas, is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is we do in Central Oregon, we grow a volume of fruit, which are strawberries and raspberries, that can be donated, but not melons.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking I had a friend who put all kinds of melons in her garden, and it was 100 degrees in June, and they grew really well. But I thought that was a bit unusual.
I can grow them too. But I don't think it's like a given that they could grow those.
Not a big commercial opportunity.
No, I wouldn't think so. So anyway, good.
Is there a motion?
Any other questions? I move an ARPA funding allocation of $50,000 to the High Desert Food and Farm Alliance Give and Grow program.
And I'll second the motion. I do want to make note that they are charging 7% to be used for administrative costs. So I just think that's important to recognize.
Well, and that is the effort at this time. Okay, any other discussion? Thank you for that. Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
I think that, just to correct, 7% of the total for 3,500.
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, it takes a lot to process lots of different checks and count all the donations and who's providing what.
So we had 2 yeses and a chair will vote yes also, just confirming we're in the middle of a vote. Okay, well, so yeah, the day slipped away from us on this one. Congratulations and thank you for your efforts out there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yep, and,
I'll send a press release and invite you on the tour.
okay.
Thank you.
So we're going to be back.
Well, at this time, yeah, we can come back after 1 o'clock if we want to do,
So what time do we come back?
yeah, 1:15, just do a full half hour, so.
Okay.
How about 1:15? So at this time, we're going to break for lunch and we'll
Sorry, Chad.
reconvene at 1:15.
Commissioners, just before we break, just a real quick question.
Right after Greg's done.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear that on Friday, we'll set up
Yeah,
some
thank
time to come back and discuss, further discuss the City of Sisters and the homeless outreach health services request, the first 2. Is that correct?
Well,
Fully discuss City of Sisters bullet 1.
Bullet
Yeah, I
1.
think-
Okay.
Is that all right to hold
bullet
the
3 will-
affordable
bullet
housing
3
request till the other affordable housing
Oh.
requests come?
Well, yeah, so my thought is, let's, this will be like a work session, let's just kind of work whatever, because that's what I found, we're like starting to go in all kinds of directions here, and there's lots of great information, so let's just spend some time on these topics, because I don't think we need to limit what we talk about.
We'll
I mean,
just
we may not-
generally include those for Friday, and
Yeah.
bullet 3 will be included in on the 15th with the rest of the housing requests, so.
And
Okay.
it's sort of like a, reserve
Yeah.
for multifamily rental housing,
Yep, exactly.
project in
Exactly.
Sisters.
A
Okay, and then,
contingency that we can set up so that they actually know it's something they can pull on, when they can get all their funding together. If
Seed
the
funding.
Veterans Village cost $1 million, what's 500,000 going to do for you?
yeah, and the board, you could obviously set that aside in a reserve, and then as we know more, you could allocate it permanently, or it could change, so you have a lot of flexibility with that.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
so-
and I can really imagine them having $500,000 to put on the table, helping to get Housing Works or Pacific Crest or some other entity more interested in moving forward sooner with a project in Sisters. So it's the idea of seeding, being the seed money for the project as opposed to being the last money, and I think that's exciting.
Great.
Nick?
So let's just think about the schedule on
Yep, I was
Friday
gonna say-
at lunch, because you have a Redmond Chamber event, there's behavior in the morning, there's behavioral health interviews in the afternoon, so look at your calendars and see if Friday's going to work, otherwise maybe either Monday morning or an extending Monday afternoon. So we're open, we just want to make sure that you're aware of your different
Let's, come
scheduling.
back after a break and
Exactly,
kind of land that time.
exactly.
Because I'm pretty flexible, I mean, a chamber event's just something you try to get to.
Okay.
Okay.
Great,
So
thank you.
we'll reconvene at 1:15.
Thank you.
Yeah, can we please go so we can come back?
Recording in progress.
Welcome back after lunch, December 1st. So there's our item number 16, Chad Santola. Thank you for joining us in person an hour or half hour ago, I guess. And but yeah, you mentioned you needed to be back there. So item number 16, consideration of an amendment to a service contract.
Good afternoon. Yeah, kind of compressed the schedule for the afternoon, but we can always make it work. The item before you is a contract amendment with Republic Services for providing support services at the Redmond Transfer Station, Negus facility. Over the years, the growth and use of the Negus Transfer Station warranted getting extra assistance just to facilitate ongoing daily operations. And back in 2011, the Solid Waste Department solicited for providing management services up at the Negus Transfer Station. There were Republic Services was, at the time it was Deschutes Transfer, now Republic Services was the only bidder for that. And since 2011, they've been providing a variety of services at the Redmond Transfer Station. That includes compacting waste in the trailers and the recycling bins, packaging up electronics for off-site shipping, and general customer service activities up there. The contract originally was managed on a 3-year basis, subject to annual negotiation of the fees. And the last contract term on it, this renewal is to extend it for an additional year. I elected to modify them to a 1-year cycle rather than a 3-year cycle because we're embarking on the reconstruction of the Negus Transfer Station at this point, and the services we're going to require out of a vendor up there is going to change substantially. So it'd be a little bit more effective to manage this on an annual basis. This renewal includes a 3.5% increase over the fees from last year. They're under the contract. They're entitled to negotiate the fees based on the Consumer Price Index U.S. City average, and the contract does set a 3.5% limit. I believe the CPI for this last year was over 4%, but we held them to 3.5% on that price increase. So what that does is bring the monthly fee to $13,340.84 per month on the service, and annual rate of $160,090.08. So just to summarize, this agreement amendment before you is to extend the contract for an additional year with a 3.5% increase to provide services at the Negus Transfer Station in Redmond.
Okay, so do you think of that as more than one person's? So it's kind of different times of the day, different tasks, but more than one FTE if we were to hire somebody?
Oh, certainly. So currently, Republic Services provides 2 FTE employees at the facility. They have their own backhoe that they operate for compacting waste. They move full trailers out of the trailer bays and shuffle new ones in. So they have a tractor trailer rig that they use. They have a forklift up there. So for us to get the equipment that they currently use and provide the level of service, it would be definitely 2 county FTEs to provide that service at the same level, plus getting the equipment that Republic Services provides.
Chad, it actually says in the letter the CPI was 6.2%.
I stand corrected there. I didn't have it in front of me there.
Yes. So, with inflation happening the way it is, so we're lucky that it was maxed at 3.5.
Agreed.
If we're ready for a motion?
Sure.
I move approval of document number 2021-732. The services contract with Republic Services for a 1-year extension.
I'll second the motion.
Any other discussion? So I'd just like to acknowledge, that facility is going to be looking different in a couple years, so it'll be interesting to see where it all goes, but we want to thank Republic for their partnership in this and really, keeping that high throughput transfer station going. That's got a lot of utilization up there, doesn't it?
It does. It's Republic's credit. The synergy we have with them, in particular because they're also the franchise collection provider for the Redmond area, having them on the ground with us working at the transfer station definitely helps keep the facility operating pretty efficiently.
Great. So seeing nothing else, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you. Thanks for your flexibility
Right.
today.
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks very much. Have a good afternoon.
Item number 17, Core 3, project update.
Good afternoon. For the record, Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Manager. We have here with us today Scott Acock with COIC. We have Sheriff Nelson on Zoom, and we also have Chief Kemna with Redmond Fire. So before I hand it over to Scott, I just want to do a quick introduction. So the purpose of our presentation today is to provide you with a project update on the Core 3 project, formerly known as the Regional Emergency Services and Training Coordination Center. So that's been rebranded to Core 3. So Scott's going to go through and do a kind of a project where we come over the last year on that, and then also spend some time talking a bit about the memorandum of understanding that's been drafted that will memorialize the key stakeholders and partners in the project, and also memorialize the county's commitment to the property to eventually build this facility. So with that being said, I'd like to hand it over to Scott.
Thanks, Christy.
So let's talk about that name real quick. So Core 3, but it's easier to say and all that. But so it's the Regional Emergency. So Core Central Oregon Regional Emergency is kind of the concept.
It's actually the RE relates to ready, responsive, resilient. That's the three.
Three.
RE
Yep.
is just the first two letters of those three.
Yeah.
So that's what Central Oregon Ready, Responsive, Resilient is the idea.
Well, just so you can even have a vision in your head about, what was that Core 3 thing we were talking about?
Yeah, thank you. So Scott Acock, Community Economic Development Director at COIC. And as Christy mentioned, Chief Kemna is here too, so he probably will say some words or help answer questions. And this presentation you've seen together as well as individually, at least a bunch of the first slides a few times. I'm going to go a little more quickly through those just since it's, recap, if you will, and then focus attention towards the end where there's more information on the MOU. So, the presentation is essentially on the need, what the proposal is, where we've been, where we're going with the process of developing this facility, and the MOU and the next steps around the Memorandum of Understanding. You guys understand the need. You've heard it a bunch of times. We have more and more issues that we're trying to respond to and recover from. Like the wildfires of last year, we have some pretty serious drought issues, although I'm not sure that's exactly related right now. But the big one, kind of the looming thing, is the Cascadia subduction zone event, which is not just a Central Oregon issue, obviously. It's a statewide issue. And we don't have a coordination center in the region to respond to these kinds of events. Obviously, the county and the sheriff's office and all the partners stand up that sort of function at the fairgrounds, but it's not dedicated to that, and it doesn't have all the kind of bells and whistles that you need for communications, et cetera, for a effective emergency coordination center for many agencies working at once. We also don't have an adequate backup 911 center. And really, another really key piece here is we don't have the training facilities that our public safety personnel both are mandated to get, in order to help them get the training they're mandated to get, but also they want to get in order to be able to respond better and be accredited, et cetera. And so that's what this facility is meant to be, is a multi-agency emergency coordination center, a training facility. COCC is also interested in using the training props as a way to support their hands-on part of their the education programs in public safety and emergency response, et cetera. So the idea is that this would be a regionally supported facility, a state-supported facility, and a federally supported facility. It's not on any one entity's back to make this thing happen, but a shared vision, and we have a steering team that reflects that. In the short run, the idea is an emergency coordination center building that would also have classrooms, an emergency vehicle operator course, and 1 burn building. The long run vision has a lot more than that. And the long run, the short term is about $25 million. The long term is a $100 million facility. And right now we're just trying to secure the opportunity and get going on that phase 1. So I'll just go quickly here. It's just there's a lot of history. This has been discussed for more than 10 years in the region. There are lots of similar facilities around the country. We did the University of Oregon did a viability assessment back in 2018 that said it made sense to site this facility here. That then came to the regional administrators group that COIC convenes, and we were asked to start taking on sort of a developer, project manager, neutral facilitation role. As a note, this is not a COIC project. We're doing it on behalf of all the other entities around that table. And so then last year we completed a strategic business plan, and then we're now working on the MOU. We've got support for this project from Regional Solutions Advisory Committee. Governor Brown, Senators Merkley and Wyden have their staff engaged with it now. Our COIC board has endorsed it. We did get a letter of support from the BOCC in January of this year. And we have a whole bunch of folks on the steering team, and we've got a bunch of funding partners already, listed there in terms of folks who have funded the effort to date. Here's a list of the steering team members. I won't read it, but you can see it's a diverse group of local and state agencies. And then here is just the list of all the stuff. So if we're looking out 30, 50 years of building the entire facility out, these are all the props we're talking about. But that's not the vision for the first phase, which is, as I mentioned, about $25 million. So the column on the left, of the 2 columns on the right, the blue one is phase 1 as currently scoped, and the green one is the entire facility. And but the phase 1 even can be slimmed back from that $25 million initial piece. So these are just some slides showing you what you got. That's an emergency operations center, essentially the same thing. Classrooms, other kinds of classrooms. That's the emergency vehicle operator course, and I know that Sheriff Nelson is really interested in that component. Different kinds of fire training, et cetera. So there's a whole bunch more pictures and other PowerPoints, but I know you've seen all that. So where we're at now in terms of next steps is we have a bunch of land use processes to get through if we're going to do it on that site, on the subject property, because it's not in the UGB. We'll need to do design engineering, and we did get, just as a note, we were successful in getting through the the Senate Ways and Means Committee for Homeland Security an earmark request for the design engineering. So we'll see when they pass the appropriations bill if it makes it through, but the most significant hurdle has already been kind of passed in terms of getting that earmark. So that's great news.
So that's an FY22,
yep,
fiscal year 22 appropriations. In which bill? In which appropriations bill?
It's Homeland Security is the big account. It's a specific account for emergency coordination centers.
Got it.
Yep.
So how much is that amount, Scott?
$750,000, okay, which I don't think will pay for the entire cost of design engineering, but it'll go a long way. And so our break ground target is about 30 to 36 months out. Here's the site. We talked about this. This is a county-owned land. It's really hard to see with that tiny fine print, but it kind of lays out what the entire build-out would be in 50 years at a sort of conceptual scale. It's not a detailed site plan. On that property, the old Redmond Rod and Gun Club that, as everyone knows, is owned by Deschutes County, and it's envisioned for the southern 300 acres of that property. As I mentioned, it's outside the UGB, and there's a list there of the different kinds of land use steps that we have to go through. We've done a lot of vetting of these steps with both the City of Redmond, DLCD, and Deschutes County Community Development staff, and they all agree this is the stuff we have to do to make it happen.
Scott, I did
yes.
have a question. When we had our last meeting, I was just wondering what this land was worth. I think I approached Christy with that. I don't know if you've been able to come up with anything.
So I ordered an appraisal for that chunk of property, and so we should have results of that at the end of this month.
And okay, good. End of Christmas. Okay. I just was wondering because if it's going to be expensive if it actually, everything happens, than 100 million. But I just want to just point out what Deschutes County is contributing.
Yeah.
Because there's a whole bunch of people that are going to be part of it.
I think it would be very valuable too to get that number so that when we go to other funders, we can talk about local contributions that they're, it helps leverage and kind of.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Christy.
So we're working on that MOU. Once we have that MOU, we're actually moving from just a steering team to something a little more formal called an executive council, which is detailed in the MOU there. Once the site has been sort of reserved for this use, then we have the money now to initiate an RFP to get a consultant to start doing all the land use steps. And we are pursuing as many funding opportunities as we can. The earlier version of the infrastructure package looked really promising. The one that passed looks less because it doesn't have anywhere near as much emergency response type funding in it as the earlier version did. But I guess that's the case across a lot of accounts in that fund. But we're also looking into state lottery bonds, local funding, et cetera. Okay, why is this not moving? There we go. So components of the MOU has a mission statement. It lays out the partnerships. The core partners are the ones that are paying into it up front. Their associate partners are ones that would like to use the facility but aren't at this time at least paying into the process. We have a project management team that's a small group that is really overseeing and driving kind of the details and the nuts and bolts, which Christy serves on along with myself and Sergeant Garabee and others that you know. The executive council will have all the paying partners, so the core partners, the 3 county emergency managers, a designee from the Fire Chiefs Association, and Coles, the law enforcement association for our region here, and then Oregon Emergency Management Agency, as well as 2 associate partner seats. I think actually we also had a seat there for the regional solutions coordinator, currently Annette Liba. And then we're going to do consensus seeking, but we'll have some fallback voting if we can't be full consensus at that table. The Exhibit B of the MOU is where we outline the requested contribution or reservation, if you will, of that 300 acres of the property by the Deschutes County Commission for this use. And it also lays out why this is the preferred site. We did a process, and this came out as really kind of the only site that made sense in the vicinity of the airport. Now, we'll have to do that again in the land use process, right, because it's a UGB expansion, so we'll be going through that again. But that executive council will be overseeing the development of a master plan, the UGB expansion, annexation, et cetera. So I think, our ask is that you do enter into the MOU, including Exhibit B, that would designate that portion of the property for this use, and to participate in the ongoing efforts of that executive council. Commissioner DeBone is on it, or is on the steering team now, and it would be on the executive council instead, as well as some other folks here. The project management team as well, and then just kind of help provide guidance, for an efficient land use process, and really, frankly, all the other processes, whether it's infrastructure or et cetera, just to be kind of stay engaged with it and help us push this thing through. I think, okay, so there's my contact info. So I wanted to first just pause to see if Chief Kemna has anything he'd like to add to what as one of the project partners. I'll get out of your way.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ken Kemna, Fire Chief, Redmond Fire and Rescue. Really, I just have a couple of things. First thing I want to do is thank you for your time. I know that this isn't the first time you've seen the presentation or heard about the Regional Training Center or Coordination Center concept, so I appreciate you taking the time again to listen to us. The second thing I want to do is I want to acknowledge your vision in this, in participating in this conversation. As one of your local fire chiefs, I really get paid to worry. And to be concerned about the resiliency of this community and make sure that they are properly protected, and to really look as far down the road as I can to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to be prepared for that. So I appreciate you participating in this discussion with us to really think about the future and all of Central Oregon and what a facility like this can do. One thing I want to highlight, and Scott did mention it, but I really want to make sure that I add emphasis to this. As I take on a new role in moving forward with the Core 3 project, one of the things that I am really tied to is making sure that this continues to be a regional project, that it doesn't fall to any one particular agency, one particular jurisdiction, or one particular group to make happen. I mean, this really is a regional project, and it's the responsibility of all of us. And I would say that I have seen in the group a commitment to doing that. This is not going to fall upon the county. It's not going to fall upon any one particular agency. This really, truly is a regional effort and something that will continue to serve the region for some time to come. As you know, in my past, I do have some experience with facilities like this and the opportunities that they provide to a community and to an entire region. And frankly, I think this is the perfect time to be having this conversation. I really look forward to what we're able to achieve. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, but I'll turn it back over to Scott.
Thank you.
Scott, do you know how long the first phase will take, from starting construction to ending? What on a perfect timeline, what are we thinking when this could possibly be open?
It's a great question. I honestly,
I wouldn't say that, but I'm just wondering.
No, it's a great question because I'm not sure. We haven't, once we do the master plan, we have a better shot at answering that question because it's going to yield sort of the, sort of the development timeline and phases. But I mean, I would guess, I'm looking at this, I also wanted to make sure the sheriff, if he wanted to add anything, but I would guess in this sort of 2-year time frame, possibly longer. But anyway, Sheriff, did you have anything you wanted to add?
The only thing I want to add is just, first of all, thank everybody in the room there who's helped, and really just stress my thankfulness and the support that the Board of County Commissioners has given to public safety. Specifically your sheriff's office and this project. It does not go unnoticed, and so I just want to thank you for your support to this point.
But Scott, it took us 3 years to get the Veterans Village done. 3 years, and that was 15 bungalows.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was going to take a couple months.
Yeah. So I think the idea was if the Board of County Commissioners was, open to the MOU and the county entering into it, that we wanted to hear if you had any comments on it first so that we can make revisions. And then I believe the protocol that you usually follow is the other parties sign it and then it comes to you after that. Is that accurate?
Well, so we're talking two things, signing kind of the agreement, defining this partnership, and the ask for the land specifically.
Yeah, that's the ask for the land is the Exhibit B within the same document.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So by signing that, we're committing to do the land.
Yeah, and we just brought the draft today in case you did have any changes. We didn't want to try to memorialize it today, so if the board is in support of moving forward with the MOU with any changes as you see fit, then we'll come back in the next few weeks with a formal consent agenda item to memorialize the MOU.
So where is the value of the land going to go in the MOU?
We would probably put, if you choose to have it in the MOU, we'd probably put it in Exhibit B.
B. Okay.
Yeah, so it'd be a date with an estimated value in that date. So yeah, I haven't talked to other, elected officials as much about this. A little bit of outreach in Jefferson and Crook to the commissioners, just mentioning it. So, I mean, they're generally supportive. I don't know that they're going to be as enthusiastic as Deschutes County, but, just showing the partnership opportunities, training opportunities, even if they're not in any agency, if they're not an investor, the opportunity to utilize this for training. So there's some good things that could come of this.
And the key specific commitment that the county is making through this MOU is the site.
Correct. The Sheriff's Office has provided some developmental funding to this point, and there is
We have $30,000 in the project Fund 090, Project Development Fund, that through the budget process for fiscal year 2021, that money was only to be used for land use or environmental. So it has a narrow scope on what that money could be used for.
So this is a work session on this topic. You're saying it'll come back to another board meeting if we're going to really formalize
As a
it.
consent agenda.
Yeah.
Christy, I'm sorry, I missed the amount of the sheriff funding for 090.
Sheriff's funding, that's separate. What I was speaking about is $30,000. That's budgeted in Fund 090, which is the Project Development Fund. So the Sheriff's Office has a separate funding that they've designated, and so I'm sure Sheriff Nelson could speak to that.
I believe it was 50,000 this fiscal year. And that was, go ahead, sorry, Sheriff.
Oh, no, you're fine, Scott. And that is just based on what is needed at the time. The Sheriff's Office stands ready to invest additional money as the project moves forward.
Yeah, what we did is we estimated a cost of this during this fiscal year for the staffing costs for supporting the effort, as well as all that land use work. And so we've raised that in bits and pieces from a number of agencies, as well as the state.
So I guess thinking back to the big picture, so COIC and you're staffing this, but it's not a COIC thing. By signing this agreement, that really makes the leadership and ownership starting point. The players that sign this agreement will be the management authority for this effort.
Correct.
Even if COIC is still involved and yourself possibly, you'd be kind of working for this entity of the signatories.
We'd be most likely signing it as well, just given that our role is outlined in there as well. But we would not be decision-making in terms of any of the governance questions. It's just simply that staffing, fiscal administration, et cetera, role.
Yeah. Good. So this is how you bootstrap something,
This is
right?
what we're doing.
Get it started.
So Scott, are the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs participating then?
We've had some trouble lately getting participation, just like we have had trouble at COACT or other places because there's not a lot of staff capacity. And we thought we'd identified two people but once they learned more about the project, they felt like they didn't have the decision-making authority to show up on behalf of the tribes. So kind of back to the drawing board on that. Bobby Bruno who's their natural resource director. He's been briefed on it, supportive, asked to be listed on the steering team, but so far he hasn't been able to come to meetings. So that's still a work in progress.
Okay.
If you have any leads or anybody in
No,
particular you think would be interested, we'd love to hear.
Bobby Bruno is, really outstanding, and he's the person that, tries to really step up. So
Yeah.
I was just hoping that they would be part of it.
Yeah, and he is listed on the steering team, but like I said, it's just he's on every team right now.
He is.
So it's hard to get all that time.
Okay. Well,
Great.
we'll try and work on that.
Any other thoughts or questions?
Nope.
So we're talking about 300 acres out of a 1,600 acre parcel or something like that? 1,800, yeah, okay. So it's not partitioned at this time. When would that come around, possibly?
I think that will be another decision-making point a little later to figure out if the county would continue to be the owner of the property, or I think there are options. So as we work through that process, we'll definitely come back and have further dialogue with the board on that.
So just acknowledging that it's a location on a map, but it's not a separate parcel yet. But showing support would kind of assume parcelizing it someday, I guess. At that
Although,
300 acres.
again, it depends on the ultimate governance and ownership of the facility, because you might not need to do that. But it's in the list of to-dos depending on decisions that have yet to be made in terms of governance.
Yep. Good, okay. Well, as I say, I've been excited to be involved with this. It's one of those future forward-looking efforts that we're putting in place as the Central Oregon region grows and in support of public safety on many levels.
And every day that Cascadia does not happen, we have to think we need to be prepared. Yes.
Yep. So I don't know if there's anything formal that has to happen here today, but if there's no concerns about the language in the MOU, then like I said, we would start circulating it now with all the other parties and then bring it back to a future meeting.
We'll have to amend it to add the value of the property.
Yeah.
So we'll talk through that.
And yeah, and as a note, the county council has reviewed it already as well. We did that before this, as well as councils for many of the other agencies.
I'll just say I'm really glad to hear that you've lined up a federal earmark for the early work on this project, and I really do think that if a large part of the emergency preparedness role that this facility plays is for the whole state, that we should definitely make sure that the whole state and that the whole nation is contributing to the development of this facility.
We kind of saw that earmark as a foot in the door, if you will, to come back for future requests. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for laying that out for us. Have a great day, Sheriff.
Thank you, Scott. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
There you go. Item 18, consideration of acceptance of a DEQ grant for community response for smoke.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ed Keith, County Forester. The item I have today for you for consideration is an acceptance of a grant from the Department of Environmental Quality related to wildfire and prescribed fire smoke. You may recall that at the end of September, we requested your approval to apply for this grant, and it's been slightly delayed on the DEQ paperwork side of things, but we now have the grant agreement to move forward. The concept behind this was that we have a community response plan that is specific to the City of Bend smoke-sensitive receptor area, but is really more broadly applicable to really all of Deschutes County and even across Central Oregon. The strategy that we use for that community response plan is largely a communication one, because the actions that people really need to take to protect themselves from smoke are things that they would be doing at home or in businesses or in schools. And so a lot of it is a strategy around making sure that people are aware of potential smoke impacts and the things they can do to protect themselves. So this would really leverage some funding that DEQ offered to us because of the fact we have a community response plan to engage with a vendor that would be selected through an RFP to develop and kind of expand on our communication and really media strategy around not only prescribed fire smoke, but also wildfire smoke. So worked with both Whitney Hale as well as Morgan Emerson on this, writing up kind of the scope of work. I think Morgan actually now has a RFP ready to go once we get all that paperwork in place, with the idea that we would engage with a media firm over the winter and be ready for prescribed fire season this spring, and then of course immediately following that, wildfire season and smoke season for the summer. Hopefully not as bad as it's been the last couple summers, but we'll be prepared for whatever happens to come around. So this grant is a total of $75,000 of state funds through the DEQ. The match that we're providing is just personnel time and then some expenses that we have for maintenance of the website that kind of contains all our information, as well as our text messaging system. So it really, the match is time that we're kind of spending already, and this is additive to that time. We'll be working with a variety of partners. We have a kind of collaborative partnership already on this with the Health Services Department, as well as partners outside of Deschutes County that include the City of Bend, the Fire Department, the U.S. Forest Service, the BLM, Oregon Department of Forestry, and others all participate and have participated in this effort since 2018. With that, if either Whitney or Morgan would want to add anything to that summary, I think they're both in attendance here.
I'll jump in quickly. I don't have anything to add. I think that was a great high-level summary, and Ed continues to impress both of us with his knowledge of communication and marketing consistently. So yeah, nothing more from me, but we're happy to help answer questions in the weeds if the board has any.
Great.
It's been
And that's
doing
the same for me.
communications and marketing for many, many years.
He has.
Go ahead.
No, go. You go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just acknowledgments of the goals of the program, and I was just acknowledge the fact that, I mean, this is something the health department, wants to have input on as smoke events are happening also, really the health effects of smoke.
I'm just wondering, Ed, will the in-kind qualify as the match, or will we actually have to come up with 7,500?
No, it can be provided as in-kind. They just required a 10% match, so fairly low bar as far as grants go. And yeah, it's personnel time of, shepherding the RFP through, working with the media firm, and delivering these products, both myself and Morgan Whitney, and probably an additional person from Health Services with Morgan transitioning into a new position. But yeah, they've accepted those proposed as basically in-kind match.
Great.
So my question is, this work is incredibly important. People need to have this information to, for their health. Effectively communicating about smoke with our community is important for us to be able to continue to do prescribed fire. And so my question is, whenever I see like a communications or outreach or education project, my question is always, how do we know how effective we're being? Like, how do we measure or understand whether we're getting to the right people, whether the messages we're delivering are sticky, and I'm just curious if I didn't see monitoring as, or evaluation as part of this project proposal, but do we have any plans outside of this, or have we done work on earlier outreach efforts to know that, we're using the best methods possible and we're going to, really use these dollars in the best way possible to reach people?
No, those are great questions, Commissioner Chang, and I'll take a first swing at this, and then others can back me up as needed. But I think within the project application, and then you'll see it kind of further expanded upon in the RFP solicitation, we're asking the contracted vendor to do things like A/B testing and monitoring of analytics of digital ads so that they can analyze performance and adjust as they're in process with making those advertising purchases, so we can make sure that we're getting some feedback on what messages, to use your words, are sticky and what ones maybe aren't landing quite the way we thought they would. And then I think through the RFP solicitation, we'll really hone in on kind of the ask of what we're looking for in terms of perhaps a firm that has experience meeting the audiences that we're trying to reach, which are identified through the project scope. So I think we're cognizant of that and trying to, this is a pretty broad ask because it encompasses provider materials and also general, outreach to the community, but we're really working hard to make sure that we're tracking effectiveness on both sides. So Morgan, Ed, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
I've got one addition, and that is after our launch with this community response plan being accepted, the first year that we did prescribed fire messaging was during the first year of COVID, so there actually wasn't prescribed fire going on for the most part. So we we waited for a year, and then this past spring, or actually in June, after this last spring, kind of prescribed fire was back and being implemented again. We did a public survey using the county's SurveyMonkey account. We did get 1,000 responses, and a couple of the questions were kind of insightful as far as this question goes. And I'm going to be citing some numbers off the top of my head, so I could provide you the link to the actual survey results. But one of the questions we asked was, as a result of using this information, what actions have you taken, if any, to protect yourself from smoke? And we listed off the actions that we recommend taking, such as, have you closed your windows and doors at night? Have you purchased a home HEPA filter? And I think it's over 90% of the people that responded to that survey had taken at least one of those actions. Some of them are relatively simple actions, but I mean, buying a home HEPA filter for multi-$100s was a fairly good investment. And I think that there was, 30 to 40% of people that had to even taken that action based on the information they received. So I think we could, recreate that survey again in the future to try to capture not just the number of impressions and did we reach the intended audience, but did they actually take those actions that we're recommending? So.
Great. I'm really glad we have rigorous methods to understand whether we're having an impact or not. Thank you.
So this is acceptance of this grant from DEQ. There's a motion.
I move acceptance of DEQ grant for community response plan for smoke. Let's see a number.
2021
Or $75,000.
Yeah, you can mention document number.
So yeah, document number 2021-943, approval of county administrator signature. How's that?
So yep, clarified. So that was Commissioner Adair's motion that was clarified by Commissioner Chang. So do you second it?
Second.
Okay, how about that? Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair?
Yes. The county administrator can sign it for us at 75,000?
150?
Up to 150, huh?
You can actually go beyond that if you give them specific authority, but without just on a general basis, he has authority up to 150.
Okay.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So last item of the day, legislative session planning. Phil Scheuer may be available.
I believe he should be hopping online shortly.
And we're right at 2:00.
On time.
Wow.
Yes, Commissioner.
After stumbling through the morning.
I will just send him a quick note. And I believe Ryan Tribbett will be joining us as well today.
Okay.
Ryan and Phil, as you know, but for those that may be watching, represent PacWest Lobby, which is the county's lobbyist. And today they're going to be beginning initial discussions with the board about the upcoming 2022 legislative session and kind of providing a status update and also beginning conversations with you about potential legislative priorities that we may want to consider as part of the county's legislative agenda. So, not yet.
Well, so we can take another moment for other items. We talked about scheduling a meeting either Friday or Monday was kind of the discussion. Did anybody able to look at your calendar and figure out what would?
I'm flexible on Friday if that works for people.
Yeah, and I am too. I mean, I have an agenda, a chamber thing on my schedule, but I mean, I can be very flexible with that. So Commissioner Dare?
So can we do it at 10 Friday morning?
Works for me.
Yep. 10 o'clock is fine. So we all start at 10 o'clock, following up with the items from today's earlier session on American Rescue Plan funding. Decision made. You got that, Sharon? She's out there. Yep. But yeah, so that'll be notified as a public meeting tomorrow or to whenever, yeah.
So is that going to be a continuation of this meeting, or are we going to notice that as a separate standalone meeting?
Doesn't matter. I mean, the topic came from this meeting, but we're bringing this topic of an ARPA discussion every couple of weeks.
It's your choice. I mean, we have at least 24 hours, so it's
Yeah.
not an emergency meeting, so I would probably recommend you just continue this meeting Friday at 10 for that particular topic.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, just like you say, so, because, yeah, posting a separate meeting would make it look, I mean, yeah, just like you said, emergency, but it's not like that at all, yeah.
And we'll notify the press. It's not like we won't
Yeah.
let them know, and it'll be posted. So it's not like it'll be.
It's truly following up on that agenda item, that's for sure. So, yeah, okay, let's post it like that. Thank you so much. Is there anything else then, any other items we could fill in today?
I just want to share one point on the Sun River joint meeting that you have December, whatever. 16th. There will be one item for you to consider, and that's a very minor amendments to the operating agreement with the managing board, and you as the county governing body have to approve that. It's essentially between them and the SROA, the Owners Association, but the requirement is for the board. The last time it was updated was in 2018, and they have some very minor amendments, so we'll get that document to you in red line as well as a final document that you'll be able to see. But in talking with Debbie Baker, she thought it'd be a good idea, rather than do it as part of a meeting here where they zoom in or something. We're going to be out there anyway on that
Do it at the joint
morning, so, and you always convene the meeting, and we have a meeting there. Usually there's not a whole lot of discussion topics, but this would be one item to handle that would needs action on, which would be
So that's a
to approve.
business item at that joint
Right.
meeting, okay, good.
Yeah, and she's sent me back the documents today with the signatures, so I'll get that circulated through Sharon to you folks here. I can't imagine you'll have any questions or concerns. It was very minor stuff, but just in case.
Just
we'll get
in
it to you
case.
ASAP.
Okay.
The one other item I would offer up was the Emergency Homeless Task Force met yesterday and did more working over the draft strategic plan that'll come out of that group. I think fairly soon we'll see a farther along draft, second, third, fourth order draft on that's got a vision, strategies, and milestones laid out, fairly well. The action items, of which I'm guessing there'll probably be like 50 or 75. The action plan, the detailed actions, that is probably going to take a little longer. But you'll get a sense of where, kind of the broad trajectory of the thing fairly soon.
So that brings up the concept of if this is going to be a strategic plan with action items, is this going to be for proposed adoption by different governing bodies, or any thoughts about that?
I believe it will, yeah. I mean, Nick, does that match up with your understanding?
I didn't hear it discussed that the governing bodies would adopt it, but I did hear that there would be ownership over actions. But I wasn't involved from the very beginning of this process. Maybe that was the intended outcome from the beginning.
And then there's the interface of this strategic plan with the Joint Office on Homelessness, which is supposed to, as one of its products, if we opt into be one of the communities that has one of these joint office projects, a strategy will be a product of that joint office. So, I mean, you could, we could consider adopting it, in the next month or so, or if we decide we want to be one of the joint offices, then we could save it and keep working on it as part of that process.
Is this strategic plan, I guess I'm just trying, now I'm thinking of, is this Bend in Deschutes County, or are there other, is Redmond involved?
Redmond has been involved, or at least city staff has been involved.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if this is about, governance and planning and, coordination and kind of envisioning like long-term funding sources, you know, I think that might land differently with the Redmond City Council than, you know, proposals for specific shelters. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
Thank you for the update.
Okay, so the good news is that St. Charles' number today is down to 25 from 28 yesterday. So they're truly going the right way. But hearing this morning from Dr. Johnson that there are 5,000 procedures, surgeries behind, the impact from those health issues that are being, you know, set on the back burner through the last 20 months, I really worry about those impacts. And I'm really hoping that the hospital has been evaluating what they're going to do with that one floor in the tower that they're not using. And I know when I had my monoclonal, the room was full of about 10 traveling nurses from, a lot of them were from Florida. And I'm just hoping that they can get that one level in, and this 5,000 is really, they're taken care of without waiting for 5 years. I mean, remember we were at 2,000, oh gosh, maybe 6-8 months ago, and that seemed like a lot of procedures that hadn't been taken care of. So now to think we're up to 5,000, I just feel really fortunate that somebody I know actually got in for a major surgery, and thank goodness. But you know, 5,000 is a big number for our community.
Those are follow-up numbers from our COVID update earlier.
Right, yeah, I just picked up the number of 25 today, so thank goodness it is going down. But does that mean that they can pick up some of those 5,000?
Medical procedures.
It sounded like it today that they were moving towards doing a lot more elective work because the numbers have come down enough, and hopefully they stay down. Well, you know, not just hopefully. I mean, there's you know, as we understand, there's a lot of things that can be done to ensure that, you know, to keep COVID at bay. Everybody's got a part to play.
Okay, well, so if we have anything else, we'll do it following this item. So legislative session planning and update, item number 19. Phil Shoyers, thank you very much for joining us.
Not a problem, and I have with me our firm president, Ryan, and he is probably going to kick it off if that's okay with you, Commissioner.
Yes, welcome, Ryan.
I think it's that one up there. Yeah.
We have a shade adjustment just going on, just one moment.
I knew I forgot my
Or
sunglasses.
if we can, yeah.
It's okay, Ryan. Is it sunny in Hermiston?
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Phil, is it sunny in Hermiston?
It's definitely sunny here, so
Okay.
yeah, nice weather. So, but
Well, right, it's been a little while since we've had a chance to chat with you guys here at a commission meeting, but since we last met, we had a special session on redistricting. I think the sort of highlight is sort of well known that you're going to have a new congressman there. It's unclear right now if Schrader is going to be running for District 6 or District 5, but there are certainly candidates lined up in all of those. We've had redistricting was right at the same time there were supposed to be interim committee days. They ended up having to cancel that because of the delay of the special session. And so what we had then was, since the end of session adjourning this year, we had only one set of interim committee days. So, and it was just a couple of weeks ago. So it was a really jammed-packed set of agendas. And you know, that's important because the way that they use those committee days is to sort of build momentum, plant the flag, and really start to sort of tip their hand and try to build momentum for what they're hoping to get done in a February session. The reason that's so important as a precursor to the February session is because it's such a compressed timeline. It's a 5-week session. So basically by the end of the first week, you're going to have to be on a agenda to move out of committee by the second week, the end of the second week. And then by the end of the third week, you're going to have to be on an agenda in the second chamber to move out of that committee and be across that floor in the fourth week, leaving 1 week of fudge factor in case there's amendments that require concurrence votes or anything like that. So this is primarily, it's going to be fast paced. That's what we saw in the November committee days. And there's something different about the short session that's different than the way it was originally, passed at the ballot. It was supposed to be for sort of budgetary recalibration, small policy tweaks to try and get things right, fine tuning. And what we've seen since it's in the even numbered year is a lot of posturing. A lot of people who are looking to move up or move on, using that process to well, that's the right word for it, grandstand a little bit on and posture for other political purposes beyond just the budgetary things that were originally sold to voters. So before we get to that point, though, we just have a recent announcement about a special session coming up. I have spoken with, and it's specifically focused on housing, and I have spoken with one of the chairs of the housing committees about what the intentions are, and because nothing of substance has really been released, just a few bullet points. And the overarching thrust and goal of it is sort of twofold. One is that the rental assistance funds from the state essentially dried up. There are no more remaining funds, and some local jurisdictions have also run out of money. So one piece they're trying to do is to reallocate approximately $190 to $200 million, which would roughly be split half and half between the state and local jurisdictions. And the second piece of that is around some stories that they've been having around people being evicted while they filed for assistance, and the assistance has not come through yet. And so they're trying to change the current statute that says renters have this protection for 120 days, and just pin it to the processing. If they have an application in, if they're protected from eviction up until the point that their application has been fully processed. There's apparently some counties that are processing in rural areas as quickly as 30 days. And then Clackamas and Washington counties are apparently the poster child for the long wait periods and processing periods of an average of over 100 days, meaning that some of them are much beyond the 120 days. So they do have what has been described as a significant number of people who would qualify for rental assistance, who end up becoming evicted because that 120 days is reached and the application just hasn't been processed. And so that's the way it's been described to us. Obviously, the devil's in the details. What makes this special session different than probably most of them that we see is that while you saw it being called from the governor yesterday, it actually was initially called for from Speaker Kotek, and it is being driven more by legislators of the two housing committees, Senator Jama and Representative Fahey, where a typical special session is really centralized in the governor's office. They draft up a bill, and then the fine tuning is done by the legislative leaders. But in this case, it's flipped. And so it will be interesting to see how that process plays out and whether it will be as dialed in as it normally is. And that's on the back end of one that was centralized and took an entire week instead of the 2 days that were originally scheduled for. So with that, I think we'll go to Phil on the budget update, unless anybody has any questions there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd just add, that the first comment you made, Ryan, I'm pretty sure that Congressman Schrader has committed to running for CD5.
All right. Well, and some of that political tone or the emotions that are running the Capitol definitely seem to be driving a lot of the agendas a little bit quicker. And if it's not driving the policy agenda, it's definitely affecting the pace in which things are moving through committees. And so that's why I do like that we want to focus on that there is an element or a political tone that does affect the actual policies that I'm going to give a quick update on that came from the legislative days in November. First, I just wanted to share on the budget and economic side. So I'm just going to kind of try to categorize these in subject areas. We can go more in depth on any of them. Just let us know, ask a question, but I'm going to try to keep them high level and move subject area by subject area as we go through the legislative day updates. First, the budget and economic update, that came in well. That it was another revenue forecast that showed that tax collections are up. Previously, from the last one we received, they were nervous about the CAT tax collections being a little bit below what they're predicting for K-12 education. That is now, since they've moved beyond the extended deadline for filing, that concern has kind of gone off the table. In addition, for K-12 funding and the revenue, they do expect the kicker to kick. That is going to be, they're estimating about $250 million of a corporate kicker. As you folks know, that gets dedicated directly to the K-12 budget. The personal kicker is obviously higher than that, but they do not feel comfortable kind of throwing out numbers yet because that's the one that's in flux a little bit. So they walked away knowing that revenues were up. The kicker is going to kick in the biennium or the next biennium, and in addition, they are reaching very healthy reserves. If you look at the end of the 2021-23 budget cycle, they are anticipating being close to $4 billion in reserves. That includes the Education Stability Fund, Rainy Day Fund, and ending balances. And so, while that seems like a big number, we are a few years away from that. I will have a couple items later on in these other areas that could easily take that money up quickly. There are a lot of lawsuits currently going on that are very big numbered lawsuits. And so having that cushion, knowing that moving forward, we don't know what it's going to look like once federal dollars start drying up after the COVID, but the state is in a good position for reserves. On the economic side, they did flag two things that they were concerned of. One was just inflation factor, especially since inflation is one of the largest budget drivers for the state budget, and then also worker supply. That's nothing new. I've heard all three of you commissioners talking about the importance of making sure that there's a focus on that to make sure our businesses are supported. But that was the highlights from the budget and Senate and House revenue committees. Originally, those agendas also included potential discussions on what bills might be introduced from the committees for the 2022 session, but both committees actually tabled that part of their agenda. So that is expected to be discussed in January during those legislative days, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But that was a big item outside of the revenue forecast that they did not get to. Going on into construction and housing, I just wanted to pause there. Any questions on budget, economic update before we switch subjects to the construction housing update?
No questions.
Right. Okay, perfect. So on construction, I'm going to kick it over here to Ryan to talk about a couple concepts that were introduced during panels, and then I will pick it back up on housing.
Sure. One of them we know is definitely coming back is going to be a REACH code proposal that originally was introduced. It's originally introduced in the early or late 2000s, 2009, I think, from Jackie Dingfelder in the Senate, but it's been kind of lingering ever since. But they made a pretty big push last session on the REACH code bill, and then it looks like it's coming back. Representative Marsh and both Senator Dembro both told us recently that it would be definitely back in the February session. Last session, it moved out of the policy committee in the House, but went down to Ways and Means, and it did not come out. And then,
could you explain that one? You used the terminology up front, and I have no idea what you're talking about on that.
Just the REACH code bill.
I'm sorry. The REACH code proposal is something that makes energy efficiency more. The building code more energy efficient by 15% every code adoption cycle. And then when the new REACH code is adopted as the mandated code, a new optional REACH code will be set another 15% more efficient than what they had just had. And so then it just stair steps year over year until eventually you're at the 100% efficiency. And so it was pretty hotly contested every session that I've seen it introduced. But the Earth Advantage and some of those types of groups are the advocates pushing it. And it will potentially add somewhere between 1% and 4% to construction costs is what the Legislative Fiscal Office assigned to it last session. And that's why it was sent to Ways and Means and why it ultimately never came out. But it is a big priority of the leadership of the Environment and Energy Committees in both chambers. And so we are confident it will be back again and still have some of those lingering challenges that it had before.
Got it. Thank you.
Injured worker legislation. We learned through an informational hearing this last couple of weeks that when it comes to permanent disability, that there's an unlimited clawback period from SAFE and the insurance folks. They told a story about a constituent of Dacia Graber's that had, they identified a overpayment, and they went back 6 years to collect all of it, and they took 100% of this individual's disability benefits for an extended period of time and created a financial hardship in that in their life. And apparently this is very unprecedented to have an unlimited clawback period. If you look at other programs like unemployment, there's a certain limitation on recollection of the overpayment and a certain amount that they're allowed to recollect over time. It can't be 100% of someone's income. So they pointed to some a concept, and they described it only orally, but it was something that has the potential to create liability for businesses and potentially increase premiums. And so it's something we're going to be watching, and when more details come, we will put it in and send it out in reports. But it did not appear from the presentation that it went through the MLAC process, the Management and Labor Advisory Committee, that since I think the first Ccbhc administration many years ago, when he did the Mahonia Hall reforms and they put this MLAC committee in place, the governor and legislature has never attempted to pass revisions to workers' comp that did not go through that committee. And it was interesting, I found, as I was watching, they had a lawyer testifying who was from the Oregon Trial Lawyers Association, who was saying they were a former member of MLAC, but did not make any reference to whether it had been vetted through and passed out of MLAC. And so there was a couple of reasons: potential for liability on businesses, potential for increased premiums, and a potential breaking of the MLAC precedent that had red flags going off for us for something that needs to further monitoring and tracking. You want to pick it up from there, Phil?
Yeah, I was just going to say that goes on to the rest of the construction and housing committees. They've spent a large portion of time talking about cost drivers in the housing development process. A lot of them were just informational hearings, presentations. This was, again, one that was a little disappointing because of all the talk around housing. Again, that last agenda item was discussion of committee bills for 2022, and they just tabled that completely. This goes back to what Ryan was talking previously, because they canceled the first set of legislative days. Everything has been compressed. What you saw in these committees were invite-only testimony hearings, very structured. You had specific minutes you could talk and you were cut off. And so, and they still went over, and that's why you don't hear a lot of the 2022 session conversations. But what we did pick up from housing, which I think is more specific to Deschutes County, given some of the interest we've had communication with your staff in saying that for 2022, there's an interest in talking about expanding some parts of House Bill 2006, maybe looking at some cleanup language from those bills that passed in this last two sessions. And that was all discussed. We know from the conversations that there is going to be a cleanup bill for parts of House Bill 2001 that passed a couple sessions ago. House Bill 2002, 2006 is the emergency housing and shelter bill. And then there were other specific bills that were passed that created pilot projects that are not yet set up, that just passed this last session. So 2021, they passed, they're being developed now, that are going to be talking about UGB expansion. They're going to set precedences of bringing in potential legislation for the February session, but they are still in the works. We listened to the agency present. They have published the documents they need, and they are probably within the next month or two going to be moving forward and bringing recommendations back. My only nervousness there is they're bringing them back after standing it up only about 1 month before a session. I don't know how much information an agency is going to be able to bring back to provide cleanup language or additional cleanup recommendations. So that is something that we're going to be watching for you folks. We've talked with our local representation from Deschutes County about some of those concepts that the county is interested in or around House Bill 2006. there's no pushback, but everybody's wanting to see what specific language we're wanting proposed changes to. So as we move later into the agenda, I'm definitely going to be suggesting that we get together with your folks to narrow in specifically what we want changed. What we're hearing on this very ominous technical fix bill that the housing committees are going to pass is they don't want to rock the boat. There's going to be, as Ryan noted earlier, this is that short session where everyone's positioning a little bit maybe for other political offices or trying to get things out the door. What we're being told is those big ideas are not probably going to be moving forward in a short 1 month session if it's a new concept. So they are focused on cleaning up previously passed bills. And so that's what they're going to focus on housing. Specifically, I will be sending some more information too on 3 bills that will be worked in the next month or two around funding for rural counties, specifically east of the Cascades, to do housing inventory. There's 3 bills specifically that require local governments to submit surplus property to the state, specifically DLCD. They are in the process of creating that inventory that the local governments would submit to. And then it's up to the local governments to make sure it's all accurate. It's the wording of the bill says the agency is not responsible for accuracy. It will be upon the local governments. As that's developed, we're watching that, but I just want to make sure that you know that that's something I think should be on our radar as we move forward with priorities, because it's going to be tied into the fixed bills. And if there's any priorities we have as a county that you would like maybe amended into that bill as it moves forward, we know the bill's going to move, but it's finding the right language to get it amended in. So I'll come back to that here at the end of our presentation.
What parcels are you referring to? What's an example of a
surplus? Yeah. What were you referring to when you said surplus land?
Oh yeah. So specifically.
Oh yeah, the extra land.
Yeah. So surplus
state
property,
surplus
local
land.
Government. Yes. So surplus property, they're going to be requiring local governments that as they move through the process of evaluating their surplus property to report that to the state. The other bill, so one bill says you have to do the reporting. Another bill says you then have to evaluate whether that can be available for housing affordability, housing development. Have you looked at why it cannot be for housing development? They are moving in parallel, but they were not passed while talking to each other. So that is is one of the red flags that we. Yes.
What's surplus property?
Oh,
is that
surplus property?
Nick, do you know?
Yes.
Looks like
it's
Nick Lelax.
Yes, it's basically any county or publicly city or county owned land that's zoned for a residential use. So any RR10, it can be City of Bend may have property, whatever the case may be, but it's basically publicly owned land that where residents could be allowed by zoning. This is on the Land Conservation and Development Commission rulemaking policy agenda for the next year, and I've raised the issue that they really need to include county property managers in this process, because it is an unfunded mandate for property managers to submit these inventories to DLCD. And the one thing that I've raised is the moment that we give them the inventory, maybe not the moment, but the next moment, it's out of date. Properties change, as we know, through donations, through sales, through all kinds of things all the time. So if this is required every year or every other year, is it really going to be as valuable as the legislators think it will be? Because unless it's maintained on a regular basis, which again is another unfunded mandate, is it going to serve its intended purpose?
And for a county like ours that's already like actively thinking about what we can do with land we own to support housing and affordable housing, I mean, what good does it do for the state to know?
So that's exactly the question. It doesn't compel the county to do anything. It doesn't compel a city to do anything. It just puts it on the radar so that the public can see what's available, and then the Board of Commissioners or a city council may then get requests from property owners, developers, et cetera, in order to use that land for housing. But Phil, you may have more information than I do, but that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, no, that's the exact description they covered in committee as well. And I think it's a little bit more specific with Deschutes County because things are growing so quickly. If you're only doing an annual update, like Nick, you had just said, it's going to be out of date here almost immediately. So the reasons we have that flagged is if there's going to be mandates involved, there should be funding associated with it, and making sure that there's some responsibility on the state side if they're going to be requiring something. So, but that will be part of the conversation of this large housing bill, potential housing bill. So,
are there examples around the state where there's jurisdictions holding on to land? I mean, because we've got our online property analysis thing. You can look up Deschutes. I mean, somebody could slice and dice every parcel that Deschutes County has with about 20 clicks and be done with it. I mean, so I think we're way past this, and I hadn't heard about this concept.
Yeah, and when we were over at AOC, I was talking to a couple of the Lane County commissioners, and they actually they make a conscious effort to continually add to their county property base so that they have land to allocate out to affordable housing projects on a regular basis. And I mean, you know, what good is telling the state what you've got? I mean, they're already making a very deliberate effort to build their reserve and deploy land to support affordable housing efforts. I kind of, you know, I don't see the value in this policy.
So is this a bill that passed this last time?
Yes.
It was House Bill.
That's interesting.
This was House Bill 2918, and so
I don't think I ever even heard about that.
Yeah.
Or if somebody said surplus land, it didn't click about what was even being talked about.
Well, we have, remember Christy brought up a schedule of how all the property that Deschutes County owns. Now, I'm not sure if they're all housing buildable, but wasn't it about in the neighborhood of like 700, 800 different pieces of property, which is a schedule which is always truly maintained.
And we own all that land.
Yes.
That's shallow groundwater areas that, you know, it's zoned. I mean, so if they want to know what zoned, a vacant and zoned so that someone could build housing there, we could give them that. But then, you know, the next layer of information is that, no, we can't do anything there.
Well, and the other thing that's going to happen is publishing this information in a statewide database is going to create so many inquiries for Christy and our property manager's team of people that are just interested. And then they're going to ask, can I buy this property? What can I use this property for? And then it's going to be examples such as Commissioner Chang just mentioned. Well, this land's not developable for these various reasons, or the county may have other good reasons for holding on to the land, for not selling it right now, that we have in various parts of the county. So, yeah, and just so you know, LCDC's only role is just to consider administrative rules to implement the statute. It's not. And so I just raised some of these initial questions as part of the initial consideration of, so what do the administrative rules look like when we were learning about the bill?
Yeah, great.
If it would be helpful for the commissioners and for Nick and you and Whitney, I have in our tracker these 4 different bills. I also put in the system development charge study bill, only because they want local governments to report on that as it affects housing development costs. So again, in my mind, it looks like this is all coming together and requesting information, requesting property, and it's going to come together in some form down the road. I have just flagged these 4 or 5 bills, and I have them on an Excel tracker. I can send that to you if that's helpful for you folks to see those four or 5.
And these are bills that have already passed that they're sorting out how to implement right now.
Yeah, and there's probably going to be a significant amount of rulemaking on some of them because, like one was a budget note. It wasn't even a bill, and it just directed the agency to study this and then gave times for reports to be submitted back to the legislature in February. So, so just tracking the timeline of how the bill's been implemented, what rulemaking portions have been proposed and are in comment period versus is it just a report coming back from the legislature that we need to make sure we review when it's published. So I am happy to put that all in a singular email and just call it housing if that's helpful. And so.
Well, and this is our session to prep for the short session, right? So it's good to see you again, and we'll start to get up to speed on these things. It looked like Whitney had something.
Nope, I was just going to say that would be great if you could send that over, Phil, and we'd love to take a look at that.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. And And then I would just say the last thing on housing is there were some conversations about aspects of what's now going to be addressed in the special session as hoping to be in the 22 session. I think, as Ryan noted earlier, that's just going to be taken off the February table and be addressed in the December special session. So then just moving on natural resource updates. I just wanted to.
Yeah, so hold on one moment, a little bit more.
Just another comment about housing, and this is that Peter Gutowski in our Community Development Department has identified an issue in Senate Bill 391, the Rural ADU Bill, that had referenced Senate Bill 762, the wildfire bill, and some of the standards that may be in there. And there was a couple of broken links in there that make it challenging now for us to address wildfire. We're not really sure how to do that with these because Senate Bill 391 was passed before 762, and 762 continued to change. So Peter has raised this with AOC as well as with the Oregon Property Owners Association, so they're aware of it. Of course, AOC says, well, all eyes are on Deschutes County to see how you're going to implement this, and so we're way out ahead. So just so this is on your radar, whether we coordinate with AOC or Oregon Property Owners Association, whomever it may be, just if we can get that link addressed potentially in the housing bill or a housing bill with the cleanup, that's the key.
And then also, it gets down to land use and possible different type of housing, which is, we have people setting up in the public lands. We have some folks on the side of the road now living in camp trailers. And, so one of the things I come to is a campground opportunity, transient camping type land use. The city of Bend is struggling with that, the access to an area. So, but my point is, if there's an opportunity to just have that, siting on resource land somehow, and I don't even know how, I'm just trying to lay out the concepts here, whatever it is. Because that's what we have here in Deschutes County is resource land outside between the cities. Cities really struggling with trying to site anything, but just part of the conversation.
Well, I think that goes back to the discussion of 2006, HB 2006. Tom identified for us early on that the only areas that were eligible outside of outside of incorporated cities for emergency siting of shelters was rural residential properties. And if we could explore broadening that a little bit, it could open up some potential opportunities. It basically provide the land use flexibility to use other kinds of zoned areas outside of incorporated cities for emergency siting of shelter.
Even if it has sideboards on it too, because this is a sacred area in the state of Oregon.
We don't want to come in and try and blow up 2006 or the state land use planning system, but like little tweaks of, can we add this kind of a site, within this distance of an incorporated city, or just minor tweaks to expand opportunity could be very helpful.
So we have example here, the KOA campground that used to be on the north side of Bend, and it was closed. It was bought commercially and closed, 20 years ago, or I don't know when, but more than 15 probably. And everybody says, why don't we do that? Let's open it up. Let's go. Let's do that. Let's use that. And it's just not available. It's corporately owned. Infrastructure is just being brought up to it. It's high value land, but 50 years ago that was a skip and a jump out of town. I don't know when it was part of the UGB even, but now it is. So just maybe another example of that. It seemed to be the right thing to do years ago, and that's a market rate campground, not even referring to anything other than places for people to be of any need, which just gives us some elbow room.
I think that's getting at something else. So, there's if people are going to tinker with HB 2006, I think we want to be aware of opportunities to expand eligible properties, essentially. But then, Phil, I don't know whether this was shared with you, but our community development department did an analysis of mobile home parks, RV campground, RV parks and campgrounds. Basically, how many do we have? Where are they? How long has it been? The real shocker was how long has it been since we built a new one? And what are the bottlenecks and constraints on developing new mobile home parks, RV parks, or campgrounds? And one of the key findings is we haven't built any new ones of any of these in 40 years, and those kinds of facilities, those kinds of developments. Not only do we need them, the mobile home parks are affordable housing in rural areas. RV parks and campgrounds, absorb some of the demand of tourists that are visiting the area. But if we had more of these, then also those could potentially play a role in emergency shelter as well. So exploring maybe that ties. Is that what was the bill that coming out of the Labor Day fires that kind of like expedited the development of mobile home parks and shelter for people who were affected by, essentially tried to rebuild affordable housing stock in Southwest Oregon and places like that.
For displaced persons from the wildfires?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that wasn't the legislature. That was LCDC initiating the rulemaking just through OARs.
Okay. So that's not something we want to explore legislatively necessarily.
I think if that's something the board's interested in, that would be something to explore.
Well, and it's a common thing. I mean, there's something there, right?
Yeah, I mean, whether to address our affordable housing crisis or our homelessness crisis, having more mobile home parks, RV parks, and campgrounds would be helpful. And then to go back to 2006, if we could. If we said, hey, you got a campground out in the rural portion of the county, can people stay more than 30 days in a 60-day consecutive period, because that's the land use constraint there right now, then that could conceivably function as shelter as well.
I do believe, and I'll go back and double check, Commissioner, there was definitely conversation on that around two aspects of it, actually, not just on the emergency sheltering, but how to use those type of tools to make sure you have a larger inventory of different housing types. One of the conversations was around, because there's not a lot of the development of that, well, in Eastern Oregon specifically, they were talking about that a lot of the mobile homes are older, that there was, I believe they passed a pilot program. I'll have to go back and double check, but there's continued conversation of how do we provide funds as a state for folks to, either replace the older mobile homes that don't meet, some DEQ aspects now, because some of those you can't just take to landfills after anymore. And so they were having that conversation, but the interesting part of it was, I think there was a city manager that came in and talked about how those are the tools we can use for development, not just for shelter, but, it frees up, we have a lot of elderly populations in Eastern Oregon, and this city manager specifically was sharing, I'm in the house that I had with my 4 kids. I'm ready to downsize and free that space up for another family that needs that size space. And so it was a very interesting concept. I'll go back and I'll double check that I didn't miss anything there, if there was a proposal that's going to come forward, and then report back to you. So, but it was around mobile home parks specifically. So. All right.
Maybe we're jumping ahead to. Keep going.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, I'm just going to jump to that next subject real quick. Next two, because there was not a lot of in-depth conversation about them, but just putting it on your radar as we have these discussions. For natural resources, we know that there's, this is where I was talking earlier, $4 billion is a lot in reserve, but we know that there are several lawsuits out there One is the county timber lawsuit that's over $1 billion. That, both sides have different conversations of where they think that's going to lead. I could just tell you, in lawsuits, if the state settles, usually there's a settlement that affects the general fund in one way or another. So those reserves that we're anticipating do not take into effect any of these major lawsuits. Some of those lawsuits are healthcare ones around the state hospital and staffing. Others are timber counties and timber funding. And then there's pesticide lawsuits out there as well. Specifically in healthcare too, I think while we know that the lawsuit already on the federal level passed, there's more conversation going on with the executive branch and local governments around the opioid settlement. This budget, as you folks, our commissioners already know, the state balanced their budget as they were supposed to in the full session, but it did have an assumption that this money from the opioid settlement was part of that. So if it's not an agreement, they might have to use e-board or joint ways and means interim during February to readjust the budget a bit. But those are big things that we're talking about in Healthcare and Natural Resource Committee, the timber lawsuits, pesticide lawsuits, staffing lawsuits, and opioid lawsuits. And then I guess I would just highlight what we also know is what's going to be in the 2022 session is ag overtime. Leadership has made that very clear that that is something that they wanted to accomplish in the long session, and it is a priority goal of theirs to pass it in the short session. There's a lot of work groups going on right now with both sides participating, but there was, I think, maybe 3 full hearings and meetings on this subject alone during the November legislative days. So that's something, there's no verbiage yet published, but we expect that to maybe be available into the January legislative days. So I just want to put that on your radar.
Question.
Yes.
It's the opioid revenue that kind of balanced this biennium's budget. What's the status with that? Because when I was on the joint meeting with the governor, she mentioned, as a chair, there was a group with the governor. She mentioned, come on, folks, let's get this, agreements all settled or whatever it is. And that's kind of state to county level, I guess. But what does it look like? What do you know about that?
Dave's been tracking that pretty closely as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's, a lot of that gets into some litigation, but suffice it to say, the money that comes in does not come in as a lump sum. So if the state's planning to balance their budget with that, they got some really bad legal advice. That's over like a 12 or 15-year period that those dollars are going to be paid out to the settling jurisdictions. And right now, the state and the counties are fighting over what the allocation would be. But yeah, they're going to absolutely be going to their e-board for money if that's what they balance their budget with, because they're not going to get a lump sum settlement from.
Well, now that's why I asked. So what does it look? What do you know any more? Can you share any more with us?
Yeah, is that okay, Commissioner? I can't see if there's other staff there.
Oh, yeah, no, that's you. Yeah, I'm asking you, Phil Schroyer. Yep.
What I know is that they were using using some of that anticipated revenue, specifically in the back half of the biennium, to backfill the requirements to fully fund Measure 110. And part of that, the last I heard right after legislative days, was that there was a little bit of a dispute between the executive branch attorneys in litigation and local governments. I don't know the status on that portion, if they've reach an agreement or not, but it does. If they can't reach an agreement, I believe there's a deadline coming up soon. I will again go back and find where that is. And if they can't, it will just affect the amount that Oregon will receive in the federal dollar, from the federal level. So
you see what's happening here. I mean, we're at odds with the state leadership. Well, I mean, I don't know if we're direct odds, but we're negotiating with the state leadership on this. And if the legislature pre-spent the money that we're kind of negotiating, that's not good.
I think that there's an assumption because they do it. It's similar how they do with debt service on capital construction sometimes, where they put the expense or expenditure forecast on the back half of the biennium so that they know that they can adjust it and stay within the constitutional requirement of a balanced budget. So going into a short session, knowing that they can either tap a portion of the reserves to capture that and maybe reduce a little bit, I think is where the approach was. They do that a lot on other agencies. Specifically, I think sometimes that they look at whether if they're going to tap an education stability fund in economic times versus wait for the second half of the biennium and try to tap it or just see if the federal dollars come in or the local dollars come back to the state in a specific way. And so I'm not surprised that they can choose to balance a budget off of this, looking at saying we will fully fund year one of the biennium and then use expected revenues for the second half of the biennium, because then they do have that February session to come in and fix it. So they actually will have the last 2 full 6-month sessions. We saw them actually do a budget rebalance bill in that as well. So when we get through next year's 2022 session, which is a 1-month one, we'll be going into 2023 for a 6-month session. They have the opportunity there on the front end to do a budget rebalance as well. So they have 2 shots to balance if the dollars don't come in at the way that they anticipated.
Thank you.
But it does give heartburn to those folks that are down the line that are expecting those dollars. You're not wrong on that, commissioners. But all right. And then I am going to just, that was all that was really discussed on natural resources and healthcare. Healthcare, right now, there was just conversation, a lot of COVID updates. But that does go into the the last area, an update from legislative days. And Ryan's going to jump on this one where we talk about vaccine and OSHA. Just to give you an update there, because that is also a lot of the conversation going on with the legislators.
Sure. So Oregon's a little bit different. We all know the federal rule has been suspended right now, and any work to move towards implementing has been suspended. And that's significant for Oregon, perhaps more than other states, because of the way our Oregon OSHA works. We actually have the ability here to write our own rules. So we don't actually follow the federal guidance to a T. What we do is we develop our own what's considered like equivalency of it, and it has to meet or exceed the federal standard. So it means our process is generally a little bit slower, and it takes a little longer till we get our rules in place, and we don't get to start our work on it until the federal government issues their rules. So our work has been frozen here in Oregon, and the other significant piece about the fact that we can write our own rules is that the federal government or the federal rules don't act as a ceiling, they act as a floor. So potentially we could see the state go further than the feds. And so that's something we've been watching very closely and waiting to see what comes out. We've been following these vaccine mandates for state workers, contractors, healthcare workers, and all of that extensively. I think you guys have seen our ongoing series in our reports. Just today, we sent out an update because yesterday OHA put out an FAQ around to legislators around their fact that they're developing an optional digital vaccine card that some folks are calling a vaccine passport. They are quite adamant that it is not a vaccine passport, and I think the crux of that issue hinges on whether the system remains optional, which is their current plan, or if it becomes a mandate to enter establishments or go to public events and things like that. So we have that report that just went out today, and I'm happy to answer what questions, and if you want me to send the FAQ that OHA sent out after this, I'm happy to do that too. We tried to encapsulate as much of that in the report as possible, but their OHA says the reason they're developing this policy is to actually help streamline the verification process for businesses, and it will be opt-in and stay voluntary. They believe they have all of the authority that they need to implement this program, and that means there will be no rulemaking hearing or public comment period available. They're just going to move forward with what it is. So if there are issues that come up in it, they'll have to be addressed in through a February session or later.
So is that a digital platform? Is that the idea? Is it automated?
And the way it was described to me off the record was, sort of like your Apple phone, your iPhone, the wallet, that you could have something available that it wanted to enter your system, that it could be verified and be available very quickly for businesses to scan and know that you've gotten your vaccine, you've gotten your booster.
Yep, got it.
Well, and Ryan, they can't even keep track of the deaths in the state.
Later they come up with the numbers.
We haven't been able to give the rent money out according to what just the news story I saw. So, like something more for the state not to get done. And apparently the number that you call for senior abuse and child abuse in the state, that service is still not functioning. Last time I think we looked, it was up to 39 minutes when you're on hold waiting for somebody to answer the phone. So really, we're going to have a system, and how long, is that going to take them 3 years to implement it, I wonder?
Well, I mean, for some of these large music venues or event venues that have already made the determination that they're going to require proof of vaccination for attendance, it would probably be really nice to have something you could do a quick scan on.
OHA, to the recent question there, they say they'll have the system up and running by spring of 2022. So.
Okay, tell that to the people who are still waiting for their rent assistance.
Yeah.
Well, and rapid prototyping of apps on a phone is a whole different world than the DMV green screen and the mud they got stuck in for many years on that one. Okay. Well, thank you.
No problem. Well, if it's okay, then that is the recap that we have. I'm going to apologize, Ryan. I didn't mean to end that. If there was anything else you wanted to add it on the vaccine. I just wanted to move in real quick, commissioners, and just looking forward. We've just got through legislative days, which was supposed to, a very condensed version that traditionally would have given us more insight of what 2022 is going to look like. We got a little bit glimpses here and there, but I do just want to give you a heads up of what we are seeing, the tone that's going to be driving the ship that we see driving the ship in the 2022 session, and then also some key deadlines. And then Ryan and I have sat down, looked at the conversations we have had with you, and then kind of put some proposals out there of things that we think are opportunities for the county to focus on coming into 2022 session. We don't expect them to be obviously decided today, but we just wanted to put some concepts out there to know where we should be looking. Specifically looking forward from today, we know we have the special session coming up first. That is going to be a topic that's going to take all of the wind out of the legislative conversations until that's done. Moving into January after the holidays, that January legislative days are where we're going to start seeing real substance and verbiage of bills. And the reason that is the Monday, January 10th, I believe that's a Monday, is the legislative concepts deadline or legislative council's deadline to get bills back to members. So when they start seeing the language of their bills, I'm sure that's when you start seeing members floating them around to associations, advocacy groups, lobbyists, communities to say, is this what we really want? Is this going to fix the problem, whatever it's being addressing? After that, the very next day, they start the 3-day legislative days, so the 11th through the 13th. And then the big key there again is the very next day, the 14th. That is when members and committees have to have their bills to either the chief clerk of the House or secretary of the Senate for them to be published and assigned bill numbers. So that week of January, we are going to start seeing verbiage. We're going to start seeing bill numbers associated with it. And that's where we're going to start having concepts. That gives us about 2 weeks before they actually come back to the building February 1st and start session. So that's the timeline they're working forward on. What we know, the political tone that's really going to be driving the ship is the turnover. I do want to just let you know that we have a large amount of leadership turnover. While they'll be here in the session, some of them will. A lot of them are going to be focused on, they're all going different places. Some are just retiring, others are going to running for other offices. But for example, this is likely the House Speaker's last session, the Senate President's last session. Joint Ways and Means had a tri-chairship. 2 or 3 of those might change. And then we actually just, you folks probably already have heard, both Republican caucus leadership change, both now coming from Deschutes County. We have Senator Tim Knoop managing as caucus leader for the House, Senate Republicans, and then we have Vicki Breeze Iverson as the new Republican leader in the House. And so that's, I think, an opportunity for Deschutes County that other counties don't have. And so we put that as an opportunity for the county to maybe put a plan together to capitalize that. But even just outside of leadership, if you look at the House, there's 60 members there. There's upwards of 21 members that have now either said they're not running again, they're running for another chamber, or they're going to another office. In the Senate, with your 30 members, 11 of them have already announced that they plan not to go beyond February. And so that is going to be driving a lot of the tone of session. In this last 6-month session, you saw that when some members said, this is my last session, I just want some bills to go out on. And that was very powerful advocacy for colleagues to help them get legislation moving. And so I want to note that because I feel like it's going to play into the last part of our conversation here, which is what are the opportunities for Deschutes County? I think we have to, as a legislative planning, talk about relationship building. When you have that many turning over going into the next session, having the county engage with many of the members we know that will be returning or maybe returning in a different capacity should be on our planning document there. We know in February currently, they were talking about having at least member offices open so that you can have in-person meetings with the members. Floors won't be open and committees might not be open because of construction in the Capitol too, but member offices as of last week's committee hearing, they did share that there's a desire to make sure that people can come back in and visit with members. And so getting you folks connected with as many of these new people so that they know that you're a resource you can turn to, that they can turn to and be educated on issues, I think is going to be a top priority of ours, or at least we would recommend that be a top priority of the counties. But the other, and then I have 2 or 3 others here that I would just at least want to throw out there for your consideration. One is we know in this session we are going to have a capital construction bill again. Lottery dollars came in strong. We know federal dollars are on their way for capital construction. There's, in talking with budget leadership, they are anticipating having a capital construction bill. And so I know in the past we talked about county courthouse funding. I don't know if there are other projects that the county would like us to start thinking about as we prepare advocacy materials going into January legislative days, things like that. So 2 potential opportunities, definitely relationship building, capital construction opportunities, and then obviously housing is where I also wanted us to focus just because it's such a large conversation playing out. It's also, I believe, going to be a very political topic that both parties are going to want to address, not only in the specifically in the special session, but also in the February session, just based off of those bills we talked about earlier. All of those reports are to be back to the legislature by February to be discussed in session. So I guess I just want to pause there as we talk about looking at 2022 session. What is priorities for the county? These are 3 subject areas, but I did not know if there are other specific items we want to start filling in the gaps under each subject area so that we can start focusing, having conversations with members, and then also preparing maybe one-pagers that we can bring back to the commission to review before it's distributed to the legislature in any way, shape, or form. So I'm just going to pause there.
Bill, it's Commissioner Dare. I have a question about wells. You haven't mentioned water. Is water not going to be discussed this year? I think we lost at a minimum maybe 130 wells in Deschutes County this last summer, per talking to well drillers. And I'm just wondering, you didn't mention it. I know, Representative Owens has been working on water. What's happening? What is it? Like 85% of the wells in Oregon do not have to do any kind of reporting to the state on how much water they're sucking out of that system, or their systems. And that seems like a mess.
I would be shocked if there's not some type of, even if it's just a reporting bill that comes forward in the special session. The last update I heard is that you have 2 groups out there really trying to focus on what should be the Oregon's approach on water management. I know Mark Owens, and I believe it's the Oregon Business Council, and a few environmental advocacy groups are kind of going their own path. I don't know what support, I mean, this is me just speaking from the hip here, commissioners. I don't know who's for or against that proposal because I don't think anything's been published in writing yet. But I know you also have another group that are mostly farming irrigators who they were part of the original conversation over here with OBI and others. Something occurred that I'm not aware of, but they are no longer working they're working in parallel to each other, trying to see who could have a different concept proposal. I don't know, or I'm not hearing that any of those are going to be ready for that is a large subject conversation that I don't know if people are wanting to take on for a 1-month session. And so unless they can walk in January legislative days with a bill proposal and a lot of support from both sides, that seems to be such a sensitive topic that that might be one where they just say, this is a short session, let's do that in 2023, but let's pass a study bill that can get us more information. Commissioner Dare, I apologize, I don't know more about that. That's the last update I heard, but it's probably a month old by now too. So I can do some digging to see if there's a more information out there that's been put in writing in a proposal form.
But in terms of viability for a February session, I think Phil hit it spot on. Even friendly amendments can kill bills in a February session just because the time constraints are so accelerated that there's really no margin for error.
I did go back and I looked at last 1 month session, and I think Monday they opened session and the first chamber deadline was that Friday. So you have to have these bills prepped, moving quickly, and usually the water bills are not Ways and Means bills, so they will have to meet the early deadlines in policy committees.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I can share that a few months back, Representative Owens and Representative Helms, who are the leaders of the House Water Committee, that they weren't talking about bills for the short session. They were trying to activate, mobilize, engage people in working on things for the next long session, and B, also just trying to get water on the radar screen for the governor's race, and a number of the high profile legislative races that are going to be taking place in the next next year, I guess, next 12 months, because, I think that they're aware that the number of legislators who are interested in water issues, and the number of potential governor candidates who are interested in water issues is pretty. It's not they don't have a critical mass to do big stuff, and those two, Owens and Helm. I very much think that they are capable of dreaming big stuff or envisioning big stuff, and that they have ambitions to do some good things. But to go to the well question specifically, I do know that in the most recent session, Representative Owens was able to. He may not have been the sponsor, but his district, his home county, and the Harney Basin were the beneficiaries of a bill that passed and provided, I want to say, $10 million towards well deepening in the Harney Basin, and that comes out of being able to pass something like that or move something like that comes out of very in-depth long-term analysis and planning in that groundwater basin to understand understand how groundwater levels are changing, how what the water balance is there between what people are taking out and what the recharge is, that sets an investment like that up. And we haven't done work like that here in our community. The best story I'm getting from Oregon Water Resources Department is that we're getting a bunch of wells going dry that were dug in the 70s and 80s, basically where the well drillers drilled just to where they touched water, and when they found water, they said, "Oh, okay, you don't need to go any deeper." And we've had it's not a massive decline, but we've had some tens of feet of decline of groundwater levels in certain areas, and so we have a decent chunk of people whose wells were very shallow that are going dry now, and but we haven't done any of the background work that would be necessary to be able to work on that issue and provide relief for those people. That's part of what I was pitching when AOC's County Solutions program came around and said, we have the capacity to do some water work. That's part of what I had suggested, that we not to deal with the capital W big picture basin issues, but try to get a little bit of a sense of what's going on with people whose domestic wells are going dry in the county, so that we could seek that kind of legislative support that Representative Owens was able to make happen for the Harney Basin.
So we've got Representative Kropp in Bend working on a bill. I don't know if you've followed it or heard about it. The Office of Homeless Outreach or something, his effort.
Joint office.
Yeah. So it would be something to opt into, which is going to be a discussion here at the county at some point. So like next week, I guess. But yeah, so just so you know, there's one of those topics that's hitting home here.
Okay. No.
So let's acknowledge, so you are our state lobbying effort for Deschutes County, and we're setting ourselves up for the short session. We're going to make Deschutes County a player out there during that 1 month session, and look forward to getting in the building, which we weren't able to do this last long session because of COVID. And just like you mentioned, man, it's very dynamic. Who's going to be in what seat, who's running for office, and who's not. Just like you mentioned, the Speaker of the House and the Senate leadership, it's going to be interesting to see all those changes happen.
Both of them have a third of transitioning. So very interesting. Pretty significant, I would say.
Well, I think what's really unique about this is we always have turnover, but this is very institutional, seasoned leadership turnover. It's these folks, I mean, Tina Kotek has been the longest serving speaker in Oregon history. Obviously, Senate President Courtney, Ways and Means is having turnover. It will be a very different playing field when you don't have that institutional knowledge. So
we had about 30% turnover during the last election cycle. It's looking like this is shaping up to be even more of that. And if you just think about how long the Capitol's been closed to in-person committee hearings, even if we are open for legislative offices, we're going to go through a whole nother election cycle before we're back in the building testifying in in-person hearings. We'll probably have 50% of the members in the building never have seen an in-person committee hearing before. So it has the potential to really vastly change the culture in the Capitol as we all remember it.
Yeah, amazing.
And if it's okay with you, commissioners, as we move forward, as we get closer to there, our plan on our end is to make sure that working with all three of you through Nick and Whitney, making sure that as we kind of hone in on what are those 2-3 things we really want to just put our shoulder to the wheel on and try to accomplish this in this short session. One, that they're the 2 to 3 options that you folks want, obviously, but that we can develop one-pagers, because I think this is going to be very much an education. We are going to be re-educating folks about Deschutes County and what those 2 to 3 topics are going to be. What is the problem? What is the solution? And this is why it's important, not just to us, but to wherever they're representing as well. And so our plan is to help narrow it down to those 2-3 things between now and January's legislative days, have one-pagers or advocacy materials developed so that you folks can review them, and then spend that 3-4 days of legislative committee days in January starting to educate the committee, because by then we should know who membership of the committees for the February session are too. So we'd be able to target advocacy that. So that is where we're going on our end.
I was able to see the Speaker of the House, Tina Kotek, in Portland a week and a half ago or so. And I mentioned some of our land use and homeless issues, and she said, let's talk. Maybe you and I can do a little outreach, referring to Phil Scheuer, you and I could do a little outreach and make a relationship in the next few months in preparation for this also.
Absolutely.
See what we can do. Okay.
I'll just put one last plug, commissioners. Yep. If you guys aren't getting our newsletters, we are trying to aggregate all the information that, you see Ryan and I here. We have Dan, who's Cushing on our team, who's covering healthcare and managing that. We also have several, Lauren Bowling covering construction with Ryan a bit. they are compiling all this updates and putting them in these newsletters to you folks. If you're not getting them, we have had a couple clients say, hey, it's getting caught by spam. If you have not seen them, the political center is the header that comes through. I'm happy to make sure we work with you folks that you're getting those regularly. I think we try to get one out at least every other week to you, but as obviously all these updates are coming forward, it's become almost weekly, I think. So.
Brian is doing a great job, Phil. I'm seeing a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing what you're.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, anything else? Thank you so much. Good to see you. Let's spin up for a short session. And a special session, I guess, too. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
Okay, is there any other items? Seeing none? No executive session? We'll call them.
We're continuing the meeting.
Oh, okay, good catch. So we're going to continue this meeting
At 10 a.m.
to reconvene 10 a.m. Friday for the topic of ARPA, American Rescue Plan funding update, which was item 15 for today. Thank you very much for helping me through that.